I hate that. I hate that I'm the cause of that. That what I did so carelessly in the past might be upsetting to you. I can only promise you the future." "This is going so fast, Stefano." His fingers massaged the nape of her neck. "For you, Bambina, but not for me. Time seems to have slowed down until I want to curse with frustration. My grandfather was in love with my grandmother. They were inseparable. They detested being apart. I've seen real love. I felt it when I was with them. They died 3 hours apart. My grandmother first, and then my grandfather followed. Love exists, and that's what I'm offering you." His mouth found hers again, and she was instantly lost in him. So much heat, so much pleasure lashing through her, little strikes, like lightning flashing through her entire body. This time, when he lifted his head, his teeth found her bottom lip, sinking in, tugging, driving her wild. She heard herself cry out, almost a sob of pure hunger. "Give yourself to me, Francesca." Pure command, nothing less than a demand, and that told her something. He was the devil, but she didn't care. On some level, she even knew he was using her own body against her, pitting her innocence against his experience, but she didn't care about that either. She wanted to leap into the fire with both feet, arms wide, eyes open. She knew his world might be something she would have a difficult time accepting, but he was worth it. "Yes." It came out a soft whisper, almost non-existent, a strangled resolve. Maybe it was her mind's way of trying to save her, self-preservation trying to stop her crazy jump off the cliff. He went still, absolutely still. His arms nearly crushed her. "Say it, then. I need the words. Say you belong to me, and that you're committing to me. Look at me, Francesca, and say it, and know there's no taking it back." She moistened her lips and lifted her lashes to look into his piercing blue eyes. There was such a mixture there: possession, desire, triumph, demand. "There's no taking it back, Francesca," he warned. She licked her lips again, right over the spot where his teeth had bitten. "I won't take it back, Stefano," she said softly. "I want to be yours." "And you're committing to me? You'll wear my ring? You'll come into my family? Be a part of us," he prompted. A ring? He hadn't said anything about a ring. That was going even further than she'd anticipated he'd want. A part of her was thrilled. The sane part was terrified. Already it felt too much like ownership, as if he had already branded her in her bones, in her soul. "Don't." He tipped up her face, forcing her to stay in eye contact. "I get that you're afraid, Dolce Cuore. You have to trust me. Rely on me. That's what I need from you. I've got you, Francesca. All you have to do is let me have you." She tried to think straight, but her body already belonged to him. Her breasts aching for his touch, nipples pushing hard against the material of her dress. Between her legs, she felt empty and needy, burning. Tension coiled so tightly, she was afraid if she moved, she might shatter. If she didn't have him, she might not make it through the night. "I can't think straight when you're so close to me." She could barely speak. His heavy erection pressed against her, high, along her waist, and she felt every long, thick inch of him like a burning brand. "You're taking advantage." "I'll take any advantage I can get. Right now, Francesca, I'm being gentle. Push me, and I'll do more to get your yes. I'll have my fingers buried inside of you, and if that doesn't work, it will be my mouth working between your legs. I'm shameless when it comes to you. This is a battle I can't afford to lose, so yes, I'll use any means necessary to make certain your answer is what I want." She licked over that throbbing spot on her lower lip again. "Is this what I would have to look forward to once we were together? You using sex to get your way?" "Absolutely." She wanted him so much. She could stall all she wanted, but in the end, she knew she would give in to him. "I said yes," she pointed out. "I may be scared, but I said yes." He bent his head to brush kisses over her eyelids, almost as if he were closing her eyes so she wouldn't see the elation sweeping through him. But she did. She felt it. "I'm going to kiss you one more time, Francesca, and then we have to finish up so we can go home. It's too dangerous to be in public when I need to be inside of you." The raw desire in his voice scraped at her, clawed at her belly, matching her own. She wanted to be home, too, as quickly as possible. "Give me your mouth, Bella." She did so without hesitation, kneading the fire pouring down her throat and into her body, surrounding her heart. The familiar flames rushed over her breasts, connected her nipples straight to her clit, so that she pulsed and throbbed with desperation. His mouth was pure sensuality, hot with passion. His taste was addicting, and when he began to lift his head to pull away, she chased after him with her mouth. He caught her chin firmly. "Bambina, not here. I don't have as much self-control as I'd like, not when it comes to you. I'm not about to fuck you against the wall, where someone could just walk up on us. But we keep this up, and it could happen." It was nice knowing she wasn't alone in what she was feeling, but right at that moment, the idea of him fucking her against the wall was a blatant temptation. He transferred his hold to her hand and stepped back to allow her to move away from the wall. "My cousins are here from New York. I'd like you to meet them." She blinked up at him, feeling as if she was coming out of a fog or an erotic dream, and couldn't quite shake it off. "I met them the other night, remember?" They made her nervous. She wasn't certain she wanted to see them again in her present state of absolute craving. They saw too much. He smiled down at her. "More cousins. You met Lanz and D'Angelo Rossi. They're brothers. They came with two other cousins, Salvatore and Luca. Their last name is Ferraro as well. Salvatore and Luca have one other brother, Gino. No sisters. Girls don't seem to run in our family much." "Your family is so big, Stefano. I only had my sister. No aunts or uncles. No one else. You have enough cousins to make a small town." He laughed softly, tugging her closer until her front was locked to his side and she was under his arm. His cell phone chimed just as they stepped out of the shadows into the light behind the red bar. He stopped abruptly and pulled it from the inside of his jacket, refusing to give her any space, clamping her tightly to his side. "You're a slave to that thing," she pointed out. "True," he agreed and flipped it open. "Stefano." He was as abrupt on the phone as he was in person, she decided, studying his face. He had a gorgeous face, one that belonged on the cover of a magazine. It was no wonder the paparazzi were obsessed with him. She was a little obsessed with him herself. Her heart was still pounding insanely at the giant step she had just taken. She couldn't even blame it on alcohol. That was all her, unable to resist him. She leaned back against Stefano, mostly because he gave her no choice with his arm locked around her, right under her breasts. He smelled wonderful, his scent enveloping her, surrounding her with him. She was acutely aware of his heavy erection pressed tightly against her. He always seemed to be hard around her. She had to admit she liked that. She wanted him to want her. She had tuned out his conversation, listening to the music instead, used to the constant demands made on his time. It took a few moments before his side of the conversation penetrated. This was no call about someone needing help. She inhaled sharply and turned her attention completely to Stefano. "No, Soldi. I'm at the club with my brothers and cousins. We're celebrating tonight. Why the hell would you think I'd sneak into your fucking house and kill that piece of shit Tidwell right under your nose? I had no idea the bastard was staying in your home." Silence, and then more. "Are you fucking kidding me? I beat the shit out of him and sent him to you to do whatever you wanted with him. Taking his building was enough revenge for me. Silence, and then Stefano burst out with a string of profanities. "You're pissing me off, Saldi. I can't be in two places at one time. Come on down and see for yourself if you want. Although the damn paparazzi has managed to sneak in and they're taking enough pictures for an entire magazine." Stefano's voice was clipped and angry. Francesca tensed. Tidwell had owned her building, and now he was dead. Someone had, what, murdered him? Was that what Saldi was saying to Stefano? She shivered. At once Stefano bent his head and nuzzled her neck. His teeth nipped and his tongue swirled heat over the little sting, making her intensely aware of him. "I'll tone it down," he whispered to her and pressed a kiss against the sensitive spot right behind her ear. His arm, a bar around her ribcage, didn't relax at all. He kept her tightly against him and resumed his conversation with one of the Saldis. Francesca had heard about them from several sources, but more, she'd read about them in the news articles. They were definitely considered criminals. She knew that family was into organized crime, yet Stefano didn't sound in the least afraid. He swore at them and seemingly had no worries about retaliation. "I don't give a damn, Giuseppe. What you think? What I think is that you'd better find someone else responsible for that piece of shit's cutthroat. I'm not crying tears, if that's what you're looking for. If it happened under your nose, look to your own people and tighten your fucking security." He snapped the phone shut with an angry click and shoved it in his pocket. Her breath caught in her lungs. "Giuseppe Saldi is the head of the largest crime family right here in Chicago," she whispered, terrified for him. No one would talk to Giuseppe Saldi like that, not even the police. He was reputed to be extremely violent and often retaliated if he felt slighted. "Yes." He nuzzled her neck again. "You smell so good." "You weren't very nice when you talked to him, Stefano. What if he gets angry with you?" A shiver went down her spine. Stefano was reckless when he lost his temper. He stopped moving to look down at her, his arms shifting her so she was standing directly in front of him, her front tight against his. She had to tip her head back to look up at him. "There you go, getting all protective on me. You're worried about me, aren't you?" His voice practically purred at her, a sensual mixture of possession, desire, and something else, affection. "Dio, bambina, I love that." "He's dangerous. Isn't that the second time you've sworn at him?" "More like the 100th. I don't like him, and I doubt if he likes me much." He brushed his mouth over hers with exquisite gentleness. "Don't worry about him. He won't come after me. He wouldn't dare." Her heart gave a painful jerk in her chest. "Why, Stefano? Why wouldn't he come after you?" His hand shaped her face, his thumb tracing her high cheekbone down to her mouth to linger over her bottom lip. "I told you, Dolce Cuore, no one fucks with me. I'm that kind of man. Stop worrying and come meet my cousins. You'll like them." She hadn't been so sure of his other New York cousins, the ones that had definitely been interrogating her. She turned her head as Stefano once again shifted her beneath his shoulder, his arm locking around her to keep her close. She put one hand on his washboard abdomen as her gaze collided with Janice's. The woman had stopped moving right in the middle of the dance floor and was staring at her with absolute venom. Francesca shivered at the concentrated hatred in the woman's gaze. The dancers shifted, and Janice was swallowed up by the gyrating crowd. "What is it, Francesca?" He was so tuned to her, but she wasn't about to admit his past women were giving her nasty looks and upsetting her. How jealous and lame would she appear? She was just jumpy. She was out in the open, and it was impossible not to see the curious and speculative looks the crowd gave them. "I've been hiding from Barry Anthon for so long that this makes me a little nervous. I feel very exposed," she improvised quickly. He laughed softly, his arm tightening around her. "You are exposed in that little black dress. I can see that I can't just call a shopper for you. I'm going to have to see you in something before I approve it." That distracted her immediately. She gave him her darkest scowl. "Seriously? You think you're going to actually get a say in what I wear?" "Of course I'm going to get a say. I'm bossy, And controlling, remember? I'm also jealous, a trait I had no idea I possessed until I laid eyes on you." His voice held laughter, so she wasn't certain if he was serious, although he looked serious. She was saved from having to reply because 4 men walked up to them, 2 dressed in dark pinstriped suits. She recognized Lanz and D'Angelo immediately and knew instantly the other 2 were Stefano's cousins as well. All 4 men were extremely good-looking and fit, but the 2 new ones really stood out. Something about the way they moved made her think of Stefano. They could easily be brothers, not cousins. Stefano stopped on the edge of the dance floor as the others came up to them. Francesca tried to step away from him, to put a little space between them, but he simply stepped behind her and wrapped his arms around her rib-cage, right under her breasts. The feel of his arms pressing so tightly on the undersides of her breasts made her feel needy, achy. He was too potent, and she couldn't be so close, not with the spotlight so clearly on them. She couldn't even take a breath without breathing him in. "You know Lanz and D'Angelo, Bambina, right? These are 2 more of my cousins from New York, Salvatore and Luca. This is my Francesca." Salvatore took her hand and brought it to his mouth. Before he could touch his lips to her knuckles, Stefano reached out and caught her wrist, pulling her hand away. Immediately his cousins burst into laughter. "Damn swine," Stefano said, without the least rancor. "Francesca, it's best not to look directly at these New Yorkers. They may be my cousins, but they're truly the devil's best friends. Stay very close to me so I can protect you." She couldn't help but laugh, as the cousins looked pleased with Stefano's assessment. Stefano waved his hand toward the VIP section and their table. Surrounded by the men, Francesca felt unbelievably protected as they moved up the stairs to their table. Stefano's brothers were already there, seated with Emanuele, and they actually rose when Francesca approached the table. She found herself blushing at the attention they were getting. "Where's Joanna?" she asked Emanuele, a little worried that her friend might be upset that she'd disappeared. "On the dance floor with Mario. They can't take their eyes off each other," Giovanni said. "I'm looking into that man. He'd better not break her heart." Francesca liked that, even though he really did sound menacing, and the quick nods the brothers gave one another made them seem just as threatening. Still, it was Joanna, and she was grateful the Ferraro brothers took her protection seriously. "Regina and Rosina are keeping an eye on things," Emanuele said. "Don't go all caveman on poor Joanna. She's really into Mario, and he seems genuine enough." Stefano held out the chair for Francesca, and then, when she slipped into it, pulled the one beside it close, so their thighs were touching, and he could easily wrap his arm around her shoulders. He caught her hand and pulled it to his thigh, pressing her palm deep into his heat. The waitress was there instantly. Francesca knew she shouldn't. She needed to keep her wits about her, but she ordered another Moscow Mule with lime. The lime, vodka, and ginger beer made a refreshing drink. It went down smoothly, sometimes too smoothly, but she didn't care. She relaxed into Stefano and let the talk flow around her, although the cousins, brothers, and Emanuele made certain she was a part of the conversation. There was a lot of laughter. The Ferraro family clearly was close, and they liked one another enough to give one another a hard time. Salvatore and Luca's brother Gino couldn't attend the family celebration, but had sent his congratulations. "What exactly is the family celebrating?" Francesca asked Stefano, leaning close to him, her head on his shoulder, her lips pressed against his ear to be heard above the noise of the club. Stefano threw back his head and laughed. She loved the sound, carefree, masculine, enjoying life. He didn't laugh a lot. "You, Bambina, we're celebrating me finding you." She was stunned by the sheer honesty in his voice, by the raw desire so plain in his vibrant blue eyes for anyone to see, by the possession stamped deep into his dark expression. He meant that. His cousins and family were celebrating Stefano finding Francesca, claiming her. That knowledge went deep. She felt tears burn behind her eyes. Before anyone else could see them, she turned her face into his neck, Immediately he wrapped his arms around her. "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Francesca. Of course I'm going to share the most important woman in my life with the people I love. My cousins from San Francisco couldn't make it, but they wanted to." "We're careful not to all gather in one place," Taviano supplied. "San Francisco drew the short straw." The short straw. She'd heard that term before when Emmanuel hadn't come to support her during what she thought of as the interrogation. "Why wouldn't you be able to gather in one place together?" She frowned at them as they all went silent. Stefano shrugged casually, when she knew he was feeling anything but casual. She could feel the tension around the table. "It stems from hundreds of years ago, a law handed down in our family generations ago. The Saldi family in Sicily murdered the Ferraro family, killing as many members, men, women, and children as they could. The decree that we don't all gather in one place was passed down by those surviving that massacre. It was a long time ago. Just history, really. But we still abide by that rule." Stefano had sworn at Giuseppe Saldi, deliberately goading him. When the two families had feuded for over 100 years or more, why would he feel he was safe talking to the head of a crime family like that, unless the Ferraro family was also a crime family as she'd first suspected? A small, icy finger of unease snaked down her spine. "We're celebrating tonight," Rico said, raising his glass. "To our Francesca. May she be followed by the right ones in a very timely manner." "Hear, hear!" The others chorused and clinked glasses. She had no idea what they were talking about, but they all seemed happy, so she sipped at her drink, smiling, letting herself believe that she could have a big family, that a man would love her the way Stefano seemed to. She didn't deserve it. She hadn't earned it, but she was determined to do so. The talk flowed around her for another hour. She wanted to dance. One more Moscow mule, and she wouldn't care whether it bothered Stefano or not. She leaned close to him. "I'll be right back, Stefano," she said. "I'm heading to the ladies' room, and no, you can't go with me," she hastily added as he rose with her. To her horror, they all stood, the entire table of men. To try to stop the furious blush rising, she tugged at her hand to escape him. "And I'll want to dance, so if you didn't bring your dancing shoes, be prepared for seeing me dancing with another man. That's not happening, Dolcecuore, not unless you want to see bloodshed. Fortunately, I always bring my dancing shoes, and I will be escorting you, so don't argue with me anymore. I don't like it, and it won't do you any good." She blinked rapidly, annoyed. "You seriously can't say things like that to me. I mean it, Stefano. I'm sorry if I annoy you, but if I object to something, I'm going to voice it." He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her in close, her front to his side as they made their way to the restrooms in the VIP section. "Voice it all you like, Francesca. I didn't mean you can't tell me when you disagree. But there isn't any purpose in arguing when it comes to your safety. You won't get your way." Chapter 14. Francesca made her way to the restrooms without looking at Stefano. It was easy enough because she was so close to him she could feel his heat right through his immaculate and extremely expensive pinstripe suit. He was annoying her with his bossy ways, but not enough for her to start a fight over it. She was far too mellow with her 3 Moscow mules, the music, and the feel and smell of Stefano Ferraro. "What's up with the suits?" she murmured, running her hand inside his jacket so she could feel the quality of his impressive dark shirt. "You and all your brothers wear them. Your sister does, and now your cousins. But not all your cousins. They all wear suits, just not pinstripe suits." Stefano hesitated, just slightly, but it was enough of a hesitation that she noticed it and she stopped, forcing him to stop right along with her. Only then did she realize that the party had accompanied them. They were surrounded by his brothers and cousins, including Emilio and Enzo. She was once again in the center, as if they were all guarding her. "Stefano?" Her voice trembled a little. Suddenly, from feeling safe and protected, she feared maybe there was a reason they were all surrounding her. Was it because they'd confirmed that the man staring at her at the deli had been sent by Barry Anthon? She'd continued to work, and he hadn't returned, nor had anyone else shown up. "I'll explain about the suits at home, Bambina." His voice was gentle, once again obviously reading her mood, but not the reason why. She looked around the circle of tough, handsome faces and found herself pressing closer to Stefano. "Is something wrong? Did Barry—" "No." He was emphatic. "We're just watching over you your first time out in a public venue when the paparazzi are here. We're trying to keep them out, but cameras are everywhere." For the first time, she detected a lie. They hadn't tried to keep the paparazzi out. Why would that be? And why would Stefano lie about that when he clearly hadn't lied about anything else? She didn't understand his world. It was filled with intrigue and danger. More, she feared it was filled with violence. She studied his face, taking her time, letting him see her trepidation. He was so beautiful to her, the planes and angles of his face, so absolutely masculine. He looked like a man, not a boy. There wasn't softness to his features, yet he still looked model perfect to her. The long sweep of his eyelashes and deep blue of his eyes, the shadow on his strong jaw, his straight aristocratic nose, and especially his mouth, that sinful, amazing mouth that gave her so many fantasies, all together were perfection. His fingers curled around the nape of her neck, and he bent his head until his forehead touched hers, and he was staring into her eyes. "You gave me you, Francesca. Give me your trust." She went up on tiptoes and put her mouth to his ear. "You just told me a lie about the paparazzi, Stefano. You wanted them here." She expected him to be upset that she caught his lie, but instead he looked inexplicably pleased and proud of her. "We'll sort out your questions in time. For now, Bella, just trust me." She took a breath, inhaled him right through her nose, her mouth, her very pores, until she was taking him deep into her body. He had wound himself so tightly around her bones and heart that she knew she would never get him out. She just nodded, because she was incapable of speech. Her heart beat a weirdly frantic tattoo, and blood thundered in her ears so loud she couldn't hear anything but her own driving need. She touched her tongue to her bottom lip. His face was so close. The tip of her tongue touched his lip as well. "Bambina, right now, go into the restroom while you still can. When you come out, we'll dance, and then I'm going to take you home and fuck you all night." He whispered the promise against her lips, and it felt like he was already doing just that. Her sex clenched and went damp. Her nipples tightened. Her breathing went ragged. He lifted his forehead from hers and turned her toward the restroom. She wasn't entirely certain she could take those last few steps to the entrance on her wobbly legs, but she managed, slipping into a stall and closing her eyes, savoring the way Stefano could make her feel with just a few words. Perversely, she even liked him bossy when he was telling her what to do sometimes. She liked that he was decisive, confident, and willing to take charge. She supposed when she was thinking about other things besides sex that might make her a little crazy. But right now, that was part of the chemistry. To her dismay, when she emerged to wash her hands, the three blondes were there. Janice, in her venomous glory, was leaning down to sniff a line of cocaine right off the sink. Francesca raised an eyebrow but said nothing, going to the opposite end of the sink to the last basin. Doreen nudged Stella. "Little Miss Goody Two-Shoes is giving us the shocked eye." Francesca swept her gaze over the three women coolly. "Not shocked, just a little horrified. That can't be too sanitary." "Sanitary?" Janice straightened, rubbing her nose to get the white powder clinging there off. "You're going home with Stefano Ferraro, and you want to talk sanitary? Do you really think a little virginal thing like you is going to hold a man like that for more than one night? He likes spice, honey. He likes a woman to know what she's doing in his bed. You don't look like you know your way around a cock without a diagram." The three women erupted into crude laughter. Francesca took the warm towel from the attendant, who met her eyes just for a moment. Sympathy plain there. Maybe even a show of support. That quick, with just one brief moment taking her eyes off the other women, Doreen stepped behind her arms whipping around Francesca, holding her in place. A toilet flushed in one of the stalls. Stella called out, stepping in close to Francesca. "Stay in the stall, bitch, unless you want to get hurt. You," she indicated the attendant, "go find somewhere else to be." Francesca forced herself to remain calm, when her temper was rising at an alarming rate. "Are you kidding me right now? You're grown women. You have careers. This is absolutely ridiculous. Doreen, let go of me. We're going to see how much Stefano likes his little virgin when he sees she's really a coke-whore," Janice snarled, her eyes so narrow they appeared to be twin bright slits. Doreen tried to push Francesca forward toward the sink, and when Francesca resisted, Stella joined forces, shoving hard. Francesca was horrified. It had never occurred to her that three successful women, all grown and supposedly sophisticated and elegant, would resort to such childish and criminal assault. She realized they really meant it. They were going to push her face into the cocaine Janice had smeared on the sink. She slammed her heel hard into Doreen's shin, scraped down it so that she tore Doreen's stockings and stomped hard on her foot. Doreen screamed out a string of ugly curses and flung Francesca forward into the sink. Francesca hit hard against the marble, but she spun around before Stella could push her face into the white powder. Janice shoved her open hand into Francesca's face in an attempt to coat Francesca's nose and mouth with the drug. Suddenly, Janice was dragged backward, and Emmanuelle was there, moving so fast she seemed a blur of motion, barely discernible as she smoothly and efficiently dispatched all three women, using her hands and feet. One moment they were all standing, and the next they were on the floor, faces swelling and bloody. All three cried, makeup running down their faces. Emmanuelle stood over them, contempt on her face, her body posture threatening. She looked every inch of Ferraro, a woman no one would ever want to mess with. "Are you okay, Francesca?" In spite of her clear threat toward the three women trying to push themselves up onto their hands and knees, she appeared as calm and relaxed as ever. "Yes, they didn't hurt me." "Stay still," Emmanuelle hissed, nudging Janice with her foot. "You just tried to drug my future sister-in-law. She's Stefano's fiancée. What do you think he's going to do when he finds out what you've done?" The faces turned up toward them went very pale. Doreen began to cry. The three of them made no move to get off the floor, obeying Emmanuelle's directive. Francesca checked her face in the mirror to make certain there was no trace of the white powder. "I'm fine. We don't need to share this with Stefano." "Yes, we do," Emmanuelle said firmly. "You can never keep anything from Stefano. Never, Francesca, especially when you've received threats. The slightest threat needs to be shared with the family." Francesca took a breath. Emmanuelle was saying much more than what appeared on the surface of her admonishment, but what it was, Francesca had no idea. Still, in spite of the fact that Emmanuelle was very small, even shorter than Francesca, she appeared a woman of sheer steel. Slowly, Francesca nodded. "Let me tell him." Emmanuelle gave her a look. "You'll give him a lame version, and that's not going to fly, Francesca. What they tried to do to you was criminal. You could have been seriously hurt, all because they were jealous." She toed Janice with her Jimmy Choo sandal. "You're going to lose everything, you skank. Your money, your career, your friends, everything. He would never have dated you, any of you, not in a million years." She poured contempt into her voice. "Trying to harm Francesca because she's everything you're not is just plain stupid." "Emmanuelle," Francesca intervened softly. Emmanuelle had the Ferraro trait of being intimidating. "Let's go." Emmanuelle looked as if she wanted to start with physical violence all over again, but she stalked to the sink and washed her hands, smiling sweetly at the attendant and then pushing a large tip into her hands. She caught Francesca's arm, and they left the restroom, the three women still on the floor, afraid to move, afraid of going against Emmanuel's orders before she left the room. Uneasiness crept into Francesca's mind. The three women were terrified of Emmanuel, or at least of the threats she made. "Stefano can't really wreck their careers, can he?" she asked, already afraid she knew the answer. Emmanuel just leveled a look at her. Francesca's heart lurched and then began to pound. The moment they had taken 4 steps out of the restroom and Stefano got a look at her, he claimed her, taking her hand and pulling her into the shelter of his body. His hand swept over her hair in a little caress. What happened? He chose to look at his sister for an explanation rather than to Francesca. Her temper flared. "Seriously, Stefano? Your skanky women tried to assault me. That's what happened." She was rather shocked at the instant reaction. The crowd of his brothers and cousins went silent. Rico, in particular, looked horrified. His gaze met Stefano's over her head. All of them reflected the same emotions. All of them. The brothers and cousins. Shock, anger. The collective rage was so strong it was difficult to breathe with the violent tension filling the air. Stefano looked like thunder, a dark storm gathering in his vivid blue eyes. Stefano actually made to move past her, heading toward the restrooms, his face reflecting his rage. "I'm all right." Francesca caught his arm, halting him, hastening to reiterate. "Emmanuel came along and went all superwoman on them." "What exactly did these women try to do to you?" He bit out each word between clenched white teeth, all the while smoldering with fury. She swallowed down the truth and went for a less dramatic version. "They had the idea that if I had a little of their cocaine on my face, you'd not find me so attractive." Emmanuel coughed delicately behind her hand. Francesca glared at Stefano's sister, giving her a wide-eyed plea after. Francesca couldn't believe how angry the Ferraro clan was over the incident, and she feared for the three women when they emerged from the restrooms. Emmanuel had already beaten them up. Aside from pressing criminal charges, which Francesca wouldn't do, she was never going to the police again. There wasn't much else to be done. "I said exactly." Stefano caught her chin and tilted her face up toward his blue gaze inspecting every inch of her, looking for damage. "Exactly." There was no getting around Stefano in this mood, or the others for that matter. They had sucked all the breathable air available and left behind a heavy layer of oppressive anger. The three of them, Janice, Doreen, and Stella, seem very upset that you aren't continuing your relationship with them. They were in the restroom doing a little pick-me-up cocaine right off the bathroom sink, which has to be totally unsanitary. "Francesca, Dios, woman, you are making me crazy. Just tell me." Someone snickered. She thought it was Vittorio, and she was grateful to him for lightening the mood because the air became a little less oppressive, and she felt like she could actually breathe. "Their idea was to smash my face in the powder. Doreen grabbed me from behind, and Stella helped her. Janice tried to rub the coke into my nose and mouth." She rushed the story, hoping by telling it really fast, no one would actually hear the panic in her voice. The panic she had refused to feel when the three women had attempted to assault her. Stefano cursed loud and long, first in Italian, and he was very inventive, and then in English, and he was very expressive. "I believe these women reside in New York," Salvatore stated, his voice implying all sorts of things that scared Francesca. Her gaze jumped to his face. "Emmanuel took care of it," she reminded softly. "She beat the crap out of them." Stefano shook his head. "No one touches you, Francesca. Not ever. The three of them won't have a fucking thing left when we get through with them." His hands ran over her, as if inspecting for damage. Fucking bitches. They knew the score. They wanted publicity, and they got it. They'll be getting more than they can ever handle now. He looked at his cousin Enzo and nodded, just once. but Francesca was certain Stefano was giving his cousin an order. Enzo walked a distance away, punched in a number, and put his cell phone to his ear. Stefano curled his palm around the nape of Francesca's neck. "I haven't been with any of them for over a year." "But they kept trying," Francesca pointed out. "The first night I was in your apartment, they called you, sent you pictures." "Mostly Janice. She was the worst of them. I should have known it was a mistake to hook up with her." Francesca winced and looked down at her hands. This was all too much for her. Life in the fast lane wasn't for her. She wasn't in their league with their fast hookups and casual sex. She didn't work like that. The music pounded a beat in her head. The lights moved in a variety of colors throughout the room. Bodies swayed or danced to the beat while the sound of conversation and ice clinking in glasses felt like shards of glass pressing into her head. Why had she ever thought she had a chance with a man like Stefano Ferraro? It hurt to think of him with women like Doreen, Stella, and Janice. It didn't lessen the hurt because the encounters were casual. Il mio piccolo bell'amore. "I can't change the past as much as I'd like to," he said softly. "I can only tell you that you have my future. Only you." He said it out loud, right in front of his family. His blue eyes held hers captive, and she couldn't help but read the sincerity there or hear the honesty in his voice. "I'm sorry these women tried to hurt you, dolce cuore. I'll take care of it. You need a female bodyguard to accompany you into dressing rooms and restrooms, Francesca. I'll get on that immediately. Emilio and Enzo have a sister, Enrica." "No," she shook her head. "I'm not going to have a bodyguard. I won't, Stefano. And there's not a single thing you can say that will change my mind." His eyebrow went up, and his mouth settled into a hard line. "It's a matter of your safety, Francesca," he reminded quietly. He didn't argue, she remembered. She sighed. "Let's just drop it, Stefano. The three of them are hiding out in the restroom and probably will remain there until we leave." Stefano shook his head, looked to Emilio and Enzo, who was back. "The police have been called." She went white. She knew she did. She felt the color draining from her face, and she shook her head adamantly. "No, I don't want to make out a report or bring charges against them. I don't want to talk to the police, Stefano, not ever again." Salvatore's white teeth flashed, and he nodded approvingly. "Good girl. This is a family matter. We don't talk to the police. Not ever." She didn't understand what he meant by that, because already she could hear sirens above the music, which meant the police were right outside. Enzo must have called them on Stefano's orders. "You aren't going to press charges, Francesca," Stefano said gently. "The police have been notified that the attendant in the ladies' room observed 3 women using and selling cocaine in large amounts. The police will find plenty of evidence to back this charge up. No one will mention an assault, especially not Janice, Stella, or Doreen. They can kiss their careers goodbye." Her hand went defensively to her throat as bouncers escorted 6 police officers along the edge of the dance floor back toward the ladies' room. Rico, at Stefano's nod, followed Emilio and Enzo. She guessed to represent the Ferraro family as owners. "Stefano, actresses and actors and singers tend to do better whether publicity is negative or positive." "Not in this case. My family has an investment in several entertainment fields, including their record label. Every contact has a clause for certain types of behavior. It's never exercised, but it's there in case it's needed." She frowned, realizing he was serious. He'd have the women arrested on drug charges. She knew they were guilty of using, and if they had a large supply, they very well could be guilty of selling. Shouldn't being arrested and having to defend themselves in court be enough karma for them? No. Every brother and cousin, as well as Emmanuel, replied at the same time. She could see the paparazzi were already moving into position to get pictures of whatever scandal was happening at the club. The circle of men tightened around her and Emmanuel as the police brought out the 3 singers, and flashes went off like mad. Most of those dancing on the floor turned to watch the 3 women being escorted out. Janice, Stella, and Doreen looked terrible, Their makeup was smeared all over their faces, and they looked as if they'd been partying for hours, vomiting and sleeping on the bathroom floor. Plus they looked bruised, with swollen faces from Emmanuel kicking their asses. The photographs that would appear in the magazines were not going to be flattering in the least. Francesca couldn't help the little pang of pity. Maybe we should— Enough, Bambina. They're getting what they asked for. They would have forced drugs on you and painted you in a light that was far from flattering. I've been painted in that light for a long time, Stefano. He took her hand and tugged her close to him. I believe I owe you a dance or two. Uh-oh, Stefano, Rico said. At your 5 o'clock. Beside her, Francesca felt Emmanuel stiffen. She reached out without thinking and took Stefano's sister's hand. She had no idea why. Emmanuel oozed confidence and poise. Nothing seemed to shake her, until now. The tension surrounding the brothers and cousins shot right back up until it stretched to a breaking point. Carefully, mostly because Emmanuel's fingers tightened around hers as if she was a lifeline, Francesca turned her head in the direction of 5 o'clock. A tall, very handsome man emerged from the crowd, striding toward them. He had broad shoulders and very dark, nearly black hair spilling down his forehead into vivid green eyes. He wore a white shirt and expensive dark slacks. A second man kept pace with him, a little shorter and clearly arrogant. He moved with the fluid motion of a boxer, and the crowd parted for him. Valentino Saldi and his cousin Dario Bosco. Vittorio identified. Son of a bitch. What would they be doing here? Stefano shrugged. Apparently, Tidwell got his throat cut tonight, right in the middle of Giuseppe's home. Giuseppe must not have believed me when I told him we were having a celebration tonight, and I was nowhere near his house. The brothers grinned at one another, exchanging smug looks with their cousins. Francesca's heart gave another hard jerk. She was missing something important, but already the men had schooled their faces into their expressionless masks. "Who the hell is Tidwell?" Salvatore asked. "He was Francesca's landlord," Emmanuel explained. "I told you about what a pervert he was, remember? Pure slime. He was staying at Giuseppe Saldi's house. Giuseppe's nephew is married to Tidwell's aunt. They both were staying there for protection. Can you believe it? From us," Stefano explained. She claimed she was swimming in the pool, and he was in a lounger right beside it. The pool is indoors and right smack in the center of Saldi's house. When the aunt emerged from the pool, there was her nephew, dead, throat cut, and no one heard or saw a thing. I guess they sent Valentino to the club to check our alibis. "That's horrible," Francesca said. She couldn't really conjure up much distress, not when the man had raped women and had planned to rape her. Still, she felt sorry for his aunt. Stefano swept his hand down Francesca's back in a caress meant to comfort. "If you prefer not to endure the stench of all things Saldi," he said to his cousins from New York, "you don't have to stick around for introductions." "We'd prefer to stay," Salvatore declared. Francesca expected Emmanuel to drop her hand, but she didn't. If anything, she moved a little closer to Francesca, as if for protection. Francesca didn't get it, not with all her brothers and cousins towering over them, but she shifted her body subtly to bring herself just in front of Emmanuel, partially blocking her from the newcomer's sight. "Stefano," Valentino said, walking right up to the group, showing no fear or hesitation. "My uncle told me you were having a party, but he didn't say what you were celebrating tonight." His sharp gaze took in the strangers from New York as well as Francesca, before coming to rest on Emmanuel. "I see you even let the little princess out tonight. I wouldn't have thought she was old enough for a nightclub." "Bite me, Val," Emmanuel snapped. "Any time, Emme." Valentino ignored the way her brothers shifted closer. "Just say when and where." Even in the dark, it was easy to see the way his gaze drifted insolently from her head to her toes, taking in every detail. "I can see you're hurting for money, babe. You couldn't afford an entire dress tonight? Stefano, you should help the poor girl out." "Are you always so rude?" Francesca demanded, mostly because Emmanuel's fingers bit so deep into her hand she was afraid her bones would break. She would never have guessed that anyone could upset Emmanuel with a few nasty comments. Stefano instantly shifted his body, thrusting Francesca behind him. The brothers closed in from either side and behind her, forming a solid wall between the two women and Valentino Saldi. "Why do you do that, Val?" Stefano asked. "Why pick on a woman? I don't get it, but then I never have." Valentino shrugged. "Emme always rubs me the wrong way. I don't know why, but I'll apologize if that's what you want." "Not me," Emmanuel said. "It wouldn't be sincere anyway, so what's the point? Just go away. We're celebrating my brother's engagement." The bottom fell out of Francesca's stomach. Right to the floor. She was suddenly on a runaway train with no way to jump off. Valentino's gaze jumped to her face. He looked genuinely shocked. "Engagement? Stefano?" He recovered quickly enough, smiling gallantly. "Congratulations, Stefano. I'm happy for you." Strangely, in that moment, Valentino Saldi sounded sincere. His voice rang with honesty. There was no mistaking it. "Francesca, Valentino Saldi and his cousin Dario Bosco." Stefano introduced with more than a little charm, but he didn't move, preventing the two men from getting close to her. Dario nodded abruptly. Valentino's smile crept into his eyes. "I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable, Francesca, and that's a genuine apology. Stefano's a lucky man. Emmanuel, one dance before I go." It wasn't a request. He sounded every bit as arrogant and bossy as Stefano. Francesca was certain Emmanuel would tell him to go to hell. Her brothers and cousins all bristled, making it clear from the swell of anger vibrating around them that they weren't happy with the order. Emmanuel hesitated, but then her fingers loosened the death grip around Francesca's hand, and she stepped out from behind her family. Valentino held out his hand. Francesca inhaled sharply as Emmanuel put her much smaller hand in his, and allowed him to lead her onto the dance floor. Dario followed his cousin, keeping pace right behind him, clearly acting the part of a bodyguard. "Why the hell does she do that?" Taviano demanded. "Every damn time. She lets that bastard order her around." "She's diffusing the situation," Vittorio said. "It works." "It only works because he has our sister in his hands and we can't beat the holy hell out of him," Giovanni said. Stefano tugged at Francesca's hand, and she went with him onto the dance floor. The others followed, each catching up the hand of a woman as they passed her. Francesca felt sorry for the ladies dancing with the Ferraro family. The women were thrilled, but she knew the brothers and cousins had only taken to the dance floor to surround Emmanuel and Valentino in a show of strength. Emmanuel had her head resting against Valentino's broad chest, her eyes closed as they moved in perfect rhythm to the music. Francesca loved dancing. She'd always felt the music intensely, heard every instrument individually and then together to form, with her body, a perfect harmony. Adding Stefano to the equation only amplified the feeling. She danced with partners, but none felt a perfect match in the way she felt with Stefano, as if the two of them shared the same blood running through their veins, shared their skin and bones. Desire rose, sharp and intense, until she drifted, caught in his spell, caught by the rising tide of lust and passion that surrounded her, that consumed her. Francesca nuzzled Stefano's chest, breathing him in, that scent unique to him that filled her lungs and surrounded her heart. She wasn't certain how he'd managed to penetrate her armor and gain her trust, but he had. She had questions, but the answers didn't seem to matter when she was close to him. She had to believe that he was real, that he was innately good, because it was already too late for her. If he wasn't as he seemed, if what was building between them wasn't real for him, she wasn't certain how she would survive. His hand slid down her back, following the curve of her spine along the seam of her dress. She was acutely aware of his body, pressed so tightly against hers. His erection was hard and unashamed, a long, thick reminder of his need to possess her, burning a brand against her ribs, nearly nestling between her breasts. She shivered as his hand caressed her through the thin material of her dress. She felt every tiny movement, his muscles rippling beneath his elegant clothes, his breath against her hair. When he turned his head, the way his lips brushed against her temple. His hand slipped lower to her thigh, and his fingers began to write his name on her bare skin, branding her. His. She never felt so alive, every nerve ending in her body on fire. Her breasts ached, her nipples hard little peaks, rubbing against him as they moved in perfect synchronization. Her body coiled tighter and tighter until she wanted to weep with a need for release. A fire built, roaring now, between her legs. Her panties were damp, and all she could think about was his fingers so close to where her clit throbbed and burned for his touch. She heard a small, strangled moan escape. She needed relief desperately. She needed his mouth on hers, his hands on her, fingers in her, and his cock, so hot, so thick and demanding. She needed that most of all. Stefano. She whispered his name, knowing she was pleading, but she didn't care. Me too, amore. We'll get out of here as soon as possible. She loved that she wasn't the only one, that he felt the same desperation. She tilted her face upward to look at him, needing to see the raw desire stamped there, needing to know his need was as great as her own. What she saw there made her breath catch in her throat. His hard features were stamped with absolute possession, with an urgency and passion she knew she couldn't yet compete with, that only brought on a fresh flood of liquid heat. He took her mouth, abruptly, almost savagely. His tongue was demanding, not giving her a chance to catch up. He just swept her away on that tidal wave of sheer feeling. She couldn't think and didn't want to. There was only her body and his, moving together with the music flowing through them, binding them together with fire, need and the symphony of sound. He kissed her again and again, until she thought she might faint with absolute hunger. She didn't know a man's mouth could be so ravenous. She didn't know his cock could be so hard or his arms so strong, his body like steel. She didn't know his taste would be so addicting, or that he could wipe out every sane thought and replace it with sheer, absolute need. Her blood thundered in her ears, the beat matching the drum in the song. The beat pulsed in her clit, the clenching in her sex following the persistent clenching of her inner muscles and the spasm that accompanied every touch of Stefano's fingers. I've got to have you, Francesca. Be inside you. Right fucking now. He breathed the words into her mouth, darkly sensual, his eyes hooded, hungry. The terrible tension coiled tighter. Let's leave. Just go, she whispered back. Embarrassed that her need of him was so strong she would have let him have her right there in that club, somewhere dark, against the wall, on the floor. It didn't matter as long as he was filling her, taking away the ache that had built into a terrible conflagration. We'll go, Dolce Cuore, in another minute. I've got to get myself under control. She wasn't certain she wanted him under control, but she liked that he needed to get himself that way. That meant he was every bit as affected as she was. They moved together on the dance floor, Stefano using the music to guide her closer to an exit. She suddenly felt uneasy, coming out of the cocoon Stefano had woven around her. She blinked, keeping her cheek pressed to his chest, right over his heart, but she looked around the darkened room. Stefano's hand stroked the back of her thigh, high, under her dress, and she was acutely aware of the pads of his fingers against her bare skin. He traced letters, his name there as well. This time his fingertips slid along the seam of her cheeks and thigh, right where they met, rubbing caresses, continuing to build that terrible, needy ache. She moistened her lips, her gaze moving around the other dancers, aware suddenly that they weren't alone. She'd been so deep into the sexual web Stefano drew over her that she'd forgotten where they were, that they were surrounded. Those dancing close were his family members, keeping their backs to Stefano, but very close so that no one else could penetrate that circle. Valentino Saldi had disappeared, and Emanuele was dancing with a man she didn't know. Joanna and Mario were all over each other, Joanna looking flushed and happy some distance away. The strange uneasiness grew stronger in Francesca, in spite of the fact that no one seemed to be paying the least bit of attention to Stefano or her. She was grateful, because she was letting him touch her very inappropriately for their surroundings. She should have stopped him, but she felt as if she needed his touch on her bare skin just to survive. She looked carefully around the crowd again, and her gaze met a man dancing very close to the exit Stefano guided her toward. A shiver went down her spine. He was dressed in very nice clothes, his hair falling around his face. He held a woman in his arms, but she could tell he barely noticed her. It was the same man she'd seen in Petrov's pizzeria. It was the same man who had stood outside Mashi's deli and had drawn a finger across his throat in a gesture meant to frighten her. He was a distance away, but she felt his malevolence toward her. Suddenly, she wasn't so certain Barry Anthon had sent him. "What's wrong?" Stefano stopped on the dance floor, his hand going under her chin to lift her face so he could look at her. Her gaze slid to his, and then she turned her head to look back toward the man. The crowd of dancers had come between them, and when they moved to the music, providing gaps, he wasn't there. She shivered again. If she told Stefano, he'd turn the place upside down looking for the man. Francesca pressed herself tighter against Stefano. "Take me out of here. I want to be alone with you." It was the truth. The stark honesty would be impossible to miss. The need and rising hunger in her was just as plain as the honesty, but she didn't care if she was blatantly throwing herself at him. She needed Stefano Ferraro, even if she could only have him for a short time, before everything bad in her life caught up with her, and it would. She wanted as much time with Stefano as possible before that happened. Chapter 15. Stefano kept Francesca's body very close to his as they rode the elevator up to his apartment, so close she could feel the heat of his body scorching her right through her clothes. The pads of his fingers continued to trace his name along the back of her thigh, up close to the cheeks of her butt, his fingertips brushing along her bottom as well. She'd worn a thong, and he had a lot of skin to explore. He did so almost absently, while she was a bundle of nerves, her heart beating wildly out of control. His arm was a steel band just under her breasts, locking her in front of him. His erection was long and thick and jerked hard against her back as the elevator ascended. He didn't speak, but the hand tracing his name into her skin suddenly cupped her bottom, fingers pressing deep, almost to the point of pain, but it was an exquisite pain, sending darts of fire straight to her sex. The elevator jerked to a stop and the doors opened. He caught her up without preamble, just swung her into his arms as if he couldn't take another moment without her. He strode into the apartment, straight to the nearest surface, the long, narrow, gleaming sideboard that jutted out from the decorative post to serve as a partial room divider. Sweeping the sideboard clean of the books, he laid her down, his body coming over hers to pin her there. Stefano's mouth found hers, and the kiss was unlike anything she'd ever known. Devastatingly sweet, turned instantly hot, hard and demanding. The kiss continued to evolve, going rough and insistent before his mouth left hers and began to trail a path of kisses, nips and licks down to her chin. Francesca's hands clutched either side of his skull, holding on in an effort to stay anchored and sane as he continued kissing his way down her throat. He sucked gently at her skin and then laved the spot with his tongue before proceeding to the next spot, as though he planned to cover every inch of her with teeth, lips, and tongue. His hand slid up her inner thigh, the pads of his fingers like hot brands, tracing his name into her sensitive skin there. She squirmed, bucking her hips, needing more contact, feeling as though a fire burned out of control between her legs. He caught at the front of her dress, the beautiful, exquisite designer dress he had bought her, and ripped the thin material right down the front, so that her generous breast spilled out. Instantly his mouth covered her right breast, pulling her nipple deep. The nearly painful pleasure had her arching her back, trying to come up off the narrow sideboard, a little cry of pure need escaping. The hand at her thigh caught at her damp panties, tugged hard and tossed them away, onto the elegant floor of his apartment. Francesca could feel the hard, cool surface of the marble sideboard against her bare butt. His fingers went straight, unerringly to her clit, and another strangled sound escaped, this one nearly a sob. "Stefano." His name came out low, needy, more of a whispered pant than anything else. "That feels extraordinary." His mouth moved over the curve of her breast, suckling gently, and then he lifted his head, his fingers still working between her legs. His gaze was fierce, possessive, the blue so dark with hunger her womb spasmed. "How many men have fucked you?" Shocked, she let her eyes fly open and both hands went to his wrist, the one between her legs. She tried to pull his hand away, but he was far too strong. She couldn't sit up, couldn't move. He had her pinned there like a butterfly stretched out on a mat. "Stefano, answer me. How many?" She blushed, an entire body blush. Her body had melted until she felt boneless, incapable of fighting the flood of need his fingers produced. He didn't look away from her, his blue eyes boring into her, mesmerizing, demanding her response. "That's none of your business." Her voice was low, shaky even. He was scaring her just a little bit. She was alone with him, and her body had long since betrayed her. She knew she would never get over wanting him. His mouth, his touch. She felt empty, and she needed him to fill her. "Fucking answer me now, Francesca." Even his voice was scary. She couldn't imagine anyone disobeying him. He didn't raise his voice. In fact, if anything, he lowered it. She lay there, totally exposed, naked, his fingers inside of her, moving in a hard, stroking rhythm that sent her brain into total chaos. She moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue and capitulated. "One. I've had one man. Once." He stilled, even his fingers. She writhed, bucked her hips, needing those strokes. She'd been close, so close, and now it was all fading away. He was still in his suit, even his jacket, and she was naked, her bare butt on a marble sideboard. Her hips moved involuntarily, but he didn't take the hint. "One? Once? Did the fucker even get you off?" He sounded angry, as if her admission had enraged him. Now, even the fact that his finger was still pressed over her clit and another one had worked its way inside her, stretching her, causing a slow burn, couldn't keep that feeling of terrible need going. She pulled desperately at his wrist, trying to remove his hand so she could sit up. "Stefano, let me up." "Not a fucking chance in hell, Francesca. Now answer me. Did he make you come? Was it at least good for you? Did he take his time?" "Why are you asking me?" This was so humiliating. He was pure stone, with the exception of his eyes. She hadn't known blue could turn into a flame. That desire could be so intense it was stamped into every line of his face. "Bambina." He made an effort to gentle his voice. "My cock is as hard as a fucking steel spike. In case you haven't noticed, I'm on the very edge of my control. I don't want to hurt you, and I need to know just how much you can take. I'm feeling rough, brutal even. I want to fuck you so hard you feel my cock all the way in your belly, in your throat. So please answer me, dolce cuore." One possessive hand swept down her body, from her neck to the V at the junction of her legs. The finger pressing down on her clit moved, circled, sent waves of lightning streaking through her. Just like that, she couldn't see straight, couldn't move. She belonged to him, would always belong to him. Francesca shook her head. "No, it wasn't good." The admission came out a whisper. "You've made me feel more just now than I ever felt with him." There was a silence as his blue gaze moved over her body. "You're mine, Francesca." He made the statement quietly. Her heart pounded. It was the way he said it, the way his blue gaze branded her, every inch of her. "Your body is mine. No one touches you. No one else ever puts their hands or their mouth on you. I'm not easy, Dolce Cuore, but I'm yours. I swear that to you. I'm yours, and I'm going to make you feel so good." He didn't wait for a reply, bending to take her mouth. Her heart stuttered as his declaration and kiss swept every bit of sanity out of her head. He kissed his way to the swell of her breast, sucking and nipping with his teeth until the little stings and soothing caresses had her gasping for breath and moaning low in her throat. His mouth and teeth trailed fire right down the center of her body, to her belly button, where he paused to swirl and dip his tongue. And then his mouth continued the journey, to claim every inch of her body. He sucked hard in spots, bit down until she jumped or cried out with the shocking bite of pain, and then the soothing caress of his tongue. Just like that, he took her back to that place, surrounded by him, willing to be his, needing him. He dragged her body closer to the edge, forcing her legs over his shoulders as he continued the assault on her senses, his tongue sweeping across her clit so that she nearly jumped right out of her skin. She heard her low, keening cry filling the room as his tongue began a dance over her most sensitive spot, flicking hard and then softly stroking until she thought she'd go insane with need. He began to suckle, a strong, hard pull, while his tongue continued to flick and tease until she was thrashing wildly. Nothing had prepared her for his assault on her nerve endings. Not that first fumbling boy who had come too fast and left her hurting and embarrassed, vowing never to try sex again. Not her own fingers when she was desperate for something she didn't understand, chasing a feeling that would never come. Stefano was relentless, not giving her time to think or breathe. He just took over her body, his fingers sliding into her wet tightness, curving, finding that perfect spot deep inside she hadn't even known existed. The gathering tension coiled so tightly she knew a tsunami was coming. "Touch your nipples, Francesca," he ordered. "Pinch and pull, hard, like I did. Don't be afraid of being rough. You like that. Every time I bit down, I could feel how wet you got for me. So hot, so slick. I want to watch you." She'd never done anything like that, but she didn't think to disobey him. Her hands slid up her body to cup the weight of her breasts in her palms, and then she flicked her nipples experimentally. She wanted his mouth back. He was poised, right there. She could feel his breath on her clit, his lips so close. His eyes, those twin blue flames, burned into her, watching her, waiting for her to do as he told her. She knew if she didn't, he wouldn't give her what she wanted. Her fingers pinched her nipples, tugged, rolled. "Harder, Bella." His lips, when he spoke, teased her clit. A moan escaped. His demands only made her body climb higher with need. She did as he said, tugging harder, pinching and pulling. Streaks of fire raced straight to her center so that her inner muscles spasmed, contracted. So close, the terrible pressure building even more. His shoulders held her legs spread wide, while his mouth worked at her, and his finger continued to push that need to the breaking point. She writhed and tried to push against him. She needed a moment, just one moment to catch her breath, to get back her sanity, to try to still her wild mind enough to think, but he pressed one hand flat on her belly, fingers splayed wide, easily controlling her, holding her in place so that she had no choice but to plead for release. She begged him as he took her close several times, but stopped or slowed before she could tip over the edge. He plunged a second finger into her without any warning, simultaneously giving her an order. "Now, baby, come for me now." She did, screaming as her body shattered, fragmented, her back arching, her hips bucking, a sob welling up as the tsunami roared through her. Stefano's blue eyes were dark with satisfaction, arrogance stamped into every sensual line. He slowly straightened, taking her legs with him as he did so. He ran his hands over her body, from her breasts, down her narrow ribcage to her belly, and then along her thighs. Francesca couldn't move, her body so boneless she thought she might have melted into the marble she lay on. He reached down and caught both her wrists in one hand, pulling his tie from around his neck with the other. He wrapped the soft tie quickly around her wrists and then pulled her arms above her head, securing the loop he'd made into a hook built into the wall at the end of the sideboard. He accomplished the entire thing with dizzying speed. She actually didn't comprehend what he'd done until he stepped back from the table, slowly shrugging out of his jacket, his eyes never leaving her face. He smiled, a feral, predatory smile as he slowly unbuttoned his shirt, while the fact dawned on her that she was his captive. Francesca tugged at her hands, still dazed, watching him as his hand slowly undid his belt buckle and unzipped the fly of his trousers. "Stefano?" Her voice was weak with excitement and trembling with fear. "You're all mine, amore, and you're going to have no doubts about that by the end of this night." She had no doubts already, and watching him remove his trousers to reveal his heavy erection only added to the scorching heat building so fast inside her. He was impressive and beautiful to her. She had never thought a man could look so hot as he stepped in close again. "You on birth control, Francesca?" he asked. His hand slid down her belly to the junction of her legs. His hand stayed right there, waiting for her answer. She couldn't find her voice, so she just nodded. "I'm clean, dolce cuore. I've never fucked a woman without being gloved, not ever." He had her spread wide still, his body forcing her legs apart while his hand circled the girth of his cock. "You come when I tell you, Francesca. You understand me, bambina? When I say. I'm going to make this good for you, but you listen to me and do what I say." She shivered at the sheer arrogance, at the intense hunger in his hooded gaze. He bent to flick her nipple with his tongue, and then he used his teeth, biting down while he rubbed the head of his cock over her clit, back and forth. She nearly exploded again, the bite of pain adding to the pleasure storming through her. Francesca hadn't thought it would be possible to be so needy again so fast, but within moments she was squirming, trying to impale herself on that teasing spike that rubbed so seductively over her very sensitive bud. "Look at me, Francesca. Keep your eyes open and keep looking at me while I take you." The hard authority in his voice sent more liquid heat to bathe her entrance. He mesmerized her, captured her with his sheer personality. She couldn't have looked away even if the room filled with people. She was well and truly his. Stefano slid his cock inch by inch, as slowly as he possibly could, into Francesca's scorching sheath, drawing out the moment as long as possible, savoring the feeling of her oh-so-fucking tight channel reluctantly giving way for him. He could feel every heartbeat right through his cock. He'd never been so hard in his life, so near the loss of control when control was everything to him. It might make him the biggest bastard in the world, but he liked that she was his to teach all the things he liked, the things he needed. He was a jealous son of a bitch, although that trait was brand new, just emerging since he'd found her. But the thought of another man with his cock inside her made him killing crazy. He could understand why he'd been taught discipline at an early age. One couldn't hunt down some boy who had stolen his woman's virginity from him and kill him, although he acknowledged the urge to do so was there. He didn't ask his name because he didn't fully trust himself to act in a civilized manner. He didn't feel civilized when he was around Francesca. He felt primitive, a savage brute who would keep his woman away from other men by any means available to him. He loved watching her eyes widen with shock as he pushed through those tight, scorching hot petals. So tight she was strangling the life out of him, but he was going to die a happy man. It was a form of ecstasy, the pleasure and pain mixing until he wasn't sure where one began and the other left off. But there was no way he'd ever stop. No fucking way. Finally, he managed to bottom out, forcing her body to take all of him. He was long and thick, and she was so tight that for a moment he had to fight for control to keep from spilling his seed right there and then. Fucking perfect. He stared down at her, his cock swelling impossibly more at the sight. She was spread out like a feast, his marks all over her, bite marks branding her as his, purple circles coming up where he had suckled her delicate skin, forming a pretty necklace that declared to the world she belonged to a very possessive man. Watching her eyes, he pulled back slowly, savoring the feeling of her tight muscles dragging over his throbbing cock as he withdrew. Blood pounded through the thick, heavy spike in time to his heartbeat, proclaiming his hungry, urgent need. Her eyes widened. Her mouth formed a perfect little O. He loved how she looked, her breasts jutting upward, nipples tight, arms stretched over her head, hands bound together, his marks all over her little curvy, smoking hot body. His, all his. He tried for control, for careful, mindful of her innocence, mindful that she was new at this, but heaven help him, she started moaning, whimpering, mewling like a little kitten. Her body writhed and bucked, and deep inside he felt the tremors, the way her tight muscles milked and gripped. It would have been too much for a saint, and he was the devil himself, so there was no way to stop him from driving deep. Francesca let out a small scream that vibrated right through his cock, destroying his self-control completely. He slammed home, brutally, rough as sin. Fire streaked through him. White lightning. She cried out as his fingers dug deep into her hips and yanked her into him as he hammered into her, over and over, not letting up, taking her, pounding without mercy for either of them. His hands cupped her ass, that beautiful, delectable, edible ass he loved to watch as she walked. He dreamed of her ass, had multiple fantasies about it. He dug his fingers into her and held her pinned, completely immobile while he lost himself in her. He'd never fucked so hard in his life. She screamed when he bore down hard over her clit. Thankfully, that hadn't been a scream of pain. He wasn't certain he could have slowed down or stopped. Francesca stared at him with dazed, shocked eyes, obeying him, remembering on her own to let him see what he was doing to her, how she was reacting. He was out of control, but thank fuck she gave him her eyes so he could ensure she was enjoying what he was doing to her. Her breasts jolted invitingly with every brutal thrust. Her breath came in ragged, gasping pants, adding to the music of her whimpers, screams, and the sound of his name, so breathy he wanted to double his efforts to hear more. He had never seen anything so fucking hot in his life. Stefano couldn't pretend he hadn't been with a lot of women before Francesca. He'd felt momentary pleasure, a lot of pleasure. The truth was, he had an intense job, and fucking was released to him. It was good, and he liked it, but being with Francesca wiped out every other time before her. He knew he would never forget this moment as long as he lived. The way she looked, the way he felt. His cock was in fucking heaven, the pleasure ripping through his body, until every nerve ending he had was a part of the fireball streaking through him. He used his hands to control her hips, to place her in the best position, tilting her until he heard her gasp as his cock sawed over her clit and hit that sweet spot deep inside her over and over. The pounding beat thundered in his ears, roared through his body as he felt her shudder from the pleasure he created with his cock, hitting that perfect spot. He wanted to feel her come apart from the inside. He watched her face, her eyes. Her head thrashed, and she moaned continuously, her breath hissing out of her. She was close, so close. He wanted it all from her. Her orgasm, so strong she convulsed, her submission, so total she knew she belonged to him. He wanted her to know he gave that to her, an all-consuming rush of fucking heaven. "Keep looking at me, Dolce Cuore. Don't look away. Stay with me." Her lashes had begun to drift down, her head turning to one side. At his command, she struggled to obey. "Francesca, come now for me. I want to feel it. Let go for me." He wasn't asking. He poured steel into his voice as he hammered deep. He rammed into her over and over, harder than ever, each thrust jolting her body. He was merciless, relentless, pounding his cock right into her G-spot. "Now, baby," he reiterated. "Let go." Francesca's gaze clung to his, and he knew the exact moment she gave herself to him, the submission, the trust. She let go and gave herself into his keeping. She screamed, loud and long, a wail that filled the room as her sweet, scorching, hot sheath clamped down on his cock like a fucking vice, taking him with her. Her body shook, breasts dancing, hips bucking, legs stiffening as she mewed, her inner muscles convulsing over and over, as her climax ripped through her. Jet after jet of hot seed pumped into her, filling her, prolonging and adding to the strength of her orgasm. He stayed locked to her, feeling her body convulse around his, over and over, the aftershocks nearly as strong as the continuous climax. He had no idea until then that perfection could actually be achieved. But that moment was utter perfection. Looking at her, the dazed look in her eyes, her flushed body covered with his marks and brands. He fucking loved that. His body joined with hers so that they shared the same skin. Her sheath, so scorching hot, surrounding him, still milking his cock while his seed boiled inside of her. He wished he had recorded it, so he could replay his claiming her over and over. If he could have, he would have ordered his name tattooed across her breasts. He'd have it branded on her ass. He wanted every other man in the world to see her like this, under him, in complete and total submission. He'd been a selfish bastard taking her like that, but he wanted her to know who he was, the kind of man she'd be living with. He had been half terrified that she wouldn't be able to take him, but she had loved every single thing he'd done to her. Yeah, she was exactly what he needed in his bed. His woman. A woman he never believed he'd ever have. Not fucking ever. He hadn't believed he would have anything or anyone that was totally his alone. He'd lived his entire life knowing his life wasn't his own and never would be. He'd been born a shadow rider, and that meant he had responsibilities not only to his family, but to others. He couldn't walk away from those responsibilities, not ever. "You're so fucking beautiful, Francesca," he said. "I'm not nearly finished with you. I'm going to take you in so many ways tonight, you'll be so sore you won't be able to move tomorrow." He wanted to come all over her beautiful breasts and rub his seed into her skin, into her pores. Without unlocking himself from her body, he reached up and carefully unhooked his tie and gently pulled her arms down. The movement caused another powerful aftershock so that her sheath clamped down again, massaging life back into his cock. She let out a small whimper, and he immediately ran one hand down her body, from her throat to her belly in a soothing caress. "Relax, amore. Let me get this." He unwrapped her wrists and kneaded her arms, making certain the blood flow hadn't been interrupted. "Do you do that a lot?" The question was hesitant. Her voice trembled. His gaze jumped to hers, trying to assess exactly what she meant, exactly what was bothering her. "Do what?" She gestured with her chin toward his tie. "That. I would have used my belt, but the tie was softer." She took a breath, her face flushing. "Do you tie up all your women, Stefano?" "I've never tied up another woman. Never. Why would I bother? They didn't belong to me, Bambina. You belong to me. Only you." Relief crept into her eyes. It wasn't that he'd tied her hands that bothered her, only the thought that he might have done the same to another woman. He fucking loved that. Reluctantly, he allowed his cock to slip out of her. For one brief moment, he'd been sated. That was already gone. Just seeing her body spread out before him like a feast was enough to get him started again. Catching her ankles, he slowly lowered her legs from his shoulders to the sideboard, and then he reached for her. He swept her into his arms, cradling her close to his body. "Put your arms around my neck." "My clothes—" She looked around her a little helplessly. "Sorry, Bella." He couldn't quite help the laughter in his voice. "I destroyed them." He strode through the large apartment to the master bedroom. Her fingers clutched his shoulder. "My room is the other way." "This is your room. You belong with me." There was no room for argument. She was sleeping in his bed, and would for the rest of her life. "And you'll sleep naked or in some hot little number that I'll rip off you in 3 seconds flat. I want you to feel your soft skin next to me, and know that all I have to do is roll over and push my cock deep inside you any time I feel like it." He took her right through his bedroom to the master bath and set her feet on the tiles. With one arm locking her to him, he ran warm water over a washcloth and then crouched in front of her. "Widen for me, Francesca." She blushed. It was cute as hell, especially given the way he'd fucked her. He tapped her inner thigh when she didn't obey him. She dropped a hand to his shoulder to steady herself, but obediently spread her legs for him. "I'd prefer to do that myself." She had a little snippy bite to her voice that made him smile. "You're mine, Bambina. That makes this my privilege." He carefully washed her thighs, and then pressed the cloth against her slick heat. "Did I hurt you?" She shook her head. "You know you didn't. It was amazing." When he finished, he leaned into her and pressed a kiss in the dark curls. "Go lie on the bed, Francesca, on your stomach." Her small white teeth sank into her lower lip. "Stefano." She broke off when he gave her a hard look. "I'm not fucking around tonight, dolce cuore. I waited too long for you. Go lie on the bed." She took a breath as he stood, deliberately towering over her, crowding her space. "Do you have any idea how scary you can be?" He tipped her face up to his and leaned down to brush a kiss across her mouth. "Sadly, Francesca, you'll get over that all too soon." He turned her around, gave her a swat on her bare ass, at the same time giving her a small push toward the bedroom. Francesca yelped and threw him a smoldering look over her shoulder, one hand rubbing at his handprint on her bottom as she made her way back into the bedroom. He threw back his head and laughed. She was everything. To the outside world, he had it all. But his brothers, his sister, he shook his head, his smile fading. His cousins in New York, the ones in San Francisco and those overseas. Shadow riders. All of them had no life and no hope of one. Not one that belonged to them. Until Francesca. Word had spread fast through the family that Stefano had found a woman, and that not only was she capable of producing shadow riders, But he had fallen for her. They actually had real chemistry. It wouldn't be a marriage of convenience, but a true love match if he could manage to make her fall for him. If he could keep her. For him, Stefano knew there wasn't an if. He would keep her, because now, for him, there wasn't a choice. He couldn't give her up. He wouldn't have done so before he fucked her, but now, after having his cock inside of her, after feeling her tight, scorching body surrounding his, he'd move heaven and earth to make her happy, to keep her. She represented hope for his cousins, for his brothers and sister. If Stefano could find Francesca, they had a chance. He glanced through the open doorway, and his heart nearly stopped. His woman had done as he'd asked. She lay in the middle of the bed, face down, nothing covering her bare body, just stretched out on top of the sheets, her face buried in the crook of her arm. His heart swelled with pride. She was shy with him, a little scared. She had courage, and had shown him more than once that she could stand up to him, but she'd chosen to obey his orders. She'd given him her trust again. He stood there a long time, one hip against the door jamb, his gaze devouring her while emotions he'd never felt before threatened to overwhelm him. He took his time cleaning his cock and thighs before going to her. She didn't move when he put a knee to the bed and then straddled her thighs. "You asleep, Francesca?" "Not yet. Just drifting." The drowsy note in her voice had his cock coming to attention. "Keep drifting." He bent to press a kiss between her shoulder blades, and then he reached down to run his fingers down her left arm. "Give me your hand, dolce cuore." He shackled her wrist with his fingers, and she turned it over. Stefano pulled the ring out of the box sitting on the end table beside his bed and slipped it onto her finger. It looked good there. Perfect. A claim to the world that she belonged to him. If the world couldn't see the necklace of love bites, or the brands he'd put on her skin with his teeth, then his ring would have to do. She pulled her hand to her face the moment he released her. He felt the sharp inhale as she took in the exquisite diamond, surrounded by glittering smaller ones. Smaller, but no less beautiful. "Stefano, I can't wear this." "You'll wear it." He began to massage her shoulders and back, using firm, hard strokes to ease the tension out of her muscles. "It's too expensive. What if I lose it?" He liked that. She wasn't afraid of wearing it to proclaim to the world she was his, only that she might lose it. "Then I'll buy you another one. You're mine, and it matters to me that everyone knows you belong to me. I don't want other women like Janice or Doreen to make you doubt what I feel for you. When you're not right beside me, I want you to have absolute confidence that you're all I'm thinking about. You're the one woman I care about." Her face was turned to one side, but he saw the small smile forming on her soft lips. He slid off of her, his hands catching her around her waist, pulling her up onto her knees, and then pressing her chest to the mattress with one hand, leaving her ass in the air. He knelt behind her, his hands rubbing her bare cheeks. He was extremely fond of her ass, that firm, rounded, almost heart-shaped butt with a small dimple that he couldn't help leaning into to bite. She cried out, but she didn't move from the position he'd placed her in, and when he pushed his fingers into her, he found her slick with her special brand of honey. "I love that you're ready for me, Francesca," he confessed. "I think I'll always be ready for you, Stefano," she admitted. "Just the sound of your voice makes me wet." She couldn't say things like that to him without his cock getting so hard it hurt like a bear. He pressed the broad, weeping head of his cock to her hot entrance and waited a heartbeat. 2. Savoring the moment, loving the look of her. "I want my seed all over you and in you," he declared fiercely. "I want to cover your back, your ass, and your breasts, Francesca, and then rub it in. I want to fuck your mouth and come down your throat. I want you every single way I can have you." Does that scare you?" There was a pause, a silence, while his heart slammed hard in his chest and his cock throbbed with the need to be inside her. "Only because I don't know what I'm doing yet, and I don't ever want to disappoint you," she replied softly. He slammed into her, deep, watched his cock disappear into her, and it was hot just holding himself there, very still while his cock pulsed deep inside her. Taking her this way allowed him to go even deeper. She pushed back, wiggled, reminding him she wanted more. He laughed softly and swatted her heart-shaped ass just to see his handprint there. Another brand. "Eager little thing. You can just wait. I'll give you whatever you're going to get when I'm ready." "Macho much?" she muttered. He flexed his fingers on her hips. He loved when she defied him, or talked back. He loved when she submitted her will to his. He loved her sexy body and the fire she surrounded him with. He really, really loved how fucking tight and scorching hot she was. He eased back, deciding to take his time and make this last. Then he heard her sharp gasp, the ragged little protest as she tried to chase him with her hips, and he took her in another brutal, merciless assault. He hadn't meant to, but her little sexy moans and whimpers, the pleas and soft little sobs, robbed him of control every time. Stefano pounded into her, letting the thunder roar in his ears, hearing the music of her cries, feeling the absolute paradise of her sheath, and he just gave himself up to that ecstasy. He took her up over and over, forcing her to shatter around him 3 times before he finally emptied himself in her, before he collapsed on top of her, driving her down to the mattress with his heavy weight. It took a long time before he could catch his breath enough to ease off of her. She moaned but didn't move. He cleaned her up and then himself before falling into bed beside her. "I swear, Bella, a couple of more times and I'll be able to find my gentle and take you slow and sweet the way I should have done the first time," he promised, curling his body around hers. He pinned her by draping one thigh over both her legs, and then cupped her breast in his hand, his thumb lazily strumming her nipple. He pushed his semi-hard cock into the sweet crease between her cheeks so that it nestled there, all warm and happy. "A couple of more times and I won't be able to get up and go to work tomorrow," she pointed out with a small, whispery laugh that played along his nerve endings. She pushed her buttocks back into the cradle of his hips, driving his cock deeper into her. He fucking loved that. "I meant to talk to you about that, Dolce Cuore. There's no need to work anymore. It might be a good thing if you let me tell Pietro that you aren't coming back." She leaned down and sank her teeth into his arm, hard. "Donazione, donna. Seriously. I'm working, and don't you dare talk to Pietro. I mean it, Stefano. You do that, and I won't be sleeping in this bed or this apartment. You don't get to dictate to me." She didn't lift her head from the pillow, again. Her tone was mild, but she meant it. That didn't sit well with him. "First, Francesca, don't ever threaten to leave me. You won't make it out the door. I want you very, very clear on that. Second, something matters to you, it matters to me. So just say so without the drama. The bite. Okay, I get that, but not the threat. Are we clear?" "Yes, honey, we're clear," she said softly. "Now I really have to sleep." "I was going to let you sleep," he pointed out. "But now you fucking made my cock hard again with that bite. You have to take care of that before you can sleep." "You'll have to do that work." "Fine by me. I wanted to fuck your breasts and cover you in me. That okay with you?" "Everything you do is okay with me," she said, and rolled over onto her back. "I might be a little afraid sometimes, Stefano, but I'm always willing to try. Dio, bambina, you make me almost humble. I'm too fucking arrogant to actually be humble, but it's there. He was rewarded with her laughter. He straddled her body, rubbing his balls along her belly. She felt so little under him, so soft. He cupped her breasts in his hands before leaning down to give them attention. "I'm going to see if I can make you come without doing anything but using my hands and mouth on your breasts, and then I'll fuck you right here. I won't be cleaning you up, Francesca. You're going to go to sleep with me all over you. Why do I find that so hot? You're making me wet all over again," she accused. "Can you really do that?" He proceeded to show her he could. Chapter 16. Fortunately, or unfortunately, staring at herself in the mirror, Francesca couldn't decide which. She had had the weekend off. She couldn't get up and go to work after she had practically thrown a tantrum fighting for the right to do so. That meant Stefano stayed in his apartment with her, and they'd barely made it out of bed. When they did, that didn't seem to matter to him. He took her in the kitchen, on the table, on the counter, on the floor in the hall, up against the wall in the living room, on furniture, in the shower. Stefano was creative, and he had seemed determined to know every inch of her body and claim it for his own. She was fine with that at the time. Now, looking at the marks on her, the ones she had loved him putting there, she thought maybe she was a little crazy. The necklace of purplish bites on her neck had barely faded, and she doubted if she could find anything to cover them when she went to work. She swore she could still feel him deep inside her. She was fairly certain she had skid marks on her butt and floor burns on her back. She touched one of the bite marks on her left breast. Just that. The sweep of the pads of her fingers made her shiver. That was how sensitive she was. That was how awake he made her body. There was no noise. Stefano never made any when he walked, but he was there. Behind her in the mirror, one arm snaking around her waist and pulling her back into him and locking her there. He'd just taken her in the shower, after she had sucked him off in bed. Her body still was having aftershocks, which she hadn't thought possible just a few days ago. He nuzzled her neck. "I love how you smell," he murmured, his tongue and teeth already wreaking havoc. She watched the way her nipples came to twin hard peaks and felt her body melt right into his, pressing back into his bare skin. He was always hot and hard. Perfect. She reached back and circled his neck with one hand, the action lifting her breasts as if an offering. Instantly, he cupped them in his hands, and she felt his teeth sink into that sweet spot between her neck and shoulders. That bite of pain, coupled with the brush of his thumbs on her nipples, sent a spasm through her sex. "You're so fucking beautiful, Francesca." His eyes met hers in the mirror. "You sure you don't want me to talk to Pietro? I'm all for staying in another few days." "I'd love to," she answered honestly, "but I can barely walk. I'm sore, Stefano. Seriously sore, and I can't seem to resist you. I'm also not going to be a kept woman. I need to earn my own money." His head came up, body going still. His arm tightened into an iron band. "You're sore. Why didn't you say something to me?" She turned in his arms and wrapped both hands around the nape of his neck. She knew him now. He was totally protective. He would detest that she was sore, and he hadn't noticed or thought of it. Well, he'd thought of it. He'd run her a hot bath countless times, but she always ended up straddling his lap, and they'd make a mess of the bathroom floor. Water everywhere, from their splashing in the tub. She shouldn't have said anything to him. "Honey, I loved what we were doing. I wasn't going to miss one moment of it. I'm not that sore." That was a lie. She winced because he knew it. His expression told her he did. That and the sudden swat on her bare butt. He smacked her hard. "Ow! Seriously?" She tried to pull away from him, but his arm didn't budge. He didn't even act like she'd moved. "Don't fucking lie to me. Not ever. I don't like that I hurt you, Francesca. I like rough sex. I like knowing you're mine and I can put my mark on you and you love it. But not at the cost of hurting you. That's not okay." He suddenly caught both her wrists, pulled them to him so he could inspect them. He'd tied her up more than once. She knew it was more for fun than anything else, but he liked it. He liked having her at his mercy, and she'd enjoyed those times with him especially. "No bruises," she pointed out hastily. "Stefano, I wouldn't have wanted to miss one moment with you. It was the most beautiful weekend I've ever had in my life. I do have to get dressed for work, though, and so do you." He sighed, bending his head to press kisses into the pulse beating in her inner wrist. "You don't have to work. That doesn't make you a kept woman. When we have children, I want you to be with them, not working in some fucking deli so you can call yourself independent. You're never going to be independent. I'm your man, Bambina, and that means you lean the fuck on me. We don't have children yet, Stefano. And stop saying fuck. I mean it. You need to clean up your language. Sometimes you use that word twice in the same sentence. When we have children, I don't want that to be the first word out of their mouths." He stared down into her eyes, holding her there like he could, just with his gaze, mesmerizing her, keeping her captive under his spell. A slow smile transformed the hard edges of his handsome face. He was so beautiful to her. A gorgeous man, and she was falling more and more in love with him. He'd spent the entire weekend worshipping her body, claiming her so possessively, insisting on feeding her, washing her, brushing her hair. He treated her like a princess when he wasn't pounding into her. She liked the pounding most of all, and when he slowed it down and took her breath away, he brought tears to her eyes. "I can do that for you," he agreed, "but you do something for me. Start thinking of us together. What I have is yours. What you have is mine." She swallowed hard, shook her head, felt tears burn behind her eyes, and blinked rapidly in an effort to keep them at bay. "I don't have anything to give you, Stefano. I'm not bringing anything to the relationship but trouble. Barry Anthon is trouble. You know that. Any way you look at it, he's trouble. You have so much money, and you're so extraordinary. You are. I'm—" He took her mouth, cutting her off. His hand slid down her back, following the curve of her spine to her butt, his hands drifting lower to grip and pull her in tightly so that his cock was pressed hard against her. "Are you wet for me, dolce cuore?" "I am," she whispered. "Of course I am. How could I be anything else when you touch me, Stefano?" "That's what you bring to me, Francesca. That's what you give to me. You, your trust, your body. I want to do all sorts of things to you, things that scare the hell out of you, things you're still a little too innocent for, but you trust me and let me do them anyway. You give me that, and it's the greatest gift a man can get. When you go down on me, you enjoy it. You think about giving me pleasure, not what you're getting out of it. You think a man doesn't love that? Need it? To know that you love giving to me, that is everything. I have it all with you. Stefano, I hesitate to tell you this because you might be just a teensy bit arrogant, but any woman would do that with you. How could they not?" He shook his head. "I've had more women than I ever want to admit to you, but I didn't want to do jack to them. Just get off. That was it. I wanted to fuck their brains out and get them the hell away from me. I didn't feel anything but that rush, dolce cuore, that release, with you." He broke off, shaking his head. "I think about you every minute of the fucking day. I wake up in a sweat, wanting you. My body's so fucking hard it's painful. I jacked off thinking about you wearing my coat 100 times. It's pathetic how obsessed I am with you." Her heart pounded. So did her clit. Deep inside she felt a desperate spasm. Her hand dropped to his cock. "I think now would be a good time to lift me up and let me wrap my legs around your waist. I don't care if I'm a little late for work. Pietro won't fire me, will he?" She leaned into him, her teeth closing over his earlobe. "And just for the record, you said fuck 3 times just now." There was pure seduction in her sultry voice and in her stroking fingers. She was getting darn good at learning what he liked. She paid attention because he was right. His pleasure did matter to her. She wanted to see that pleasure on his face, feel it in his body, in the spill of his seed when he took her. She loved the expression he got when he was inside her, when her body gripped and milked his. Just that could get her off. That was how much she liked it. "I'll get you off with my fingers, Francesca, but not my cock. You're sore, and I'm not going to make it worse." She blinked up at him, shocked. "You're turning me down?" She had never considered that he would, not for one moment. It hurt, even though intellectually she knew how protective he was. He was as hard as a rock, but still, he turned her down the first time she initiated sex with him. That felt horrible. He swept her up into his arms, in that way he had, fast and irrevocably, decisively. Before she could protest, he dropped her on the bed, and was down on top of her, blanketing her body, his face buried between her legs, his cock poised over her mouth, an offering. Already his tongue and fingers were in play, working at her, driving her up so fast she couldn't quite catch her breath, so she stroked his cock and then began to lick him as if he were an ice cream cone. Her mind had gone instantly into chaos, the roaring in her ears, driving out everything but him, his body, so hot and hard, pinning her down, the way the head of his cock teased along the seam of her lips so that she could taste the addicting little drops that made her hungry for more. His mouth bringing fire, his tongue stabbing deep, flattening against her clit while he stroked and made her burn. She all but swallowed him down. She loved the shudder that ran through his body, the way his hips jerked involuntarily. She did that. Francesca Capello. The power was incredible. Knowing she pleased him, that she could bring him to the very edge of control, was a heady, wonderful feeling. It added to the pleasure his mouth and teeth and fingers brought her. The more his cock swelled and surged, the more his tongue plunged, and the fire leapt and burned. She drew him down, trying to take all of him, an impossible task, but one she worked on diligently, happily. She used her tongue and hollowed her cheeks, suckling strongly. Her hand slid over him easily, pumping, because she'd gotten him so wet with her mouth. He lifted his head and growled. She loved that. "Harder, Francesca." It was a demand, nothing less. She complied, clamping her mouth tight around him, gripping him with her fist, tighter than she thought possible. He was like iron, hot, velvet soft, perfect steel. She was close, so close. She wanted him with her because she knew when she exploded she would have to stop, and that would leave him frustrated. His hips moved to a faster rhythm, driving deeper than she had ever previously taken him. She had nowhere to go. She thought she was in control, but realized he was. She was under him, his weight pinning her down, his hips suddenly in charge, not her hand. That only added to her excitement. She did trust him. She knew, even when he plunged deep and held himself there, she didn't panic when she couldn't breathe. Stefano would never, ever harm her. She almost cried out when his cock withdrew, remembering at the last moment to take a breath. She suckled hard, drawing him back, reveling in his possession. Then fire was streaking through her. It happened so fast, so hard, it took her off guard. At the same time his cock swelled, heated, pumped into her, down her throat, forcing her to swallow. That triggered an even bigger quake, her entire body rippling and shuddering with pleasure. He lifted his face from between her legs, but kept his softening cock inside her mouth. "Gently, dolce cuore, but take care of me." She loved when he did that, too, those little instructions on what his preferences were, what he enjoyed. She detested feeling as if she wasn't seeing to his every need or desire. He saw to hers, and she wanted to do the same for him, So when he told her exactly what he wanted or needed, it gave her even more confidence. For Francesca, knowing she gave him that was as necessary to her as breathing. She took her time, mindful of how sensitive he was, feeling every reaction, the way his breath hissed out of his lungs, the shudder of his body, the involuntary buck his hips gave. "Dio, Francesca, you're incredible. I could spend the day with my cock in your mouth and never get enough." She laughed softly as he withdrew. "I might like that. Now I need to brush my teeth and get ready for work. That was spectacular." He rolled off of her, every line in his face stamped with a sensual, dark passion as he watched her walk naked into the master bath. He'd just given her an amazing, powerful climax, but knowing he was watching made her hot all over again. He was turning her into a sex fiend. "Word of our engagement is out," he announced, casually, too casually. She paused in the act of spreading toothpaste on her brush, turning to look through the doorway at him. "It is? How do you know?" "Francesca, seriously? You're mine. I want the entire world to know. I had our publicity person put out a press release." She smiled at him, shaking her head. "You don't do anything the slow way, do you?" She turned back to brush her teeth. "Not when it comes to you. The point I'm making is that anything Ferraro does is news. It's a huge thing to have one of us engaged. When I say huge, I mean it will be reported, not only in this country, but in other countries as well. Our bank is international and one of the largest." Francesca's heart dropped, somersaulted, beat too fast. She took her time, finishing her teeth and then rinsing her mouth multiple times before she turned back to him. "What exactly does that mean?" "It means, Bambina, reporters are going to be crawling all over this hotel. No member of our neighborhood would ever give you up, so you should be safe at work, but don't walk the streets where you could be spotted. I'll take you down the private elevator to an entrance that only my family uses and no one has knowledge of. Emilio and Enzo will be waiting with a car. You do whatever they say when they say it." She walked barefoot over to the closet. Somehow, her clothes had been transferred to the master bedroom sometime while she was at the club. She hadn't asked him about that, and now it seemed silly to do so. It had been presumptuous of him, but she was finding that Stefano was a very decisive and confident man. She liked having his eyes on her when she drew the sexy little boy shorts up her legs and settled them over her butt. "Come here." Francesca shivered at the command in his voice. Low, sexy, so arrogant. She loved that too. Holding her bra in her hand, she crossed the room to stand in front of him. He wiggled his finger in a little circle, and obediently she turned her back to him. His hand slid over the curves of her butt. "I left my mark on your ass. I can see it right through the lace. That's so fucking sexy, Francesca. I want to take another bite out of you." His hand stroked caresses over her bottom, and then he touched several spots on her buttocks with his fingertips. When he pressed, she knew exactly where each mark was. "I like my brand on you far too much, Bella." She shivered, her nipples peaking as she slid the satin-soft bra around to cup her breasts. The lace caressed her skin. She loved his brand on her far too much as well, but telling him that would only encourage him. "I think you're a little primitive." "I'm okay with that." He caught her hand as she turned to get her clothes. "Where the hell is your engagement ring?" "I can't wear it to work." She was horrified. "It's worth a car or something." He was up in an instant, flowing out of the bed, every muscle coiled and ready to strike. He looked dangerous, intimidating. He towered over her, and the very air pulsed around her with his anger. "Get that ring on now." Okay, bad move taking off the ring. She didn't even pretend to hesitate. She knew he would never strike her, but she also knew when he had that much anger over something, it meant a lot to him. She took the ring out of her drawer and shoved it back on her finger. "Don't you ever fucking take that off again. You got me, Francesca. Are we clear on that? You tell me we're clear. I want to hear the words." "We're clear, Stefano." She heard the tremor in her voice and was instantly angry with herself. She didn't want him to ever think she was a pushover and wouldn't stand up to him. She put the ring on because it meant enough to him to be angry over it, not because she was afraid of him. Well, not much. Well, okay. Maybe she was a little, or a lot, but in her defense, he could be very scary. His hand snaked out, fingers curling around the nape of her neck, and he yanked her to him, his mouth fastening on hers. It wasn't a nice kiss at all. Brutal, merciless, savage even. He was claiming her all over again, and she knew it. Reveled in it. Drowned in it. She loved his mouth and the way he could use it. She was fairly certain no one else in the world could kiss like him. She didn't care if he devoured her. She wanted him to. She loved it when he got all macho and manly on her. Fear receded quickly when his mouth was on hers because, inevitably, no matter how the kiss started, it always ended with her feeling as if he loved her, wanted her, even needed her. When he lifted his mouth from hers, he pushed his forehead tight against hers. "You have to know how important you are to me, Francesca. My ring on your finger. Everyone knowing we're engaged. These are ways to protect you. No one can fuck with you and live. It just wouldn't happen, and anyone who knows me knows that. I need to know you're safe at all times. Emilio and Enzo will look after me," she soothed, moving away from him to pick up her clothes. She had to get dressed and get to work before Pietro decided she was fired, Stefano Ferraro's fiancé or not. "I won't take off my engagement ring, I promise. But it does bother me that Emilio and Enzo are with me instead of with you. I know they always looked after you. I can take care of myself, but you don't have to worry. I have more than 2 cousins who work as bodyguards. Tomas and Cosimo Abatangelo will be working with me. Ordinarily they keep their eye on Emanuele. She's always giving them the slip and making them angry, but because of that, they're very, very observant." "Why does Emanuele need a bodyguard?" She pulled on a pair of jeans. They fit like a glove and yet were very comfortable. Stefano frowned at her as he began to dress as well. "Dolce cuore. Wear that really beautiful skirt for me. The one with all the ruffles that falls to your ankles. I've wanted to see it on you from the moment I purchased it." She paused in the act of zipping up the jeans. Her eyes met his. His gaze had darkened, was sexy, sensual, hooded, speculative. He was up to something. She glanced toward the closet where the skirt hung. She knew exactly which one he was talking about. She loved that skirt, but it seemed a little too nice to wear to work. Still, if it meant that much to him, and she could see by his expression it did, then she didn't mind in the least accommodating him. She slid the jeans back down over her hips, watching his face, watching the approval, the satisfaction, the sudden blaze of heat in his eyes. "You won't need those sexy panties with that skirt, Francesca." His voice was pitched low, almost a growl. So sexy she felt the damp heat instantly. "I'm going to work, Stefano." She tried to be firm. She couldn't just give him every little thing his heart desired, could she? He'd walk all over her. "I was hoping to stop by work to see you, but I'll have less than an hour. No panties saves time." She shivered. Her breasts ached. The heat between her legs burst into a full-out burn. Leaving her panties in place, she crossed to the closet and pulled down the skirt. "You could call me on that phone you gave me and give me the heads up. I'll go to the restroom and remove my panties and be all ready for you. That way I won't be dripping all day in anticipation. I like the idea of you dripping in anticipation all day. I could lick all that honey off your thighs when I come to see you." She pressed her thighs together, trying not to squirm. "I'm wearing my panties, Stefano. So call when you want them off." She pulled on a matching blouse, one that didn't quite hide the necklace he'd given her. She touched one of the dark smudges with her fingertip. "I look like I'm in high school." He laughed. "I'll be calling and texting, Bambina, so keep your phone close and fucking answer it." "What part of 'I'm working' don't you understand?" "What part of fucking answer your phone when I call don't you understand?" He countered. "I don't like you working, but I'm giving you what you want, so you give me this." "You are exasperating," she informed him, pulling on knee-high boots. They were navy blue with 3 leather ruffles down the backs. They matched the skirt perfectly. "I'm leaving, but I'll keep my phone close. Wait for Emilio and Enzo. They'll come up and get you and take you to the other elevator." He caught her chin in his palm and kissed her. Hard. Perfect. "I'm calling them up to meet you now." Francesca felt a little dazed when he released her. She nodded and forced herself to walk out of the bedroom. She got halfway down the hall when he called her. She turned back and he was leaning against the door jamb, watching her, naked. He looked gorgeous, tough, dangerous, completely hot, and he was all hers. She quirked an eye at him, wishing she had his confidence. It didn't bother him in the least to be naked. She knew if the elevator doors opened and a crowd emerged, he wouldn't care. "What time is your first break?" "Around 10. "Go straight to the restroom and lock the door." Her entire body tightened. It was the way he said it, the look in his eyes. She couldn't imagine anyone sexier. She couldn't find her voice. Her mouth had gone dry, and the air seemed to have left her lungs. She just nodded and turned back toward the great room to wait for Emilio and Enzo. She was grateful for the bodyguards as the car she was in drove past the entrance of the hotel. Paparazzi were everywhere, a 3-deep crowd laying siege in an effort to get pictures of her or Stefano, preferably both of them. In spite of the tinted windows, she ducked down automatically. "Is his life always like this?" she asked Emilio. She was becoming rather fond of both Emilio and Enzo. She knew they were devoted to Stefano, and she liked them all the more for that. "Yes," Emilio answered. "Don't worry, Francesca. We won't let them near you. Just stay away from the windows, and if we warn you, leave the counter and go straight to the back. Pietro knows to protect you. He'll come out and handle customers. No one is going to talk about you or let on in any way you're working there." She shook her head. "The paparazzi pay good money to people for information. Don't count on it, Emilio." Enzo snorted. "Seriously, Francesca? Do you really believe anyone would dare cross Stefano Ferraro? Hell no. No one in the neighborhood would be that stupid." She frowned. It was back to the mafia-type warning. What did it matter if Stefano was upset with someone if they got paid an exorbitant fee for selling information? What would he do to them? Surely no one was that afraid. She shivered, remembering how he could look. One moment he was soft inside, looking at her with such a sweet look, and the next he was cold and distant, without expression, scary. The car pulled up behind Mashi's deli. She reached for the door handle, but Emilio stopped her. "Wait until we clear the area. We'll give you the okay to get out, but you don't move until then." She subsided against the seat with a little sigh. Becoming engaged to Stefano had changed her world all over again. She'd gone from homeless to being engaged to a very wealthy man in a very short time, and she felt like her mind couldn't quite catch up. She was very glad to get inside the deli, where only Pietro was waiting. Together they put everything in the cases and set up for the early morning crowd. She loved that it was so busy, keeping her from thinking too much. But by the time the first wave had come and gone, she found she was having to struggle to keep her mind from straying to Stefano and what he had planned for her 10 o'clock break. Joanna came in around 9, and since there were only a couple of people left to serve, Pietro told her to grab a coffee and visit for 10 minutes. She did, slipping into the chair across from Joanna, feeling only a little bit of guilt that her boss was allowing her extra break time, but not too much because she wanted to show off her ring. Joanna squealed loudly and inappropriately. "I can't believe this! My best friend is going to marry Stefano Ferraro. That rock on your finger is worth a small house. You know that, don't you? It's beautiful. You're beautiful. I'm so happy for you, Francesca." Francesca looked down at her ring. "It is beautiful, isn't it?" She found herself smiling at Joanna, so happy she wanted to cry. "How did things go with Mario?" Joanna wrapped her arms around her middle. "Oh, my God. He's so good in bed. Honest to God, Francesca, I'm having a mini-orgasm just remembering. He's the best dancer, and after you left, Emmanuelle and her cousins didn't desert us or make us feel as if we didn't belong. They were so nice. They picked up the tab for all the drinks and invited us back with them again. It was an amazing night. I would have been walking on air for months just from that alone, but then Mario took me to his apartment, and I stayed there with him all weekend. He treated me like a princess. I could totally fall in love with him." Francesca studied her face. Joanna had dated all the time, and she hooked up with men often, but Francesca had never seen her like this. Her face was glowing, and she couldn't stop smiling. "So do you have another date with him lined up?" Joanna nodded. "He made a point of saying he wanted us to be exclusive. He said he'd been waiting for an opportunity with me, and he wasn't about to pass it up. He also said he wasn't about to let any other man edge him out, now that he had me." Francesca was happy for her. "That's so awesome. I love that for you." Joanna smirked. "Me too. He's just everything I thought he would be, and more." Her head went up, and she widened her eyes. "I forgot. Were you listening to the news at all this morning? The 3 women arrested at the club, those singers who were so rude when they came to the table? Stella, Janice, and Doreen. The Crystals. Yep, that band. They pleaded guilty. Just like that. And there were multiple charges. No one does that. I've never heard of anyone so stinking rich with money to pay a really great attorney pleading guilty to that kind of charge. They aren't going into rehab. They're getting jail time. Why would they do that? And why in the world did their attorney allow them to? It doesn't make any sense at all. I didn't know they'd even go before a judge that fast, other than to maybe set bail," Francesca murmured, unease creeping into her mind in spite of the happiness that had permeated her world all morning. Her fingers found her engagement ring, and she absently played with it, trying not to think about what might cause 3 vindictive and very entitled women with the money to pay for a great attorney to plead guilty and allow a judge to sentence them without a trial. "They're actually going to prison, not jail. Prison," Joanna continued. "You just don't ever want to mess with the Ferraros. Anyone stupid enough to cross them has really bad karma." Francesca didn't know what to say to that. "My former landlord was murdered," she blurted. "He was inside Giuseppe Saldi's home when he was murdered. I read about that. It was on the news as well. That was just weird, too." Francesca nodded. "His aunt was actually swimming in the pool, and when she got out, he was dead on the lounger, his throat cut. See? He messed with you, and you're going to be a Ferraro, and now he's dead. Do you think the Saldis killed him because they didn't want a war with Stefano's family?" Francesca inhaled sharply. "I don't think it had anything at all to do with Stefano. He and his entire family were at the club, celebrating." "Your engagement? I didn't even know it was an engagement party," Joanna said, sulking. Francesca burst out laughing. "Neither did I." Joanna stared at her a moment, wide-eyed, and then she pretended to swoon. "That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard of." Francesca rolled her eyes and went back to work as another wave of customers entered the store. She couldn't help but watch the clock as she waited on the various people. They were all very sweet to her and seemed to want to chat a little before handing over their money or credit cards, but she didn't mind in the least. other than she needed to keep the line moving. Her heart beat very fast when Pietro came from the back room to take her place so she could have her break. She pulled off her apron and hurried to the restroom. The moment she had the door closed and locked, she removed her panties, bunching them into her hand. An arm came around behind her and took them away. She nearly screamed with shock, but his scent told her exactly who was there. The room was fairly large, but completely open. There was nowhere to hide. A sink, a toilet, and a mirror were really all that was in the room, and yet Stefano had to have been somewhere. Maybe she'd been so eager she hadn't seen him when she hurried in. She started to turn. Stay still. A clear order. She shivered, and remained facing away from him, growing damp and needy without anything else but the sound of his voice. She watched in the mirror as he bunched her panties into the palm of his hand and shoved them into the pocket of his suit. He reached around her and began to undo the little pearl buttons of her blouse. The edges gaped open to reveal her breasts nestled in the lacy satin soft bra. Leaving her bra in place, he reached in and pulled out her breasts so they jutted up and out over the material, her blouse framing them. Francesca's breath caught in her throat as he reached down and took her hands in his, sliding them up her rib-cage to press her fingers to her nipples. "Work them for me, dolce cuore. You know how I like it. Rough. I want to see you panting. Needy. I love to see your hands on your body." She licked at her lips, her breath already ragged. She wasn't certain how he could do that, make everything feel so sexy, reduce her to a needy, melting woman wanting to beg him to hurry and take her. The fire built between her legs, scorching hot, and to her shock, she could actually feel the liquid need on her inner thighs as she complied with his order, tugging and rolling her nipples, watching him watch her in the mirror. His hands went to either side of her hips, fisting the material of her skirt. Very slowly, he began to pull it up, gathering it into his hands as the hem rose first over her boots and then her thighs, and finally to her waist. He tied the skirt at her back, a quick twist, and then a knot to keep it in place, his gaze never leaving hers. "Harder, Bella. Pretend your hands are mine." His foot kicked her left leg wider and then her right. "I could hardly think straight this morning, trying to work, going over reports, when all I wanted to do was get back to you. I thought about fucking you right on my desk at work, or have you under it, sucking me off while I conducted business." His hand moved over her rounded cheeks, lingering on the marks he had left there earlier. One hand pressed her head toward the floor. She started to reach down, and he stopped her. "I'll hold you. Trust me, Francesca. You keep working those nipples." His arm locked around her waist, and then his hand was at her entrance, scooping out the honey and licking it off his fingers. "You taste so fucking good. Do you think I would have the control to talk on the phone, or have someone in the room while you were there, under my desk, my cock down your throat? Could I keep it together?" "I hope not," she panted. "I hope I'd been making you feel so good you couldn't." He'd already opened his trousers. When had he done that? She hadn't noticed because she was too busy trying to keep from melting into a hot little heap on the floor at his feet. He pressed the broad head of his cock into her entrance, and her breath caught in her throat. It felt like a red-hot brand, too thick to fit, stretching her. She pushed back against him, needing him inside. She held her breath. Her heart pounded. A sob escaped. "Stefano." "There it is," he said softly. "Tell me what you want." "You, right now." "Me what? Be specific." She blushed, but it didn't matter. "You inside me." "More specific." Her breath hissed out on a thin wail. "Stefano, please. Your cock inside me right now, before I go up in flames." "Since you asked so nicely. Of course, next time, Bambina, I'm going to make you beg me to fuck you. You'll have to say fuck, just like a bad girl." She couldn't form a coherent thought. If that's what it took to get him moving, she would have gladly asked him using his favorite word. He thrust hard, deep, buried himself to the balls. She felt them slapping against her. She let go of one breast and jammed her fist in her mouth to keep from screaming. Fire raced through her. Then he was moving, slamming into her over and over, a jackhammer, thick and long, driving through the tight folds of her body, until she came apart over and over. She didn't think he'd ever stop, sending one orgasm crashing into the next, so that her body tightened around his and milked, strangling his cock. He swore in Italian, his voice as strangled as hers, as she finally took him over the very edge of his control. She closed her eyes, savoring the strong quakes, the contractions and convulsions of her sex around his. She had no idea how many times he had forced her body to climax, because eventually she couldn't tell where one started and the next began. But they were in the restroom long enough for Pietro to pound on the door and ask her how long a break she was taking. She began laughing as Stefano helped her to stand. "I think you just might have that kind of control, honey. The kind where I could wrap my mouth around you, take you down my throat and work you while you conducted business. We might have to put it to the test sometime, maybe even make a wager." She said it just to be wicked, but his eyes flashed at her as he reached around her to get a towel wet with warm water. He handed it to her and took another for himself. "I like the idea. We'll set a date for you to come to my office." That was so not happening, although she had to admit, as long as she was hidden and no one could see her, the idea was a little exciting. Once she was clean, Stefano untied her skirt so it would drop down and cover her. He leaned down and took her mouth gently. "I'll see you at home, amore." He smiled. "I love saying that. Now that you're there, I have a home. You go out first. Don't say anything to Pietro. He doesn't know I stopped in and I don't have time to talk." She nodded and allowed him to push her out the door. She turned and hurried down the hall. Just before she hit the main store, she remembered Stefano had her panties. She jogged back and opened the door. He was gone. She frowned, looking around her. The only thing she saw were the shadows of the buildings outside through the window racing across the floor. She sighed and shook her head as she went back to work. Chapter 17. The paparazzi were relentless over the next few days. Francesca found that she didn't mind at all having Emilio and Enzo between her and everyone else. The reporters were everywhere, camped out at the hotel, trying to get a glimpse of her and walking up and down the streets, entering shops to do their best to persuade the locals to help them get a picture of her or information on her. She was very, very grateful for the Ferraros' relationship with the people in their neighborhood, because no one gave her up. She enjoyed work, especially lunch or breaks, because she never knew when Stefano would call or text her to meet him in the employee restroom. He was an exciting, creative man, very sexual, and he made her feel as if she were the most beautiful woman in the world. She found herself laughing more, relaxed, happy. She was happy. His brothers and sisters dropped by his apartment often. They trained together in the large training hall Stefano had. She liked to watch them as they sparred, feet and hands a blur as they tried to best one another. They were all very fast and smooth, so much so that she couldn't actually say with any certainty which brother or even Emmanuel was better than the others. She loved the camaraderie, how close they all were. It was very evident to her that the brothers watched over Emmanuel, although they considered her an equal. She also realized that they didn't talk about their parents. She knew Stefano's parents worked for the family business, whatever that was, and that both were alive, but they were never really mentioned. It was odd when the siblings were so close. Stefano was a man who liked to touch. When they were together, inside the apartment or outside, he had his hands on her. If they were alone, he was initiating sex. She didn't mind that in the least. Sex with Stefano was always incredible. She could almost forget Barry Anthon and the threat he presented. Almost. Still, she was uneasy. A little persistent feeling nagging at her that her world was too perfect, that she'd found happiness and he was going to come and rip it away. "Francesca?" Pietro's voice penetrated. "Stop daydreaming. It's embarrassing." He threw back his head and laughed at his own joke. She jerked around, leaning against the counter, watching him laugh at her along with favorite customers Lucia and Amo Fausti. She loved their boutique, and the clothes they sold, as well as the other treasures they had acquired from all over the world. Of course, she couldn't afford anything, and she'd learned not to admire too closely, because somehow word would get back to Stefano and she'd have whatever she liked sitting on their bed when she got home from work. "Ha ha, very funny. I'm going to ruin your coffee, Amo," she threatened. "I'll accidentally put sugar in it." Amo shuddered. "That would be mean, Frankie, and you don't have a mean bone in your body. You're like my beautiful Lucia." That was the highest compliment Amo could have given her. He adored his wife, and Francesca wanted to throw her arms around him at such huge praise. He was the only person who ever called her Frankie, and she liked it coming from him. "Thank you, Amo. As Lucia is amazing, I'm going to just bask in that for a while." "While you're basking, could you finish their sandwiches and get Mr. Ferraro something to eat or drink?" Pietro asked. Rico leaned against the counter, looking hot, his arm around Lucia, nudging Amo with his elbow. "I don't mind waiting, Pietro. I've got my favorite girl right here. Lucia and I are contemplating running off together. We're discussing where we might go." "You'd need a big head start," Amo said. "I've got a shotgun, and I'd be coming after you. Can't live without my woman." He reached around Rico and tugged Lucia under his arm. "I'd have to do you in, boy, and persuade her she can't live without me." Rico rubbed his forehead with his thumb. "I don't know, Amo. Lucia is extraordinary. Everyone knows that. Shotgun aside, I might have to fight you for her." Lucia blushed like a schoolgirl. "You boys are terrible. What brings you downtown, Rico? I don't see you very often." "Keeping an eye on our girl," Rico said with a little shrug. Even that brief lifting of his shoulders seemed a powerful, fluid movement. Francesca studied him while she made sandwiches for the Faustis. He was very handsome, gave off the aura of power and danger, a heady combination guaranteed to attract any woman. Yet, like his other brothers and sister, he wasn't in a committed relationship. She knew Stefano worried about him. Of all the siblings, Rico seemed to live on the edge the most. He drove that little bit too fast, lived his life a little recklessly, but he was always the first to back Stefano no matter what. She liked him, but then she liked all of Stefano's siblings. "Rico, Emilio and Enzo are close," she pointed out softly. "I appreciate you watching over me, but I'm fine." "Damn reporters are crawling out of the woodwork." He watched her as she handed the sandwiches to Lucia and took money from Amo. When the couple retreated to the tables toward the back of the room, Rico straightened and indicated that Francesca come around the counter and sit at a table with him. He chose one away from the few customers eating in the deli. Francesca sank into the chair he held for her and waited until he brought coffee Pietro had made for them. "What is it? Is something wrong with Stefano?" She hadn't gotten that from him, but now that he made an effort to get her alone, she was frightened. Rico wouldn't have come if it weren't important. "Stefano's fine, cara. I would have said something immediately if it wasn't. Things are heating up a little right now, and I wanted to make certain we're taking extra precautions to protect you." Her stomach lurched, and she pressed a hand there. "It's Barry, isn't it? You've heard from him?" He shook his head. "Not yet, but we will. Stories are being written, Francesca. That's what happens when you become engaged to someone like my brother. These fuckers dig deep and write any shit they can find. She went perfectly still, her heart pounding, the blood draining from her face, leaving her unnaturally pale. Of course they would find all sorts of terrible things about her. She had been in a psychiatric ward for 72 hours. She had been arrested twice. There were mugshots. Worse, they would dig up her sister's murder and it would once again be splashed everywhere, all over the newspapers and in the tatty little magazines that seemed determined to ruin everyone's life. Rico wouldn't be there unless something like that was already in print. She was afraid she might be sick. "Francesca, look at me." His voice was very quiet, but still carried absolute command the way Stefano's did. She swallowed hard and lifted her lashes, forcing herself to meet his eyes. "Why didn't Stefano come to tell me?" "He couldn't get away. He was in a conference with the New York branch. An emergency that's come up, and he has to take care of it. You're good, Kara. No worries." She shook her head. "You wouldn't be here unless whatever they printed was awful. I don't know if I'm strong enough to go through that again." Barry would make certain his people would feed that frenzy. He'd make her out to be an unstable criminal. She knew he would. He controlled the media when he wanted. "You're stronger than you think, and you're not alone this time. You have the entire family backing you, and then there's my brother. He's fiercely protective of you. And Francesca?" He reached across the table and put his hand over hers, stilling her nervous drumming. "So am I. So are my brothers and Emmanuel. People are going to read that shit and even hear, in our own neighborhood. A few idiots might believe what they read, but most will follow our lead. You keep your head up, and just smile or shake your head as if you can't be bothered to address all that nonsense." She took a breath and tried to still the screams in her head. She hadn't had nightmares since she'd been sleeping with Stefano, but she was afraid they would start all over again. She felt as if she'd woken up from a beautiful dream to find herself in a horror film. Looking around the deli, she realized these people, Pietro, the Faustis, all the other customers she'd come to care about, were going to read those horrible things about her. They wouldn't want to believe it all, but there would be enough truth woven in with the lies to make them look at her differently. "Don't answer questions. We're going to have either Emilio or Enzo inside the store while you work. The other will be outside in front, so you're warned if any of the paparazzi come near the store. If that happens, you go to the back and let Pietro handle everything." She put both hands in her lap, curling her fingers into fists. She really, really liked Rico, but right then she needed Stefano. Her first reaction was to run as fast and as far as possible from the situation. Her picture would be plastered everywhere. She couldn't outrun that. "Francesca, stop looking as if the world is coming to an end." "It is," she hissed, leaning toward him. "You have no idea what it's like to have people believe horrible lies about you, to have to live on the street with no job, no money, not knowing when you'll have another meal. They took everything from me, including the people I thought were my friends. They took away my belief in the justice system, but most of all, my feeling of safety. I forgot, until Stefano, what it was like to feel safe. You and I both know. It's human nature to believe the worst." She didn't realize she was crying until Rico shifted closer to her, threw his arm around her shoulders, and used a handkerchief to mop up her tears. "Stop." He all but snarled the command. "You're a Ferraro. You never, ever fucking let them see they got to you. Even here, Francesca, you keep your head up. You remember who you are. If you can't do it for yourself, you do it for him, for Stefano. I know you love him. Don't wince. Don't act like you don't know. You might not want to admit it to yourself or to him yet, but it's there. I can see it on your face and hear it in your voice. We have gifts, and we use them. Of course, I would check to make certain you weren't going to fuck him over. He's so gone on you it would kill him." The sincerity in Rico's voice straightened her spine, the sheer honesty. He believed Stefano loved her, needed her even. And he was right. As much as she was afraid to admit it to herself or to Stefano, she was totally falling in love with him. Stefano has a certain reputation, Francesca, and he needs to be respected. That's part of how he can do what he does. You're his woman. You can't allow anyone to tear him down. If they manage to tear you down, they are doing the same to him. You're a couple. That means whatever happens to you happens to him. He released her and straightened, his eyes on the large storefront window as he lifted his mug of coffee and took a long, slow drink. She knew he was giving her a chance to pull herself together. She forced herself to sit just as straight and to take a drink of coffee as well. She would never let Stefano down. For him, she could weather any storm. If he could take the horrible things they said about her, then she could. She knew the nightmares would start again, but they would be in the privacy of her home, not in public. The door to the deli was pushed open by a young man in his early 20s, with long, straggly hair and dark glasses that covered half his face. He paused in the doorway when he saw Rico, stiffening and then taking a deep breath before entering. He looked the worse for wear. His face was swollen and covered in bruises. He walked carefully, as if injured. He carried his arms in close to his body to protect his rib cage. "Bruno?" Rico greeted, sitting back in his chair. Relaxed, casual. "Nice to see you on your feet. Heard you had a little accident. You feeling better?" Immediately the atmosphere in the deli changed subtly. There was an undercurrent of danger, yet Francesca couldn't see or hear any reason why it should feel that way. The boy bobbed his head repeatedly and sidled closer to the counter. "Your grandmother in good health?" Rico persisted. Francesca instantly remembered the name Bruno. She had been sitting in the pizzeria with Stefano when a woman, Signora Teresa Vitale, had come up to the table and pleaded with Stefano for help with her wayward grandson, Bruno. This had to be that Bruno. Clearly he was in trouble of some kind. He'd been in a fight and looked as if he'd lost. Bruno bobbed his head again. Yes, Mr. Ferraro." He corrected himself when Rico continued to stare at him. "She's good." "You good? You staying out of trouble? Because, you know, life can get really difficult when you're stupid and you forget who your family is. Familia is everything. I wouldn't want you to forget that. Not for a moment. It could get, rough." The boy actually paled. He kept bobbing his head until Francesca feared he might actually break his neck. Rico was clearly issuing a warning, and Bruno was taking it that way. She found herself shivering. "Bruno." Rico said his name quietly. "I want to hear your answer. Out loud. You won't forget what familia is, right? You know you need a job. You need anything at all. Your family is where you go. Not to outsiders. Your grandmother took you in, raised you right, sacrificed for you. She deserves the utmost respect at all times from you. Am I right or what?" The boy swallowed hard. "You're right, Mr. Ferraro. I'm going to work next week. Still a little sore from the—" He broke off when Rico raised an eyebrow, looked around the room, and then said, "Accident. But I can start work Monday, and I'll be bringing home my pay to help out Nonna." Rico sent him a small smile. "Good. You need anything, you call. Stefano gave you the number, right?" Bruno winced at Stefano's name, but continued bobbing his head. Yes, Mr. Ferraro." Rico dismissed him by turning to Francesca and leaning close to her. The boy stood awkwardly for a moment before giving his order to Pietro. "He's afraid of you," Francesca observed. Rico shrugged. "Don't know why. I'm just sitting here with my brother's woman, giving her a little advice." "Thank you for that, Rico. I appreciate it. You made me see things in a different light. I probably would have been stupid and made a run for it." His eyes darkened, and another shiver went through her. Rico Ferraro was every bit as scary as his brother, maybe more. There were demons in his eyes that Stefano didn't have. She had the feeling something terrible had happened to him, something he'd buried deep, but that still drove him hard. "Don't ever do that, Francesca," he warned. "Stefano would come after you, and he wouldn't be alone. All of us would help him find you. You're ours, part of our family, and just like I was trying to say to Bruno, that means something. You don't walk away from that because it gets hard." She nodded, took a breath, and took the plunge. "You can talk to me, Rico. I know you aren't going to talk to your siblings, but I want you to know you can talk to me. Whatever happened, however terrible, I would understand." He shut down. Instantly. She knew she was right about Rico and his past, but he wasn't going to share. Instead, he gave her the famous Ferraro smile, the one reserved for cameras, interviews, and strangers. "Thanks, cara, but I'm just fine." He stood up abruptly and pushed back his chair. "I appreciate the offer, though." She forced a small nod and stood up, too. It was time to go back to work. The next wave of customers would be arriving very soon. The afternoon shift was always the most difficult to keep up with. The deli would be totally packed with lines outside and every table inside filled. She liked that shift because time flew by, and it was a challenge to keep up with all the orders, but it was also exhausting. Francesca was able to chat with the first wave of customers, laughing a little with them, watching closely to see if she could spot anyone who had already read the stories about her. But so far, Pietro's customers didn't seem to read many of the gossip magazines. By later afternoon, she was beginning to relax. The crush was nearly over, and nothing had been said. No whispers had invaded the shop, no strange, telling glances. She was beginning to think she would escape completely today and have time to prepare a defense. Enzo suddenly burst through the shop door and pointed at her. "Get in the back, Francesca, now!" Pietro caught her by the shoulders, turning her body and all but throwing her away from the counter. There was no mistaking the urgency in Enzo's voice or Pietro's hands. Tugging at her apron, she glanced out the large windows at the front of the store. In the street, she could see a frenzy of paparazzi descending on the deli. Someone had finally sold her out. She turned and hurried down the hall to the employee break room. There was a screen where she could see what was happening. Standing just inside the door, she stared at the chaos already reigning in the front of the store. Paparazzi pushed their way in and were asking everyone questions. Emilio came up behind her. "Stay right here. I'm going to help Enzo throw their asses out. Don't you move." "I won't." She had no intention of being that stupid. She had dealt with all this before, and it had been one of the worst times of her life. Her phone vibrated, and she pulled it out, still staring at the screen. Emilio had waded into the crowd, trying to keep the customers defending Pietro and her from getting into fistfights with the photographers, desperate to get photographs that would make them money. "Bambina," Stefano's voice was a lifeline. "Emilio said you're under siege." So calm, his voice strong. A low, sexy tone that soothed even as it took charge. "You could say that? I don't think Pietro will want me working here anymore. What a mess." "It isn't that he won't want you there, Francesca. It's a matter of your safety. He's already grown fond of you, and he doesn't want anything to happen to you." "I hope I'm not hearing smug satisfaction in your voice. I happen to know you don't want me working. You didn't somehow manage to engineer the raid on the store, did you?" She tried to make a joke of it when she really wanted to cry. "Dolce cuore. I would never send a horde of paparazzi after you, even to get my way, and I'm pretty ruthless." His voice turned grim. "However, I will find out who did. And did you use the word smug? I can't imagine anyone ever thinking I'm smug." She laughed softly and winced a little when Emilio, Enzo, and Tito from the pizzeria forcibly ejected a burly man. As he staggered backward on the sidewalk, Agnese Moretti knocked him in the head and about the shoulders with her purse. She appeared to be giving him a lecture as she attacked him. A hand fell on her shoulder, hard, fingers digging deep, and she was yanked backward, right out of the employee break room. She emitted a startled, frightened yelp before the hand went from her shoulder to clamp hard over her mouth. "Shut the fuck up, you bitch! You're coming with me!" A knife cut into her skin just below her throat, right over the spot where the necklace Stefano had given her had nearly faded away. She had no choice but to move backward, off balance as the intruder dragged her down the short hallway to the back exit. She kept her phone clutched in her hand, hoping Stefano could hear every word. "Who are you? What do you want?" She asked him the questions more for Stefano's sake than her own. She didn't care who he was or what he wanted. The knife blade cut into her again, a second shallow laceration. She felt blood trickle down her skin to the curve of her breasts. "I'm the man clever enough to get you right out from under the noses of the fucking Ferraros. A few paparazzi figure out where you are, and your idiot bodyguards rush to get them out of the store and leave you unprotected. Tell me what you want." He dragged her out into the alley now. Francesca shivered and then let out a little scream when he sliced into her skin again. "Stop cutting me with the knife! Tell me what you want!" "I want to know where my friends are. That's what I want, you bitch. You go running to your boyfriend, whining about a little scratch they put on your neck, and they disappear. Where the fuck are they?" He shook her, and this time the cut was deeper and a little lower, right on the upper curve of her left breast. She could tell it was shallow and probably an accident, but it burned like hell. "I don't know who you're talking about." But she had a sinking feeling she did. "They mugged you, and Emilio and Enzo took them away. No one's seen them since, and the Ferraros are looking for me." He slid open the door to an old van and tried to shove her inside. In order to push her, he had to remove the knife. Francesca was not getting into the van. She was certain he'd kill her just to make a point to Stefano. She turned on him, swinging her fist. He grunted, took 2 steps back, and kicked her in the stomach. Francesca folded in half and found herself sitting on the ground. She tried to roll over, to get to her feet before he could come at her again, but he was enraged, and he reached down to grab her hair in his fist. "I'll fucking cut your throat," he snarled, and the knife came right at her exposed throat as he jerked her head backward. Stefano loomed up behind him, a dark, shadowy figure she almost couldn't make out. He seemed to emerge from thin air, from the darkest of the shadows, coming right up behind her assailant and catching his head in the V of his arm, one hand to the back of his skull, forcing his head forward. The man dropped the knife from nerveless fingers and sagged in Stefano's arms. Stefano dropped him like a piece of garbage on the ground, not even bothering to kick the knife out of reach. He caught Francesca in his arms, just as his brothers and Emanuele emerged from the shadows. "She's bleeding," Emanuele announced unnecessarily. "How bad, Stefano? Does she need an ambulance? A doctor?" Francesca shook her head. "I'm fine. Really, just scared." Emanuele ignored her proclamation, clearly looking to Stefano to give her the word one way or the other. The brothers formed a protective ring around her while Stefano inspected her for damage. "She has several cuts. Shallow. Shouldn't need stitches. But I saw him kick her. She'll have a bad bruise." "Who is he?" Francesca asked. "Later, amore," he said, his voice clipped. "We have to do damage control." "Get her home," Rico advised. "We'll do cleanup and call you when it's done." Francesca didn't like the sound of that, all too aware that the man had said his friends had been the ones to try to rob her and they'd disappeared. The last she'd seen of them, Emilio and Enzo were putting them into a car and taking them off somewhere. "Stefano," she tried again. He simply pulled her into his arms, swinging her up to cradle her close, snapping orders. A car pulled up, a man driving she'd seen but didn't recognize. Clearly he was family to the Ferraros. Another cousin, she was certain. He had to be one of the bodyguards who had taken Emilio's place. Stefano carried her to the car. Rico stepped forward and opened the door to the back seat, and Stefano slid inside, keeping Francesca in his arms. The door slammed shut, and the car was in motion. Stefano dropped his chin on top of her head. That scared the hell out of me, hearing him threatening you. Your scream. I think it took 30 years off my life." She closed her eyes and sagged against his chest. "He seemed to think you had something to do with the disappearance of his friends. You didn't, did you, Stefano?" She didn't open her eyes, but she listened, because it was very important to her to hear his voice, to hear the truth or a lie. "I know they are no longer alive," he admitted carefully, "but I didn't kill them." That was strictly the truth, but even that admission was enough to start her heart pounding. She tried to push the thought away that Stefano and his family were part of organized crime, but no matter what she did, she couldn't get around it. There were too many coincidences as far as she was concerned. She tried to get off his lap, but Stefano's arms tightened around her. "Settle, dolce cuore. We'll talk about this once we're home." Stefano. What was she going to say? She couldn't leave him. The thought of being without him made her ill. She wouldn't survive it. Somehow, and she wasn't even certain when it had happened, she'd fallen hard and fast. She was in so deep, even knowing he was a criminal, she might not be strong enough to walk away from him. He nuzzled her neck. "Let's get you home, clean you up, and I'll make dinner for us while you rest. After, when you're feeling better, we'll clear everything up." She heard the ring of truth in that as well. He wasn't avoiding talking to her. He just wanted her warm, safe, and comfortable. That helped to ease her mind. Surely if he was a criminal he would be far more hesitant to talk about the muggers and why he knew they were dead. "What's going to happen to that man? The one who attacked me?" Silence filled the car. The air went very heavy with his anger. Heat vibrated in the air, and all over again. Dread filled her. Stefano didn't answer, and she didn't ask again. The car pulled up to the private entrance around the side of the hotel, the one that looked like an employees-only door, but only family had the code. The bodyguard got out first, took a careful look around, opened the door, and signaled to Stefano. Stefano refused to put her down, even in the private elevator or when they reached the apartment. He carried her on through to the master bedroom and put her on the bed before collecting warm washcloths and a first-aid kit. Francesca detested how safe she felt with him, the soft, loving look on his face, his touch as he cleaned the shallow lacerations. There was no doubt in her mind that he cared about her. She was important to him, maybe too important. "Are you going to kill him, Stefano?" Francesca had to ask. She already knew the answer, but she had to ask. She had looked at his face, right there, when he'd had his arm around her assailant's neck, and she knew he was capable of killing that man. His eyes had been flat and cold, like ice. "He's going to die, but I won't be the one to kill him." There was no inflection in his voice, none. "I'm not ever going to lie to you, Francesca. You're going to be my wife. I won't do that to you. But if you're going to ask me questions, you be absolutely certain you want and can live with the answers." "What if I can't live with the answers?" she asked in a small voice. She heard the tremble. She was scared, not of Stefano, but of what he was, of what he might tell her, and she'd lose him. She couldn't lose him. "Then don't ask until you can." His hands dropped to her blouse. He pulled it over her head and tossed it away from him. It was covered in blood, and he obviously didn't feel the need to try to save it. Her bra was next, and then he was examining the angry cut across the swell of her left breast. "Fucker," he whispered, and leaned down to brush the lightest of kisses across the laceration. "I don't get how a man can do this kind of thing to a woman or to children. What's wrong with them, Francesca?" She couldn't stop herself from cradling his head to her. He sounded tired, sad. "This isn't just about me, Stefano. Tell me what's wrong." "It's work, Bambina. Sometimes I see and hear terrible things I just can't comprehend. It's work, though." "I get that. You don't have to be specific, but you need to talk to me about this. Maybe you should go relax, and I'll fix you dinner." He lifted his head, his blue eyes meeting hers. "You would do that for me after being attacked, wouldn't you? You'd think about me, not yourself." There was wonder in his voice, admiration, respect. Mostly, she heard what sounded suspiciously like love. Her heart fluttered because, yes, he looked tired and upset, and she rarely saw him that way. She doubted if anyone ever did. "I received a report today about a young girl, a teenager, 17 years old. She lost her mother 2 years ago and was given to her step-uncles to take care of her. Unfortunately, all 3 uncles are involved in a very violent gang. Her mother had married their brother, and they lived far away from the gang, but no one took that into consideration when they placed the girl with her uncles. She didn't know them, she didn't love them, and now she's in a terrible situation." "At 17, can't she ask to be removed?" Francesca felt her way carefully. Stefano stroked his fingers over her breasts, down her belly to her jeans. He carefully tugged until she stood in between his thighs. He unzipped the denim and pulled them from her hips, taking her lacy panties with them. A social worker tried. The girl was being abused in every way, sexually, physically, emotionally. She wasn't removed from the home, and the gang threatened the social worker and her family. She had promised the teenager she would get her out, and then she couldn't follow through, not without risking the lives of her husband and children. The police can't stop the gang members from getting to the social worker and her family. So she petitioned for help from our family. He guided her back onto the bed. "Lie down, Dolce Cuore. I want to check out your stomach. I need to make certain there isn't any internal damage." "Will you be able to help her?" Francesca stretched out. She had been naked around him for a week now, yet she still felt shy. "I hope so. We'll see. I just don't understand that mentality. I can see belonging to a gang. I can't see abusing a woman that way, especially when she's your family. I just can't seem to wrap my head around that." His fingers probed all over her stomach. She winced a couple of times, but surprisingly, it didn't hurt very deeply. "You'll have a bruise or 2, but thankfully, he didn't manage to cause any real damage. I'm going to run you a hot bath, and you can soak while I fix you dinner." She caught his hand. "Let's both take a bath, Stefano, and then we can share the cooking. You said you aren't that good, but, honey, I am. I like to cook. You have a great kitchen. You've had a difficult day, too. I'd rather share the bath and dinner." He stood over her a long time, so long she thought he might not respond. The expression on his face was difficult to read. Finally, he brushed at her hair with gentle fingers and shook his head. "I'm so in love with you, Francesca. You give me so many miracles, and you don't have a clue that you do. No one takes care of me. No one. Not when I was a boy, and certainly not now. I think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I love the sound of your laughter, and your smile lights up a room. I watch you with the people in the neighborhood, and you're so great with everyone. They all gravitate toward you, and you treat each of them with genuine interest and caring. I think that's enough reason to love you. But then you do this." He shook his head. Francesca wasn't certain how to respond. He seemed shaken, and she didn't really understand what she'd done. "Honey, you're every bit as important to me as I am to you. I want to take care of you. No, that isn't right. I need to take care of you. You matter, Stefano." She sat up and held out her hand to him. He stared at her hand for a long time. "You asked me a couple of scary questions, Francesca. I gave you a couple of scary answers. You didn't flinch, but I saw it in your eyes that you thought you might not be able to live with those answers. I'm not altogether certain I could give you up now, but I'd try if you need to leave me. I can't walk away from what I do. It's too important. But you should have a choice, so I'm going to attempt to be a better man and give that to you. A one-time offer. She could see that it killed him to make the offer. Killed him. She kept her hand outstretched toward him. I couldn't leave you even if I wanted to. I don't know how I would survive without you. He stared at her for another heartbeat, and then he ignored her hand and took her right back down to the bed. It was a long time before they got their bath or food. Chapter 18. Francesca woke with her heart pounding and her mouth dry, the taste of blood in her mouth. Her tongue found a small tear in her lip where she had bit it to keep from screaming and screaming like she wanted to. Instantly she felt his arms, his thigh between hers, his body wrapped around hers, keeping her safe. Stefano. She drew in breath and took his scent into her lungs. Bambina. His voice was soft, warm, so gentle it turned her heart over. One of her favorite things to do with him was just lie in bed and listen to him talk, especially about the neighborhood and the people in it. The affection in his voice was always stark and real. She especially loved these moments, in the dark, surrounded by his protective body and his voice sliding over her like the touch of his fingers, caressing, soothing, driving away the remnants of her nightmares. Stefano was always gentle with her in the middle of the night when she woke, his mouth soft against her skin, his driving needs held in check while he comforted her. What was it? He's coming for me. Her heart still pounded. Her stomach felt queasy. She knew there was no way Barry Anthon would have missed the news that Francesca Capello was engaged to marry Stefano Ferraro. The announcement was in all the news, in magazines, television. Stefano's publicist handled everything and made certain information on the engagement was spread far and wide. That's the idea, Dolce Cuore. We want him to come after us. We want him out of your life once and for all. That means drawing him out, letting him make a mistake. You can't underestimate him, Stefano, she warned, a cold shiver creeping down her spine. He stroked her ribcage with the pads of his fingers, traced his name, brushing the letters until they looped on the underside of her breasts. He painted little sparks of electricity all over her breasts with soft, unhurried touches. His hand moved back to her ribcage, and he tugged until she rolled onto her back. He kissed the marks at her throat and over her breast, feather-light kisses to remove every trace of the sting of a knife. Francesca's heart jerked hard in her chest at the sight of his face so close to her. God, but he was gorgeous. Impossible to resist. I've fallen so hard for you, Stefano, she whispered. Please be real. Please don't hurt me. I don't think I'd survive it. The admission slipped out before she could stop it. She knew what she was revealing to him, those fragile feelings she couldn't help. Stefano was larger than life, a throwback to an era gone by when men were fiercely protective of women and children, where having a code meant something. Giving his word and keeping it was a matter of honor. His blue eyes burned over her like twin flames, taking her breath. So intense, desire flaring, hunger and possession stamped into the sensual lines of his face. It doesn't get any more real than what I feel for you, Francesca, he said softly. His hand moved from her throat to the junction of her legs, his touch gentle, unhurried, unlike his usual rough, wild possession. What we have together, it fills me up, Bella, until I'm almost bursting. I've always been empty, and now you make me full. There's no going back for me. Stefano shifted his body, rolling over the top of her so that his thick, heavy erection was nestled in the cradle of her hips. One knee nudged her legs apart. One hand caught her left leg, bent it and drew it around him, opening her up to him. Every silent command was gentle, insistent, but gentle. Her heart turned over and then began hammering, each beat thundering in her ears, rushing through her veins and pounding in her clit. She ran her hands up his chest. She loved the way his muscles were so defined, the way they rippled suggestively beneath his skin when he moved, like a tiger. She shivered. Just touching him sent heat curling through her body, and damp liquid made her slick with welcome. "There's no going back for you, Francesca. Whatever happens, we'll face it together." He bent his head and kissed her chin, nibbled his way under her chin to her throat. He punctuated each kiss with a bite. Each bite made her hips buck with need. This was a slow burn, not the out-of-control wildfire he created. The burn took her over, cell by cell, settling in before she was fully aware of what was happening. "I reserve the right to protect you, Stefano." His gaze moved over her face, melting her with those twin blue flames. "I love how you truly believe I need protecting, and that you're so willing to try." He bent his head to her breast, his dark hair brushing over her bare skin. "Every moment I'm with you, Bambina, I fall harder. It's difficult for me to believe you're real. You aren't the only one a little terrified." His mouth made her squirm, catch her breath. He knew exactly what he was doing to her, just how to bring that slow smolder to a hot burn. His hands moved over her skin, possessive, loving, tender. So tender it brought tears to her eyes. His admission rang with truth, and that brought a lump to her throat. Her Stefano. He kissed his way down her body, keeping that slow, unhurried pace, but it was more intense than she thought possible. It felt as if he was worshipping her, showing her with his mouth and hands how much he loved her. Stefano took his time, savoring the taste and texture of Francesca. It was impossible to put into words what he felt for her. He'd had no idea he could feel for a woman what he did each time he touched her. Hell, that wasn't exactly the truth. It happened each time he thought of her, which was every minute of every day. She was fast becoming his obsession. He couldn't wait to be in her. Home. That was what she was to him. A woman who saw him. He kissed his way up the inside of her thigh, feeling her shiver. He loved her reaction every time he touched her. The silk of skin, the heat. He knew he shouldn't be happy for all the women he'd had before her. He couldn't remember them, and they paled into insignificance. But he was grateful for the experience, to be able to give his woman so much pleasure. Her soft little moans sounded like music to him. He waited for the breathy hitch in her voice before he dipped his head again and nuzzled that sweet, sweet treasure between her legs. Her hips bucked, and he pinned her down, forcing her thighs farther apart as he inhaled her scent. She was a siren calling to him. His gaze slid up her body, drinking her in, devouring her. Could a woman be any more beautiful, laid out for him, her body flushed, breasts swaying with every undulation and shift she made? Her hair was everywhere, just like he loved it. That cloud of dark silk felt like heaven against his skin. He dreamed of her hair sliding over him as he fucked her slowly, fast, any damn way he wanted. "Who do you belong to, Bambina?" He licked at her, licked at the orange and cinnamon-scented drops of honey spilling out of her. All for him. Every single bit, just for him. She didn't know yet. She was still leery of the relationship, not trusting anything that happened so fast. Knowing his family was far more than he was telling her. Still, she was there, with him, committing to him in spite of her fear. He needed her to commit all the way, to be so far into him she couldn't walk away. He wanted their shadows merged, a dangerous thing to do if she wasn't fully his. It was a risk he knew could lose him everything. He'd end up a shadow himself, no longer a rider, something he was born to do. Every day they were together like this, so intimate, their shadows connected, beginning the seal between them. "Answer me, Francesca." He used his black velvet voice, the one no one ever dared disobey, the one commanding truth. "Who do you belong to?" He plunged his tongue deep, because he couldn't resist her scent one more moment. His hands shaped her hips, her thighs, slid over the dark curls at the V of her legs, possessively. He knew exactly who she belonged to. Stefano. She said his name on a gasp, her hands finding his hair, gripping, pulling. He loved the bite of pain. His cock loved it too. I belong to you. 4 beautiful words. He added a finger to her tight sheath, and her muscles contracted around it, bathed him in hot liquid. He marveled that she could take him. She always felt far too tight, yet she was perfect for him. That's right, Francesca. You're mine. Because he couldn't live without her. He couldn't ever again come back to one of his houses without her in it. He moved up her body, keeping her thighs wide, bending one leg at the knee to curve it around his body, wanting her to lock him up tight. He did the same to the other leg so that her body cradled his, and her legs circled his thighs, ankles crossed to hold him to her. He brushed at her hair and took her mouth again. He'd never be able to resist her mouth. He loved everything about it. How soft, like velvet, full lips. Her smile took his breath every time. She had the cutest little dimple, barely there, that came and went when she smiled. Her taste was exquisite, addicting. He kissed his way down her chin and took a small bite, felt her body shudder beneath his in reaction. Her neck was next. He loved the way she arched, giving him access, even when he bit her that little bit too hard. It was impossible not to sink his teeth into her. She was just too perfect, just too his. Everything he could imagine he would want in a woman, and so much more. Her hands stroked his back. Fingernails bit deep into his shoulders. His cock jerked. His balls tightened. She was perfect. Fucking perfect. He worshipped her breasts, taking his time, even when she tried to impale herself on him. He loved that. Loved the way she needed him. Her eyes had that glazed look he was hungry to see, the look that said she was so far gone he could do anything to her and she'd let him, because she was every bit as wild for him as he was for her. He guided her legs higher, so that they wrapped around his waist, exposing that soft center of hers, a flower. He ledged the head of his cock there, feeling the burn. So slick with welcome. He loved that too. How wet she got for him, how responsive she was to him. She was everything. When a man had nothing for his entire damn life, there was no mistaking the real thing when she walked unexpectedly into his world. He pushed slowly into her, inch by scorching hot inch, watching as she took him in, watching as her body swallowed his. It was beautiful, fucking perfection. His gaze on hers. He threaded his fingers through hers and pressed their joined hands into the mattress. He had never felt anything so intense as he did right in that moment. The clasp of her sheath strangling his cock, a vice made of breathing silk, the tunnel so hot and tight it took his breath. He moved slowly. He didn't want to. He wanted to fuck her hard, but right then he couldn't. He was helpless, caught in her spell, mesmerized by her beauty, by the beauty of her body and what it could do to his, mesmerized by her heart, the heart that belonged to him. He found himself hypnotized by the small noises Francesca made in her throat that always drove him wild, the way her eyes darkened as lust overtook her. He was acutely aware of every detail, every movement, the way she tilted her pelvis to take him deeper, the way she lifted to meet him, matching his rhythm exactly, accepting whatever pace he set, hard, slow, gentle, fast. She gave herself completely into his keeping. "That's right, dolce cuore," he whispered, feeling it build in her, coiling and burning. She was close, the hitch in her breathing, the raw carnal need etched into her face, so beautiful. All his. "Give it to me now." He pushed command into his voice, wanting to feel the pulse of her body, that tight grip milking at him, the scorching friction and searing heat she surrounded him with. He wasn't yet ready to let her take him over the edge. He wanted more, much, much more. She gasped as the climax took her, her gaze never wavering from his. Her eyes went wide with a kind of dazed shock, and her body shuddered and rippled with a powerful orgasm. He kept moving in her, picking up the pace, pounding through her climax, prolonging it. He couldn't help himself. He drove deeper, lifting her hips to him, fingers digging into her perfect little heart-shaped bottom, fucking her hard, really hard. She belonged to him, every inch of her. Her orgasms belonged to him, her silken sheath, so tight he thought he might not live through every time she surrounded him, that belonged to him. He buried himself in her over and over, taking her, owning her, savoring her, her scent, the feel of her. Deal. Her taste, so exquisite he was addicted and woke every fucking morning with her on his tongue. He wrapped her hair around his fist, just because he fucking owned her hair, too. She let him, even when he jerked, pulling hard, turning her head to force her to keep watching his face. He reveled in the sight of her under him, pinned there, unable to move, her legs wrapped around his waist, locking them together while he rode her hard. He belonged there inside of her. She was la sua casa, his home. Home wasn't a place with four walls. Home was a scorching hot, tight sheath made of silk. Home was blue eyes he could drown in. Home was soft skin and an eager mouth, hands that stroked and caressed, nails that bit deep in passion. She was home. Francesca. He was close, so close to the end of his control. He felt the heat skittering down his spine, up his thighs, his balls tightening. She was beautiful, her entire body flushed, her mouth open, panting, singing a ragged chant, a breathy call of his name. Mine. He nearly spat the word, telling her, wanting that word branded into her bones, wanting his name carved deep in her soul. She was his everything. Her muscles tightened, clamping down again, that scorching vice he would never get used to, the one that felt so fucking good. Paradise. Exquisite pain and pleasure coming together in perfect harmony, forcing his explosion so that his entire body seemed to come apart, milking him dry. Francesca. He breathed her name in reverence. His woman. He hoped she felt what he was trying to show her with his body. Love wasn't the right word, not when it was everything, not when it was so intense. She stroked his hair, her eyes drowsy, sated. Staring into her eyes shook him because he found himself drowning in her blue gaze, experiencing the most powerful emotion he'd ever felt. She shook the foundations of his world. He allowed himself to collapse over her, burying his face against her neck. He nuzzled her there, kissed her, bit down as gently as he could, feeling her body shudder and quake around his as he glided into her over and over. Slow again, bringing them both down from that exhilarating rush. When he finally found the strength to withdraw, he rolled her onto her side, back to him, curling his body around her. "I have to clean up." "No." He made it an order. "Tonight you sleep with me inside you." He had a primitive desire to own her body all night. He waited for her to protest. What woman wouldn't protest? His seed would run down her thighs, make a sticky mess. She had every right to protest. He closed his eyes and pressed his forehead into the back of her head, into the luxurious mass of dark hair, waiting. Francesca laughed softly, and the sound teased every one of his senses, made him indescribably happy. He lifted his head because he had to see her. One hand moved the cloak of hair, exposing the tilt of her mouth, that sweet, sweet curve. "You're kind of a caveman sometimes, Stefano, but it's sexy. Really, really sexy." The breathless quality to her voice brushed like fingers over his belly, making his cock grow semi-hard when he'd just been feeling sated. She could make him insatiable. She already had. He was used to having a strong sex drive, mostly when he came out of the shadow portals, the adrenaline rushing through his veins. But now he thought about sex about every third second. Sex with his woman, Francesca. Glad you think so, amore. You need to go back to sleep. You have work in the morning, unless— He paused, hopefully. When she didn't take the bait, he sighed. You could quit. I'm not going to be a kept woman, Stefano. He was silent. He wanted to keep her. It was necessary to him. You do know I'm filthy rich, right? My family has money. I have money. I would much rather spend it on you than on anything or anyone else. He spoke low, trying to keep his tone even. He knew money was going to be a sore subject with her. She'd been homeless, and she had a streak of pride a mile wide. You bought me an entire wardrobe, honey, she said. Her voice was quiet, almost gentle. He could tell she was trying to tiptoe around his pride. It wasn't that, though. It's about me needing to do things for you, Francesca. It makes me happy. You have no idea how happy. I've never had this before. It was difficult to make the admission, not with his emotions choking him. He was grateful he was behind her, his body locked around hers. He tightened his arm around her chest and pushed his hips deeper into her. She was so soft, incredibly soft, and warm. Her perfect little ass pushed back against him, and he closed his eyes against the streak of white lightning shooting through his cock to his belly. I'll keep my job for the time being, Stefano. It helps me learn about all the people in the neighborhood. You grew up with them. I would like to get to know them. I can tell they matter to you. You help them out a lot. If I'm going to be your wife, then they should be able to come to me so I can take some of the burden off you. His heart jerked hard in his chest. The pressure was strong, an actual pain. She was going to be his wife. He would accept nothing less. But to have her want to get to know the people in his world just so she could help him reduced him to putty. She didn't know it, and thank God she didn't, but she had him in the palm of her hand. She had all the power in their relationship. She probably always would. You're killing me, woman. Go to sleep. Because he couldn't take much more. Not yet. Bambina, he said softly, sweeping the hair from her neck to over her shoulder. He pressed his lips against her bare nape. Go to sleep. If you don't, I'll know I didn't do my job, wearing you out. He murmured the words against her soft skin, his teeth scraping back and forth gently, the desire to take a bite out of her strong in him. That will mean I'll start all over again, which I don't mind, but I'll get you sore. So close your beautiful eyes for me and go to sleep. She sighed. I wish I could, but I keep thinking about the poor girl, Stefano, the one you told me about. He closed his eyes. He had no right blurting out details of his assignments, no matter how disturbing or upsetting. Francesca, I should never have told you about her. I don't know why I did. You don't need to hear things like that. Not ever. He stroked her hair. He loved touching her. He fucking needed to touch her. Of course I do, Francesca protested, snuggling deeper into her pillow. He loved the way her bare skin slid over his, like silk or satin. So sinful he wanted her all over again. His cock just kept throbbing, demanding. He pressed deeper against her ass, finding the crease there. He used one hand to circle his shaft, closing his eyes against the pleasure sweeping through him. Anything that upsets you, I want to share. I want you to be able to talk to me about your work. I might not be able to do anything but listen, but at least I can do that. The thing is, if you're reading reports on this girl, that means you're considering some way to help her. He met her statement with silence. She turned her head to look over her shoulder at him. Dio. So fucking beautiful. Her eyes, the way she looked at him, as if he were the only man in the world. He buried his face in her hair, escaping that wide blue gaze. "You're too damn smart for your own good, Francesca. We're getting into things I can't talk about until my ring is on your finger." She blinked at him, and then turned back to lay her head on her pillow, her fingers curling into a fist beside her chin. "Your ring is on my finger," she pointed out, her voice low. He reached across her body to lift her left hand, his thumb sliding over the engagement ring. He loved seeing it on her finger, feeling it there. "You have to have my wedding band here as well. That's how this works in my family, amore." Francesca was silent for a long time, and his heart pounded. She couldn't slip away. She just couldn't. Not now. He wouldn't allow it. He stayed quiet, afraid to say anything, afraid not to. "Stefano, I know your business isn't legal. I suspected all along. But you told me your family doesn't sell drugs or run guns, and I believe you. I can't imagine you involved in prostitution or, worse, human trafficking." His heart continued to pound. Blood thundered in his ears. Was she making a leap of faith or about to tell him to fuck off? He held himself very still, waiting for her to shatter him. "Your family isn't like the Saldi family, in the news suspected of all kinds of heinous crimes. Still, in spite of your banks, hotels, nightclubs, and even the casinos, I'm fairly certain your family has an illegal side to some of the things you do." Not his entire family, just the ones that would matter to her. He wanted to kiss her, cover her mouth with his, stop her. In that moment he knew she could shatter him, break him into a million pieces, and he'd never recover. Not in this lifetime. He realized all the lore in his family was truth. Ferraro men, when they found the right woman, loved her with everything in them, and they did it only once. Francesca was his once. "To be with you, I can accept a lot of things, Stefano, but not silence. Not being kept in the dark. I know that there isn't always justice in the world. Believe me, I am living proof of that. It isn't like I'm ever going to go running to the police believing they'll help me. I did that too many times." She made a move, as if she might put distance between them. He wasn't having that. He refused. He tightened his arm under her breasts and tucked her into his side, pushing his cock into the cleft of her rounded cheeks, deep, claiming that part of her for his own as well. Making a statement. She subsided, but that didn't stop the tension from coiling tighter in his gut. "This girl, the one you read about. I don't know why people come to you for help, but if you can get her out of that situation, I'm behind you 100%. She turned her head again to look at him over her shoulder. Her blue eyes were dark, beautiful, filled with possession and pride. For him. Fuck. She was killing him, taking him over, one slice of his soul at a time. His cock hardened until he thought he might shatter. Or maybe his heart was going to fragment into a million pieces. "And Stefano, I don't care how you have to do it, legal or otherwise. Just help her if you can." A soft dictate, an acceptance. His heart nearly exploded. He reached down and caught her hips, tugging her into position, one hand sliding between her legs. She was filled with him, slick with the both of them. He lifted one of her legs and just slid home, buried himself deep, stayed planted as deep as humanly possible while he held her to him, while he buried his face in the ultimate luxury of her thick dark hair. He didn't move, just stayed locked to her, buried in her, right where he wanted to live. Home. "Stefano." Her voice caressed his skin, melted into his bones. "Honey, you have to move. You can't tease me like this." He found himself smiling like an idiot. If his brothers saw him now, they'd call him whipped, and he wouldn't care. She was exhausted, had to get up early, and she had that little demand in her voice that was sexy as hell. So hot, his woman. So fucking hot. He complied and gave her exactly what she wanted. He'd give her the world every time. Francesca woke to the first streaks of light invading the bedroom. She knew instantly she was alone, and for a moment her heart thudded in protest. She buried her face in the pillow. The scent of Stefano still lingered in the room, in her, on her. She stretched, and muscles protested deliciously. She liked that. She liked belonging to him, knowing his mark was on her, and that every time she took a step, she'd feel him inside her. She sat up, pulling the sheet with her when she realized she didn't have a stitch on. Blinking, she pushed at the hair tumbling around her face and down her back. The room was immaculate. Stefano had picked up their scattered clothes. She found herself laughing as she made her way to the master bathroom. She was happy. She hadn't expected to ever be happy again. Not after losing her parents. Not after losing her sister. Not after Barry Anthon had begun his campaign to take everything from her. The water was hot, just the way she liked it. It poured over her, soothing the soreness in her muscles. Stefano always ensured she found nothing but absolute pleasure in his arms. But he wasn't a gentle lover. He could be sometimes, but it was rare. Gentle usually turned into rough, hard. She loved rough and hard with him. Anything at all he wanted to do, she was totally into. He liked to put his brand on her. She loved those marks of possession, but her body sometimes protested. Hot water took care of that, leaving her with a straight happiness vibe. She dressed carefully in one of the many skirts Stefano had bought her. He had great taste in clothing. She was fairly certain she'd seen this particular skirt in the window of Lucia's Treasures. It was a beautiful royal blue, the material exquisite, flowy. A handkerchief hemline. The skirt rode low on the hips, and the matching top, out of the same material, was a corset with a zigzag of royal blue cord through eyelets lacing up the front. She loved the way it narrowed at her rib cage and emphasized her small waist. She had curves, hips and breasts, and, as far as she was concerned, too big of a butt, but the cut of the skirt and matching blouse was flattering. She loved the way the material felt as it swished around her legs and fell over her hips in a sexy sway. She added soft suede boots and dried her hair in a loose cloud of dark waves. At the deli she'd have to pull it back to work around the food, but she wanted to look nice when she kissed Stefano goodbye. Her sweater was lacy, an intricate pattern, soft and warm, with tiny buttons going up the front. Giving herself one last look in the mirror, Francesca stepped out into the hall and started toward the living room. Immediately, she heard a woman's voice, low, furious, filled with contempt and repressed anger. Not a hot anger, but cold, like a vicious snake, coiled and ready to strike. "Do you have any idea who this woman is? You should have had her investigated before you ever allowed the media to get a hold of pictures of you with her. My God, Stefano, she's been in a mental facility. She'll drag our good name through the mud, and you'll let her." Francesca stopped moving instantly, one hand going protectively to her throat, her legs like rubber. That cold voice was talking about her. There was no mistaking that at all. She'd been locked up for 72 hours. "They do say that the mentally unbalanced are a good lay," the voice continued, the contempt deepening. "But I forbid this. Our name means something, and just because you can't keep your dick in your pants— Eloisa, that's enough." Francesca flinched at the tone of Stefano's voice. He was angry. Not his usual enraged, but under-control anger. This was a smoldering, scary, very low voice that indicated he was extremely dangerous. "I'm your mother. Don't!" His voice was a whip, lashing out with a viciousness Francesca hadn't known him capable of. "You lost the right to call yourself my mother a long time ago. You never played that role, and now isn't the time to start. You don't know the first thing about my relationship with Francesca." He called his mother by her first name. Eloisa? Clearly there was a huge rift between mother and son. Stefano was a man who believed in protecting women. It was ingrained in him, at his very core. It shocked her that something had gone so wrong in their relationship that Stefano was disrespectful to his mother. She had had a few clues. He hadn't included her or his father in the meeting with his cousins when they'd asked her about Barry. "I know that you're running out of time, and you saw a woman who was compatible with you and what you are. You know in another couple of years you'll have to make a match of convenience, so you took the first thing that came your way because you just have to be in control." Eloisa's voice dripped with sarcasm. It also rang with honesty. Francesca threw one hand out toward the wall to steady herself. What did that mean? A marriage of convenience? Why would Stefano have to marry anyone? That didn't make sense. He could have his choice of any woman. He was gorgeous, had tons of money, as well as a million other reasons why a woman would want him. What did Eloisa mean? Compatible with you and what you are? What was Stefano that any woman wouldn't be compatible with him? What I choose to do, or with whom I do it, isn't your concern. Knots coiled tight in Francesca's belly. Stefano wasn't denying anything his mother had said. He was protesting her right to say it to him. "This family is my business. I've given my entire life for it, and I won't let your sex drive or your need to prove to me or your father that you're the one in control, not us, ruin everything." "I've given my life to this family," Stefano said, his voice dropping even lower. His tone made Francesca shiver. She could actually feel the heat of his temper filling the room and drifting down the hall toward her. She wouldn't have been surprised to see the walls bulge outward in an effort to contain his temper. She never, ever wanted him that angry with her. "My sex drive is none of your business, and it will never be. I am the one in control of the family, not you, and don't ever be stupid enough to test me on that, Eloisa. You didn't listen to me when I told you what would happen if you sent Ettore into the tubes. I told you he was too young and far too sensitive for this kind of work, but you just had to pull rank on me because you didn't want the family to know you didn't know the first thing about your children, and they were all there. The others told you. Rico, Giovanni, Vittorio, hell, even Taviano and Emanuele. All of us. But you just had to prove your point. My baby brother. I was the one who held him in my arms. I was the one who got up at night to feed and change him, not you. I picked him up when he cried and rocked him back to sleep. He was weak, Eloisa said in a small voice. He needed to be a man. I tried to make him a man. You coddled him too much. You always did. He was different, Eloisa. But you refused to see that because, God forbid, you and your husband couldn't possibly produce a less-than-perfect child. Now Ettore is just dead. Francesca's heart broke for Stefano. There was genuine sorrow in his voice, the sorrow a parent would feel for the loss of a child. She took a step toward the living room, needing to comfort him. I've known Barry Anton's parents for some time, Stefano. He comes from good people, Eloisa continued, as if they hadn't just been discussing the loss of her son. This deranged woman you call your fiancée accused Barry of murdering her sister. Did you know that? It's absolutely absurd. She's got a police record. She's a criminal as well as a mental patient. Give her money to go away. She's not the only writer in the world. They're out there. You would just have to look around a little bit. Dio, Stefano, at least admit you wouldn't have looked at her twice if she weren't a writer. Be honest with yourself and with me. That may be true, Eloisa, Stefano said, but I did look at her. Francesca closed her eyes. She'd heard enough, far more than she wanted to hear. Stefano's reason for seeking her out hadn't been compassion because she didn't have a coat. It hadn't been because he was attracted to her. Whatever being a writer meant was his true reason for going after her, for asking her to marry him. She closed her eyes against the tears burning in her throat and behind her eyes. She just had to get out of there with a little dignity, and Then she could sort things out. Francesca took a breath, striding down the hall. "Honey, I've got to go. I'm late. I'll text you when I get to work." She burst out of the hall and was nearly all the way to the elevator before she allowed herself to see Stefano had company. "Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you." She flashed a fake smile at Eloisa and took the 4 steps to the elevator and summoned it with a stab of her finger. "Francesca!" Stefano called out and took a step toward her. Fortunately, the doors opened and she stepped into the lift and hurriedly closed the doors on his face. He knew. He knew she'd heard everything. It was written on his face. She didn't care. She practically ran out of the hotel. To her dismay, Emilio and Enzo were waiting for her. Emilio opened the door of the car and she slipped inside, praying Stefano wouldn't call him until after he'd gotten her to work. Her fiancé still had his mother to deal with, and she hoped that took a very long time. Chapter 19. Francesca resolved not to do anything rash. Stefano had been good to her. There was always honesty in his touch, in his voice. She stuck her thumbnail between her teeth and chewed at it, trying to get past the hurt. She had never felt good enough for Stefano. That wasn't on him. It was on her. Tears burned so close, but she didn't dare shed them. Any moment, Emilio's or Enzo's phone would ring, and Stefano would order them to turn around and bring her back. A little hysterically, she made up her mind to jump out of the car if that happened. She wasn't going back, not until she'd had time to think this through. She could go to Joanna's for the night, just sit quietly where Stefano's overwhelming, intimidating presence wouldn't color her judgment. Her finger dropped down to the ring he'd given her. So beautiful, like him. The car pulled up to the curb and she was out before either of her bodyguards could exit. She didn't look at either of them, but rushed into the safety of the deli. Pietro waited behind the counter. He looked up when she entered, a strange look on his face. He was already filling the cases. "I'm sorry I'm late," she apologized hastily, rounding the counter, more to keep Emilio and Enzo from being able to herd her back out to the car. She glanced out the window. Sure enough, Emilio was on his cell, his eyes on her through the glass. Her heart began to pound. She clenched her teeth. She wasn't going to be pushed around. "You have the day off today, Francesca," Pietro announced unexpectedly. "I won't need you." She froze, her hand going to her throat in a defensive gesture. Barry Anthon had made his move. "Pietro," she began, "whatever he told you, it's just not true. You've gotten to know me." She wouldn't beg. She just didn't expect Joanna's uncle to take Barry at his word without at least giving her a chance to defend herself. "Girl, what are you talking about? Your man called, and he needs you today. I have no problem calling in Ario or anyone else if Stefano needs you. You work hard, Francesca. I didn't expect you to stay on after you got engaged, and I really appreciate that you did. So a day or two off here or there isn't a problem." Stefano had called him. The relief that it hadn't been Barry was enormous, but she still wasn't going to let Stefano push her around. The door opened, and Emilio and Enzo entered, both standing just inside, arms crossed over their chests. "Let's go, Francesca," Emilio said. "Stefano wants you home." Her chin went up. How dared he order her home? "I don't particularly care what Stefano wants right now, Emilio. I'm working." She turned to Pietro. "If you don't want me working right now, that's fine. I've got other things to do." She had no idea what those other things were, but she'd think of something. "Francesca!" Emilio straightened, looking every inch a true Ferraro. He might not have the same last name, but he could be intimidating when he chose. There was a warning in his voice. "No!" She was adamant. "I'm not going back there. Pietro, do you need me today or not?" Pietro hesitated, glancing uneasily at Emilio and Enzo. She immediately wished she hadn't put him in such a position. She put a conciliatory hand on his arm. I forgot you said you already called Arya. That's great. I had some things I wanted to do anyway. It will give me time to get them done." Pietro looked relieved, and he patted her. "Talk to Stefano first, Francesca. Whatever is happening between you, trust him to clear it up." Trust. It really boiled down to trust. That, and her insecurities. Still, she wanted to take some time to think things all the way through. That shouldn't be asking too much, even from a very decisive man like Stefano. She nodded at Pietro, gave him a cheerful little wave, and marched right between Emilio and Enzo. Enzo got the door for her, and she turned away from the car, toward Lucia's treasures. She really liked Lucia and Amo. She loved the clothing they sold. It was far beyond her pocketbook, but looking was always fun. Enzo stepped in front of her, and Emilio came up behind her, boxing her in, close to the side of the building. "Francesca, get in the car," Emilio said. "It's not going to happen." She found herself seething, grateful for a target. "Stefano Ferraro doesn't tell me what to do. He doesn't own me." Enzo shook his head. "Babe, don't fight battles you can't win. Pick them with him. Whatever happened this morning to upset you both needs to be worked out." She glared at him. "First of all, it's no one's business what happened this morning. Second, I have every right to work things out in my own way, and I'm going to do just that." She took a step to get around him, and he blocked her with his much larger body, cutting her off so she was pushed almost entirely up against the wall. "Step back! You can't force me to go with you." Enzo glanced at Emilio and then to the street. Francesca followed his gaze, and her heart sank. Of course they were just buying time, arguing with her, and she fell right into their trap. Stefano stalked toward them, looking every inch a dangerous, prowling predator. He walked right up to Francesca, up close, crowding her body, one arm wrapping possessively around her waist and pulling her in tight to his side, locking her with enormous strength to him, so there wasn't a doubt in her mind that if she struggled, he'd subdue her immediately and easily. "Thanks, Emilio, Enzo." Stefano nodded to them and turned her away from the car and began walking in the direction she'd chosen to go, taking her with him. "You didn't stick around to let me explain. Were you running from me?" She couldn't tell if there was a note of hurt in his voice or not. His tone troubled her, and she glanced up at his face. His mask was in place, the scary one. "No, I was trying to sort things out in my head." He stopped abruptly and caught her chin in his hand. "You want to sort out a problem with me, Dolcecuore. You do it with me." "I had to go to work," she muttered, because he might have a point. "Bullshit, Francesca. You heard the crap my fucking mother spouted. You were hurt and didn't understand half of what she said, and you ran like a rabbit." She glared at him. "I did not. I was hurt, yes, and you're right. I had no idea what she was talking about when she said I was a rider, and that you took the first one to come along, or that you'd have to settle for a marriage of convenience if you didn't marry me. None of that made sense." The only thing that she'd really understood was that Stefano had lost a sibling, one he loved, and he blamed his mother. "Tell me about your brother," she prompted. He took a breath, his face darkening, his jaw set. His eyes were alive with pain, but his features remained an expressionless mask. He began walking again. Francesca tucked tightly to his side. For a long while she was certain he wouldn't respond. They'd walked an entire block, past Lucia's treasures and Petrov's pizzeria, and then halfway down another block before he cleared his throat. Stefano's arm tightened until she almost couldn't breathe, but she didn't protest. Instead, she rested her palm on his very ripped stomach. Beneath his three-piece pinstriped suit, she felt his muscles ripple. Emilio and Enzo trailed them, close enough to help if trouble presented itself, and a discreet enough distance away that Stefano and Francesca could talk in private. They also were able to discourage others from going up to Stefano and Francesca just by shaking their heads. She was vaguely aware of them and what they were doing, but mostly she concentrated on Stefano, willing him to talk to her. Ettore was born 11 months after Emmanuel, In our family, it is necessary to have several children. My mother isn't the mothering type. She didn't want children, and she certainly didn't want to be married to a man she didn't love. Their marriage was arranged. My father is a man who is very difficult to explain. He has a very large ego. He's good-looking, and he knows it. Eventually he began to have affairs. He was discreet, but he had them. He paid no attention to any of us. I think having children cramped his style. If a woman got too clingy, my mother would have a chat with her. Their strange lifestyle didn't leave a lot of room for any of us. She didn't make the mistake of giving him sympathy. She couldn't imagine growing up that way. Her parents had loved her sister and her. When they died, Sela had stepped up and given her that same unconditional love. I saw what my cousins had. Aunts and uncles loving one another and their children. They tried to make it better for me, for us, but they couldn't be in our home 24/7, so I decided that I'd make a home for us. She knew he had. It showed in the way his brothers and sister reacted to him, loved him and one another. They were a tight-knit family with Stefano at the helm. Ettore had respiratory problems from the moment he was born. He was small, and his lungs weren't developed. He was in the hospital for 2 weeks. My parents went to see him twice. Aunt Rachele and Aunt Perla. You haven't met them yet, only their children. Took me every single day to see him. The nurses let me put my hands in the gloves and touch him. Eventually I could hold him. He swallowed hard and looked away from her. Francesca pressed her hand tighter against his abdomen, matching her steps to his because he had begun to walk faster. She could see they were headed for a small park in the middle of the neighborhood. He just never got strong. My parents were extra hard on him. I told you, we were required to train from age 2. They refused to give him more time. Neither spent any time with him, and if they came into contact with him, they were irritated by him. He learned very fast to keep out of their way, and my brothers and Emmanuel took to deflecting their attention immediately if they spotted him. I don't understand. Francesca couldn't help but break her silence. Why would they be irritated by a child? There was genuine confusion in her voice because it didn't make sense to her. The boy obviously needed love and attention, not annoyance or anger. He wasn't perfect, Francesca. In my home, growing up, nothing but perfection was allowed. Our training, our education, our ability to speak languages. We had to be not good at everything, but great. Ettore tried, but he couldn't keep up. We all tried to help him, tutor him, work with him on physical training, but he was always behind. And the martial arts and boxing took a toll on his body. How? Wouldn't that strengthen him? He shook his head. He didn't heal from the inevitable bruises and injuries we got. He was slow at other things, too, things that were necessary in our work. I tried to talk to the parents about him, but they wouldn't listen to me. He was far too sensitive for our kind of work. She still didn't know what his kind of work was, but if helping out a 17-year-old girl who was being horribly abused was anything to go by, she was fairly certain she knew Stefano meant even reading the reports on such things hurt Ettore's heart. That's so terrible, Stefano. He should have been protected. She wanted to wrap her arms around him and hold him tight. She knew what it was like to experience loss. Stefano obviously loved his brother very much, more like a parent with a child than a sibling. He should have been, but when he was 16, the parents insisted he become active. We got into a terrible fight, but they pulled rank on me. Ettore died. I went to get his body and I carried him home myself. I never allowed them to make a decision regarding any of my siblings after that. There was steel in his voice. The parents. That was how he referred to the man and woman who had given him life. Stefano loved family. Her fingers curled in his vest, and she turned her head to press a kiss into his side, regardless of the fact that they had a lot more things to work out. Her heart ached for him. She had to blink away tears of sympathy and swallow the terrible lump that had formed in her throat. He looked down at her bent head. Amore mio, you are far too soft to be without my protection. When you're upset or hurt, or you don't understand, trust me. Talk to me. We're going to be together a lifetime, and I don't ever want you to be afraid or hurt and not come to me. You'll hear a lot of ugly things. They had entered the park, and he guided her toward a bench. The rain had left everything looking brand new and shiny. He halted, stepping in front of her, tipping her face up to his. We live our lives in the spotlight quite a bit of the time, and it's necessary. People can be very ugly. You have to trust me to look after you and protect you. You have to let us. His thumb slid over her lower lip and then brushed back and forth over her chin. I didn't run away, Stefano, she denied softly. I just needed time to process. He nodded as if in understanding. You can't possibly process without having the facts, Francesca. His fingers curled around the nape of her neck, his thumb sweeping her cheek as if he couldn't get enough of her skin. It was a shock to hear the things she said. I'm certain that's true, Bambina. She is very judgmental and demanding. Above all, she wants the Ferraro name pure. Her heart clenched hard in her chest, so hard it was painful. She had enough scandal tied to her name to sink an entire continent of Ferraros. Stefano cupped her face gently in his palms, bending so that his forehead touched hers, breathing her in, breathing for both of them. We managed to create enough scandal ourselves without our women worrying that they might not be good enough. I love you. I love everything about you. You make me happy. It isn't because you're a rider. It's because you're you. She swallowed hard. There it was. The rider business. Something about what his mother said was the truth, although she heard the ring of honesty in his voice. Did I notice you because you're a rider? He continued. Of course I did, dolce cuore. How could I not when so few come our way? But once we connected, once I was that close to you, I knew. She stepped closer to him, her hands going inside his jacket and under his vest to clutch his shirt. She wanted to touch bare skin, to be absorbed by him, melt right into him. Since that wasn't an option, she settled for curling her fingers into his shirt and feeling the heat coming off of him. There was a lot of heat. Are you going to explain to me what a rider is? Stefano lifted his head, his hands sliding from her face reluctantly. He turned her toward the bench, and Francesca sank down onto the wrought iron. It was cold until he sat beside her and pulled her into his arms. He liked being close to her. He insisted on touching her when he was close. She liked that. A lot. Once I tell you that, there's no going back from it. Eloisa was indiscreet. You should never have heard that term. You have a lot of secrets, Francesca observed. He was silent, something scary working in the depths of his eyes. Does that scare you? Everything about you scares me, Stefano. But that doesn't seem to matter. I'm still here. I would have worked this out on my own. You work things out with me, Stefano said firmly. It has to be that way. He added hastily when she stirred in protest. Once you know all the secrets, they have to remain secrets. There's no talking to Joanna or anyone else other than immediate family. We're close for a reason. We depend on one another. We have to. Can you accept that, Francesca? I want a family, Stefano, and I like how yours is so close, so, yes, that's an easy one to accept. The tension hadn't left his body. She could feel it there, coiled and ready to strike to protect him. But from what? Her? Stefano suddenly shifted, one arm going under her knees, the other around her back. He lifted her easily and sat her on his lap, his arms circling her. She recognized the move as aggressive, claiming, rather than sweet. Her heart began to pound. In our family, It is necessary for someone like me to produce children, if at all possible. Those children have to be created with another person like me." "A rider," she supplied the term he was so reluctant to use. He nodded. "Yes, another rider. When I said children, plural, I mean we would have to try for a large family." He sighed. "I don't know who I'm kidding. I want a large family, and I want my wife staying home and taking care of them. I want her to get up with me in the middle of the night and change their diapers and feed them. I want her to shower our children with love every minute of the day. I want her to be strong enough to stand up to me and balance my need to keep them all safe." She understood the tension in him. He'd never had that. Not what he wanted for his children. Francesca slid her hand up his chest to stroke the tension from his hard jaw. "Honey, I grew up in a house filled with love. I want nothing less for our children. I don't want someone else raising them. I want family picnics and laughter and trips to the beach that cover all of us in sand that we drag back to our car." "You'll stay home with them?" She laughed softly. "And be a kept woman? Seriously, Stefano, you'll be my wife, the mother of my children. That means you'll be the heart in our home. Not kept, Francesca. Important. The most important of all. I grew up being both mother and father to my siblings. I saw what I wanted for them and for my own children when I visited my aunts and uncles. There was love in their homes. Our children will have to train as I did, but that should be balanced out with love and acceptance, with the ability to recognize each child as an individual with different needs." She fell in love just a little bit more. How could she not? She heard the longing and need in his voice. He was baring his soul to her, laying himself on the line. Whatever a rider was, it was unimportant next to what he was revealing to her. That was work. This was about his heart and soul. He was giving her that, stripping himself bare so she knew exactly what he wanted and needed in his life. "I have to know if that appeals to you, Francesca. I don't want to lose you. I want to give you the world, anything you want. At the same time, you need to know the things most important to me. Our family, you, me, our children and my siblings. You'll be the heart for them as well. Can you do that? Am I asking too much of you?" She heard uncertainty for the first time in his voice. Her man, strong, invincible, arrogant even. Yet he was uncertain when it came to her. He was asking for a home filled with love for his children, for him, for his sister and brothers, asking if she would be right at the center of that. She knew that position would also put her in charge of the neighborhood, the people he obviously loved and considered under his protection. He would give her those people as well. "I love you, Stefano. I want to be the mother of your children. I wouldn't know any other way of parenting than to show them as much love as possible. I'll certainly insist on raising them with you. I've worked since I was 13 years old. I'm not certain I would know how to stay at home, but I imagine having multiple children is work in itself, so yes, I love your idea of a home and family, and I am certainly on board with it. However," she turned his face toward hers and looked him in the eye, "there will be no more telling my boss I'm not working, or telling Emilio and Enzo to bring me home." He leaned that 2 inches separating them and brushed kisses from her cheekbone to her chin. "Can't promise that, amore. You run away from me like that, and I lose my mind. I forget everything but the need to get you back." She burst out laughing. She couldn't help it. She didn't want to encourage him, but he was just too funny. "You're impossible." "But very much in love with you, Francesca," he said, framing her face with his hands, looking into her eyes. "I'm so in love with you I can't even breathe without you. I know, absolutely, I was born to be your man. Our shadows connected, and that truth was there for both of us to see." It was a beautiful declaration, and her eyes burned with a reaction. Stark, raw. He meant every word. She even knew what he meant by their shadows connecting. She'd felt that jolt of urgent chemistry and the rightness of Stefano Ferraro. She often felt emotion when her shadow connected with someone else's, but she'd never felt such a physical and emotional connection as she had when her shadow touched his. Although he was incredibly possessive and always stating in no uncertain terms that she belonged to him, he hadn't said she was born to be his woman. He had said he was born to be her man. For some reason, those words touched her as nothing else could have. She took a breath and let it out. She wanted everything he was offering, no matter how controlling and obsessive he was, no matter how secret their family life would have to be or what a rider was. I can live with all of it, Stefano, because I suspect I just might have been born for you. He dropped his chin to the top of her head and just held her in his arms for a long while. She watched the people moving around the park. A few joggers, a couple strolling hand in hand. It was cold, and when she shivered, Stefano put her on her feet. "Let's go home, Bella. We can spend the day together. Maybe ask the siblings over for dinner tonight. But I just want a restful day. Eloisa always wears me out." He stood up, locked his arm around her waist, and began walking back toward the entrance. Emilio followed them. Enzo was nowhere to be found. Francesca gave an exaggerated sigh. "I don't know about that woman as a mother-in-law, Stefano. She doesn't like me. At all. In fact, she said she was friends with Barry Anthon's parents." She tried to hide the anxiety in her voice, but she was fairly certain he heard it anyway. "Don't worry about Eloisa," he assured. "First of all, she isn't anyone's friend outside the family. She's close to her sisters and brothers, but no one else. She doesn't let anyone in. She might know Barry's mother, but she doesn't like her. Margaret Anthon is a society queen. Eloisa, for all her faults, can't take that kind of snobbery. Margaret doesn't touch a single charity unless there's something big in it for her." "That's a little sad. About your mother, I mean," Francesca pointed out. "That she doesn't have friends. What about Emmanuelle? Surely she's friends with her daughter?" He shook his head. The car waited at the entrance to the park, Enzo in the driver's seat. Stefano opened the back passenger door for her. Francesca slid onto the cool leather seat, scooting over to make room for her fiancé. Emilio slipped into the front seat. Stefano shook his head. Not Emmanuelle. If anything, she was nearly as bad with Emme as she was with Ettore. She was incredibly hard on both of them. We all tried to shield them, but during training, we had no real say at all. Emme doesn't ever talk about it, but she keeps her distance from Eloisa and Philip the way we all do. There was pain in his voice, and Francesca immediately threaded her fingers through his and brought his hand to her mouth, kissing his knuckles. "Honey, you did your best. Emmanuelle's happy. She loves you and your brothers and cousins. I think she's amazing. You did a good job with her." "She is pretty amazing," Stefano agreed, pulling her hand to his thigh and holding it there over his solid muscle. "I'm very proud of her. She doesn't have a mean bone in her body, but she can be steel when she needs to be." "She can fight, too," Francesca said. "You'll have to teach me. She wiped up the floor with the 3 bimbos." He raised his eyebrow. She scowled at him. "Don't pretend you don't remember your 3 exes. Janice, Doreen, Stella. The horrible threesome with a penchant for doing coke in a bathroom." "Ah, them." "They pled guilty to possession with intent to sell. They have access to high-priced lawyers, and yet they took a plea deal. That didn't make sense. They have a good career going." He shook his head. "They'd been doing more partying than recording, and their last tour was a disaster. Stella was so drunk she fell off the stage, and Janice OD'd right after. The PR people had a nightmare trying to cover that up. Their excesses made them a terrible liability for their label. This last stunt put them over the edge, and the label dropped them. Their career is gone." "Did you have something to do with them losing their label?" He shrugged. "No one fucks with my woman." She narrowed her eyes at him. They were arrested and received a hefty sentence. He shrugged again, and she sighed. She couldn't actually feel sorry for the 3 women, especially since they'd tried to shove cocaine in her face. Emmanuel beat the crap out of them and didn't even break a fingernail, and she did it when she was in high heels. He burst out laughing. "You sound admiring. I'll teach you a few moves, Bambina, but you'll have bodyguards from now on, even when you go to a restroom. I have a female cousin or 2 trained in security." "Of course you do." She rolled her eyes. "Emilio and Enzo have a sister, do they?" He nodded. "Enrica. I've already asked her to come on board." "Did you think you might want to consult with me first?" "I told you. I don't argue. You like that shit, and I'm just not going there with you when something needs to be done. Like hiring a female bodyguard to watch you everywhere. So, Emilio and Enzo can go back to looking out for you?" Her tone was just a little shy of challenging him, but she had faith in Emilio and Enzo and wanted them looking out for Stefano, not her. Stefano laughed again, the notes warm and alluring. The sound washed over her like the sun, bright and warm. She didn't hear him laugh nearly enough, and it was disarming. At the hotel, Emilio opened the door for them, and Stefano slid out, retaining possession of her hand so that she followed him out of the vehicle and was drawn close. She realized Stefano always did that. He liked her close. She found herself smiling in spite of the fact that he hadn't answered. In the privacy of the elevator, she leaned into him. "Will your mother call Barry Anthon and tell him where I am? Or ask him questions about me?" His eyebrows shot up. "You're my fiancé. You have my ring on your finger, and I told her in no uncertain terms that we would be married as soon as possible. She understands that. Whether or not she agrees or likes it, that makes you family." "I'm confused, Stefano. She really didn't like me. Won't she try to find a way to stop us from being married? Barry would be her perfect solution." The doors opened, and they stepped into the apartment. "It doesn't work that way, Francesca. Not in our family. Family is family. You protect your family. Close ranks around them. My mother is all about family to the extent of everything else. She would never betray you to Barry Anthon or anyone else. It just isn't done." She tried to grasp what that meant, the enormity of it. His mother had been so adamant. Clearly, mother and son had major issues. Still, he was absolutely certain she wouldn't call Barry or his mother. "I don't—" She trailed off, shaking her head. Stefano stopped abruptly and tipped her chin up to his. "She would protect you, physically protect you, step in front of you if a bullet headed your way. As long as my claim is on you, any one of my family would do so. She would have done that for Sella, or for one of Sella's children. She didn't want to think that Sella would never have a child for her to protect. You have all of us, and Emmanuel. She'll have children. They all belong to you now, Francesca. Can't you feel that when you're with them?" "This is all so new to me, Stefano." She'd been beaten down so far by Barry Anthon and his men that she had lost herself, her strength, her belief in anyone. His family was so opposite of everything she'd come to believe it was difficult to comprehend that they could be real. "Sometimes I feel like I'm in the middle of a fairy tale, and any minute I'm going to wake up and you'll be gone." He kissed her gently, a brief brush of his mouth over hers. "That's never going to happen, amore mio." She loved the feel of his lips, soft but firm, demanding and commanding, warm and then hot. She could kiss him forever. "Stop or we'll be right back in bed." She couldn't help but laugh softly. "Is that a bad thing?" He shook his head. "Never. But I was a little rough last night, and the night before, and all the nights before that. I think your body needs a little time. Besides, I want to spend time with you outside of bed, and you need to eat. You skipped breakfast." That was an accusation. She shrugged. "I work at a deli. I can always eat there. I'm changing. Since we're staying in, I'll go for comfortable. And don't think I didn't notice that you said you can always eat there, not that you do." She laughed and wandered into the kitchen. She liked to cook, and she could just as easily fix eggs as call down an order to the hotel kitchen. She had 2 omelets nearly made when he entered the room in a pair of soft blue jeans and a T-shirt that stretched tightly over his chest. She drew in her breath, allowing her gaze to drift possessively. "What are you doing?" "Taking in the awesome sight that is mine." She pushed the omelets onto a plate and carried them to the small, much more intimate table than the one in his dining room. She'd already set it with utensils and napkins. They ate breakfast together, and she found herself enjoying every moment with him. It was easy being with Stefano. Out of the public eye, he was different. He lost his aloof, arrogant demeanor and appeared softer and relaxed. He smiled often and laughed occasionally. He always made her feel as if she was his entire focus. They played chess. He won 3 games. He worked with her in his training room, teaching her to break out of a chokehold and get away when a very strong man grabbed her wrist. They practiced for an hour, and then he made love to her right there on the floor. They spent time just talking and then listening to music, dancing together in the living room. His siblings came over and they trained with her watching, shocked at the violence and speed as well as how good they all were. She found their martial arts training to be fascinating and beautiful to watch. She liked that Emmanuel kept up with her brothers. They ate together before his family left, and that was fun. Emmanuel and Enrico helped her make pasta and salad. It was fun and easy, much more so than Francesca ever thought it would be. There was a lot of laughter and teasing, mostly between the siblings, but they weren't shy about including her. After his family left, Stefano made love to her 2 more, both times very gently, once on the floor by the fireplace and the second time on the couch in the living room. In the end, she found herself draped over him, skirt and blouse back on, but her panties and bra nowhere to be found. She started to move, to look for her underwear, but Stefano pulled her down on top of him, so that she sprawled on his chest and he rolled slightly, tucking them both against the back of the long, wide couch. He caught up the remote and turned on the television. She wasn't much of a television watcher, but she decided that didn't matter. Lying on top of Stefano, surrounded by his unique masculine scent and his incredible, very hard muscles, his fingers playing in her hair, she decided, was the best. Francesca closed her eyes and let herself drift. Her ear was over his heart. He was warm, and his hands in her hair felt soothing. She may have fallen asleep for a time, but she woke when she heard the newscaster's voice on the television set. No, it hadn't been the voice that woke her. Stefano's muscles had contracted, rippled beneath her in reaction, just for a moment, but she was so in tune with him, she felt the difference, the alertness, immediately. In local news, a group of schoolchildren out on a field trip stumbled across a gruesome scene. The body of 34-year-old Scott Bowen washed up on shore. His neck was broken. According to the chief medical examiner, Dr. Aaron Pines, Bowen could have broken his neck when falling into the river. The voice droned on, but Francesca was focused on the photograph flashed on the screen. She recognized him immediately. He was the man who had put a knife to her throat. She would have known him anywhere. "Stefano?" Her hand crept defensively to her throat. She didn't know what she was asking. The 2 muggers had disappeared, he'd said so, and the last she'd seen of them, Emilio and Enzo were putting them into a car. They'd done the same with Bowen. Now he was dead, his neck broken. She couldn't help herself. She shifted her body weight, intending to slide off of Stefano. His arms tightened. Don't be afraid of me, Francesca, not ever. Did you kill him? Did Emilio or Enzo?" "No." He was silent a moment, stroking soothing caresses down her spine. "Let me tell you a little about Bowen and his friends before you go shedding any tears for him. They've robbed countless people, and each robbery has become more violent than the last. They've put several people in the hospital, people who cooperated with them. It was only a matter of time before they killed someone. No one has been able to stop them, not the police, not even us. And we talked to them. They just kept getting worse. So you knew about them before they tried to rob me? She lifted her head to look into his eyes. There was no guilt, no remorse, no expression of any kind, just cool honesty. Yes, but, Francesca, sooner or later, we would have had to deal with them. Someone needed to stop them. They put their hands on you. They put a knife to your throat. That made it sooner. Her heart skipped a beat and then began to pound wildly. She turned his declaration over in her mind. He had done something to Bowen, to Bowen's friends. Bottom line, Dulce Cuore, that's who I am. When the cops can't do something to protect citizens, it's my turn. You have to decide if you can live with who I am. The real me. His arm was an iron band around her waist, but his hand was gentle as he continued to stroke caresses along her spine. She heard the note in his voice, uncertain. He wouldn't change for her, he couldn't, and he was asking her to accept him, every part of him. She closed her eyes and pressed deeper into his chest. On some level, she'd known all along, but still the admission caught her off guard. Could she live with that? With a man who took the law into his own hands? He was always loving with his family, with her, with his neighbors. Over-the-top protective, a little scary, arrogant. He wanted a home, a wife and children, and she knew absolutely she'd be the center of his universe. She didn't doubt that for a minute. You asked me to help a 17-year-old girl last night. You knew what that would mean. You knew what you were asking me to do. She started to protest, but then remained silent. She did. She knew. She had been a victim of a man, the same man who had murdered her sister. She had no doubt that Barry Anthon would have murdered her if Sella hadn't dropped her cell phone in the mail before she'd returned home. She wanted justice for Sella, and the cops would never give that to her. Only a man like Stefano Ferraro. She took a deep breath and turned her head to press a kiss into his throat, closing her eyes. She'd already committed to him, in her heart, in her soul. Almost from the first moment she'd met him, she'd been mesmerized by him. Once she got to see him, once he'd let her into his world, she'd fallen hard and fast. She'd just known. There was that first moment she'd been aware of their shadows touching. It sounded crazy, but from the time she'd been a child, if her shadow touched someone else's shadow, she felt them. With Stefano, that knowledge had been deep and instantaneous. The chemistry had been off the charts. Most of all, she'd known he was a good man in spite of all the evidence to the contrary. She'd fallen, and there was no going back. "I'm in love with you, Stefano," she said softly. "So I live with whatever it is you have to do." That declaration earned her his body again. This time, he started out slow and ended up fast and rough. It was perfection. Chapter 20. The next 2 weeks passed in a flurry of activity. Francesca felt as if she'd been swept into a wild wind. Somehow, Stefano had gotten it into his head that her acceptance of him meant they were getting married immediately. To him, immediately meant as soon as the paperwork was done. She had no idea how it all happened, only that each day she went to work, somewhere in the middle of the afternoon and sometimes even in the morning, Pietro would get a call and she'd find herself in the car with Emilio, Enzo, and their sister Enrica, going to some crazy fitting or consultation. Emanuelle and her cousins, along with Eloisa, seemed to be planning the event of the century, something Francesca wasn't at all comfortable with. She tried to talk to Stefano, but he shook his head and just kissed her senseless. Finally, realizing she wasn't going to be able to keep her job and not have poor Pietro calling in substitutes every morning, she gave in to the inevitable, giving her notice, telling herself Stefano hadn't really won that round, even though she knew he had. In the evening, after a particularly grueling day looking at flowers and talking about colors and ice sculptures, she was grateful to just work in their kitchen, preparing the shrimp pasta Stefano requested. She hadn't seen him for most of the day. He'd been at work, and when he came in, he looked tired and unsettled, something she was beginning to recognize when he didn't like a particular report on something. He sat down at the table, taking the chair close to hers, something he always did because his knee could touch her thigh and she was in easy reach. "You do realize that we're being snowballed into a church wedding, and they're planning to have it in another couple of weeks," she began. "Your sister and Eloisa have gotten this thing together so fast my head is spinning." "Leave it, dolce cuore. There's no way in hell to stop them. Just let them do their thing. We'll show up, get married, party, and everyone will be happy. They don't mind doing the work. In fact, they want to do it. So if we don't care, let them." She hadn't thought of it like that. Still, "I thought we'd just go to the courthouse or something." He kissed her knuckles and then picked up his fork to eat the shrimp pasta. "Not a chance. Not in our family. Why are you nervous, Francesca? I'll be waiting for you at the end of the aisle." She ducked her head, unable to meet his eyes, torn between smiling at his arrogance and crying because he had no way of understanding. He had an enormous family. There would be no one sitting on her side of the church. "I'll be walking up the aisle by myself, and will probably fall on my face, especially if Emmanuelle has her way and I have to walk in 4-inch heels." His head came up alertly. His gaze slid over her face like the stroke of fingers, loving, gentle, tender even. "Long dress, bambina. That means you can wear any fucking thing you want on your feet. Or go barefoot. As for walking you down the aisle, Emilio asked for that privilege. You don't want him. Any of my cousins will be happy to oblige. Enzo and Emilio arm-wrestled or something, and the winner asked me. If you prefer Pietro or someone else, just say so." The idea that Emilio and Enzo had arm-wrestled for the duty of walking her down the aisle made her suddenly want to weep. She had grown very fond of them both. To cover up the emotion threatening to choke her, she changed to the subject that worried her the most. "What happened at work? There are shadows in your eyes, Stefano." She willed him to answer. She'd already accepted what he did to protect others, and she didn't want him to shut her out. Stefano sighed and reached back to rub at his neck. "The girl I told you about a couple of weeks ago." "The teenager?" Francesca put her fork down and picked up her napkin, suddenly afraid. Please don't let him say she was dead," she thought. He nodded. "Her name is Nicoletta Gomez. The investigations were completed, and it's far worse than I originally thought. I'm going to have to leave tomorrow, Francesca. If I wait too much longer, she might not survive the next attack." "Then go. Of course you have to go." She stood up and moved behind his chair, sinking her fingers into his tight neck muscles in an effort to ease the tension out of him. "I want you to go." "Dio bella, that feels good. But you should know." He trailed off when the elevator door pinged in warning. Rico and Taviano entered a couple of moments later. Rico sniffed the air and went straight to the kitchen, dished himself and Taviano a large bowl of pasta, and dragged chairs closer to the table. "Dig in before the others come. We might have a chance at seconds." He grinned at her. "Hey, Francesca, looking good for a bridezilla. I figured your head would be spinning around at this point." She continued kneading the tight muscles of Stefano's neck and shoulders. "I feel like a bridezilla. I really understand the concept of eloping, but Stefano doesn't get it. I always thought the woman wanted the big white wedding and the man was all for eloping," Taviano said, shoveling a heaping forkful of pasta into his mouth. The elevator pinged again, and this time it was Giovanni, Emmanuelle, and Vittorio. Francesca had come to realize that where one sibling was, More were close by. She was glad she had made a healthy amount of pasta, although there weren't going to be any leftovers for lunch the next day. Once they were all seated around the table and eating, pouring glasses of wine, she looked closely at their faces. "So what's wrong?" Giovanni raised an eyebrow. "Why would you think something was wrong, other than Emmanuel's really bad taste in lunch dates?" "I didn't have lunch with him, and certainly didn't go on a date," Emmanuel snapped, glaring at her brother. "I ran into him, and it was polite to speak, that's all. Stop with the teasing. He annoys the crap out of me." Francesca knew instantly they were talking about Valentino Saldi. The brothers disliked him on principle, and Emmanuel disliked him because he was always sarcastic with her. She really hated being called princess, and Valentino apparently did it at every opportunity. Emmanuel sounded annoyed, but a faint blush stole up her cheeks, and when her eyes met Francesca's, there was pleading there. "Stop teasing Emme. It isn't distracting me. I know you all didn't show up here for the pasta, so something else is up," Francesca said. "Just tell me." There was a small silence. Her fingers curled into Stefano's shoulder, holding on for the inevitable blow, because, just by the silence, she knew it was coming. "Barry Anton is in town, and he's on his way here," Rico announced, his voice calm and matter-of-fact. Francesca's heart stuttered. Instantly her stomach churned. She pressed one hand to her stomach and the other to her mouth, afraid she'd be sick right there with Stefano's family, all sitting around the table, pretending they weren't watching her closely. For a moment, her vision actually began to fade and her legs went weak. Rico was up instantly, nearly knocking over his chair, his fingers strong on the back of her neck, pushing her head down. "Just breathe. Don't panic on us. Don't give the bastard that." Stefano's chair scraped and he crouched down beside her, holding her long hair out of her eyes while he examined her pale face. "He can't hurt you, Bambina. Not ever again. Whatever he says, and he'll be very, very careful, knowing you're my fiancé. He knows I'm not the kind of man to allow him to make implications or innuendos about my woman. He'll be on his best behavior. So will we. We're going to be all smiles and politeness." She forced air through her lungs, ashamed of her weakness. Stefano's brothers and sister had dropped what they were doing to support her. "I'm all right now. I'm sorry, he's—" She sighed as she straightened slowly. Rico and Stefano both kept a hand on her as she stood. Of all the brothers, Rico was the one she felt kept himself locked away, his eyes permanently shadowed, as if something terrible had happened to him, but he refused to share, to lighten his burden. He was very much like Stefano in that he was scary, maybe even more so. A dark, dangerous man seeking an adrenaline rush all the time. He was the most unpredictable, and yet he was careful of her, gentle even. All the Ferraros were so nice to her. "He murdered her. All those stab wounds, the blood. I see it nearly every time I close my eyes. He would hurt any one of you just because he thinks he can. He's made himself untouchable. I don't know if I can sit across from his smiling face and not pick up a knife and stab him just as many times." She made the confession in a rush, needing them to understand she wasn't afraid of Barry so much as for all of them, or of what she might do. "But you won't," Stefano said, "because you believe me when I tell you we're handling this. Barry Anton will pay the price for murdering your sister and destroying the life you had." "I can give you Sella's phone," she offered. "I don't know why I didn't before." Taviano laughed. "Little sister, that's rich. You don't need to give it to us. We've already seen it." "That's impossible. It's in a safety deposit box under Joanna's name. You'd need the key." "She keeps it in her top left-hand drawer," Vittorio said. "I made a copy when I had my little chat with her, and then Salvatore went to the bank and retrieved it. Don't worry. It's back in the box. He returned it once they made a recording. We needed the evidence for the investigation." Francesca didn't know whether to be annoyed or impressed. "What investigation?" "We always make certain of all the facts, little sister." Rico said, sitting back down to eat more of the pasta. "We don't make mistakes." "Thorough," Giovanni added. "It can take a while, but we know we're right before we make a move." Francesca threaded her fingers through Stefano's. "That's why you waited on the girl, isn't it? You had to make certain." Stefano nodded. "Our solutions tend to be permanent. We can't afford mistakes." She liked that. The fact that they took their time to make absolutely sure, even if they wanted to move on something, as Stefano clearly did with Nicoletta Gomez, made her certain she was right to trust Stefano. "I was about to tell you that I have to go out of town tomorrow. Giovanni and Taviano will go with me. It will appear that only the two of them will board the plane, and I've stayed here with you. Emanuele, Rico and Vittorio will be here with you at all times. Barry Anthon won't get close to you, but if you need me here, Francesca, now that you know Anthon is close, I'll delay the trip." "No, of course not. I've seen M.A. in action, and if I decide to go crazy and go after Barry, I have no doubt she can stop me." "You're sure?" She looked him in the eye. "You get her out of that situation. More than anything else, I want that. I was afraid for the people around me, Stefano. Barry destroyed my life, and he beat me down. I came to Chicago with the idea of building myself back up. I planned to find a way to go after him. Believe me, I wouldn't have allowed him to get away with my sister's murder. He's going to pay." Stefano brought her hand to his mouth and gently scraped his teeth back and forth over the pads of her fingers. "That's my woman." There was pride in his voice. The hotel phone rang. The room went still. Stefano, keeping possession of her hand, tugged until she went with him across the room to answer it. It was the front desk, telling him he had a visitor, a friend from out of town, Barry Anthon. Could he come up on such short notice? Yes, he was alone, Stefano answered easily. "Sure. Tell him we're just finishing dinner, and Emilio and Enzo will bring him up." Time slowed down instantly for Francesca. There was a strange buzzing in her head. She could see the kitchen counter from where she stood, and her gaze fixed on the butcher block of knives. They weren't just any knives. They were a chef's weapons in the kitchen, precise and sharp beyond measure. Stefano's fingers closed around her upper arm like a vice. She hadn't realized she'd taken a step toward the kitchen when he pulled her up close to his body. His hand spanned her throat, thumb tipping her head back, forcing her eyes to meet his. "You trust your man, Francesca. You put yourself in my hands. You committed to me. That means I have your trust. It may not be the latest trend, or the modern concept of what a partnership is, but you chose me and I chose you. I will never be anything less than the man in our relationship. Trust me to take care of you properly. I will always do my best for you. You do what I say in this matter. Do you understand me?" She moistened her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. "What are you saying?" "You don't ever do violence, Francesca, not unless it's self-defense or in the defense of our family. I won't have that on your soul. You're going to be my wife, the mother of my children. You're about love and softness, not killing. Never that. This man has harmed you. He murdered a woman who would have been my sister. When we're ready, the family will strike. Until then, you do exactly what I say." He turned and gestured toward his silent siblings. "What they say. This is our field of expertise." She closed her eyes, not wanting to see the killer in him, because it was right there, exposed, his eyes flat and cold. Impersonal, when she could never be. She could kill Barry Anthon, but she could never be that objective or detached about it. She might regret taking a life later. She didn't know, but she feared she might. There was silence in the room, waiting. Stefano was patient. His revelation came as no surprise. She'd known all along what kind of man he was. He controlled his world and would expect to control his household, especially his wife. A million objections ran through her mind, but she really didn't feel them. She knew Stefano now, and she knew him to be a fair man. He wouldn't be a tyrant or dictator, but he would definitely expect her to follow his lead in their marriage. Her eyes searched his. His gaze was steady. He didn't even blink. She had no doubt that he would take care of Barry Anthon, but he would do it safely. Much safer than she could ever manage. "I hear you, honey," she said softly. "Tell me what you want me to do." "Sit between Rico and me. Keep your hand in mine. No matter what he says or what any of us say, you stay quiet. Try not to look at him triumphantly or with anger. If you can't do that, and I don't expect you to be a great actress, then just keep your eyes down. Barry would never buy a change of heart from you, but don't go as far as open hostility. We aren't quite ready to take him down. If things are too difficult, look to Emmanuelle. She'll pull you out." Francesca took a deep breath, inhaled Stefano. She feared once Barry entered the room she wouldn't be able to breathe properly. She didn't want to take the chance of drawing him into her lungs. He was in her nightmares. He didn't get anything else from her. She took a slow look around her at Stefano's siblings. All of them stood as still as statues. Beautiful, gorgeous specimens of human beings, tough and dangerous, waiting for her signal, completely prepared to protect her at any cost. Her gaze drifted back to Stefano's face. The angles and planes could have been immortalized in stone. She saw everything there, everything she ever wanted. "Okay." She hesitated and then was compelled to issue a warning. "Barry Anthon is a monster. He'll give you his innocent face and all the while plan to stab you in the back." "We have a lot of practice at this, Francesca," Emmanuelle reassured. "We've been playing to the public for years. We cultivate the paparazzi, feeding them the stories we want them to publish, giving them the pictures and images, so we're controlling everything for our own purposes. We've got this. Barry is on the racetrack, trying to throw his weight around frequently," Rico added, his voice low, contemptuous. "He likes to be the big man. But let me just say this, little sister. That poor excuse for a human being has nothing on us when it comes to manipulation or playing to the camera. He'll believe us. Just follow our lead and look to us if you get in trouble. Your familia, sacred to us." She was finally getting that the entire Ferraro family actually felt that way, and it gave her a very much-needed warm feeling. She smiled at them all, rubbing her hands up and down her arms, grateful to them. "I really appreciate you all." The cold, frozen place inside of her that knew Barry Anthon would try again to destroy her was beginning to thaw a little. "I don't actually believe he's that afraid of me or the evidence I have against him. That's one of the reasons I didn't take Sella's phone to the FBI or another law enforcement agency. There's evidence of wrongdoing, but nothing really connects him other than his handwriting. Any competent lawyer would get him off if that's all they had against him." She pushed a hand through her hair. "I think Barry likes terrorizing people. It gives him a feeling of power. He likes destroying lives just because he can, just like he wants women to fall in love with him so he can destroy them that way." Rico and Stefano exchanged a long look. Rico grinned. "You're correct, Stefano. She's not only beautiful, she's a gift." Francesca had no idea what that meant, but it was sincere and made her blush. "That's exactly right, Francesca," Stefano agreed. "He's a sociopath. He can be charming to get his way, but anyone who crosses him is going to be mowed down one way or another. He's been destroying others ever since he was a little boy. I think his own mother is afraid of him. If he hadn't been born into the Anthon family with their money, he'd already be in jail." The elevator pinged a warning, and Stefano's arm swept around her, bringing her front to his side, locking her there under the protection of his shoulder. Francesca pressed her hand to his rock-hard abdomen. She could feel his heat and the reassuring muscles beneath the thin tee. Her throat went dry, and her heart pounded when she heard Emilio's voice announcing Barry Anthon. She couldn't look, She didn't dare. She did trust Stefano and the others to take care of Barry, eventually. That didn't mean she didn't have the compulsion to jump on him and beat him with her fists. It would hurt like hell, but it would be satisfactory. "Barry," Stefano greeted. "What a surprise. I had no idea you were in town." Stefano's voice was calm, matter-of-fact, not at all as if just minutes earlier he had been assuring Francesca that he would be taking care of a murderer in a very permanent way. Keeping his arm tightly around her, he walked into the foyer to greet their guest. "Good timing," he added. "The family's here tonight." "I didn't mean to interrupt your dinner," Barry said. Her stomach lurched. She would know that voice anywhere. He sounded so normal, genial even. She knew evil lurked under that first layer in his tone because she heard it. The snide contempt for everyone around him. She wondered if the others could hear it as well. Sella hadn't been able to, and in the end she paid the ultimate price. Stefano's fingers bit into her waist hard enough to hurt. She forced her lashes to lift and found herself looking directly into Barry's eyes. There was speculation there, a watchful, sardonic smirk for her alone. She refused to rise to the bait. She didn't smile in welcome. She couldn't manage even a sarcastic smile, and he would never believe it anyway. "I believe you know my fiancée," Stefano said. Barry inclined his head. "I do. I was in love with her sister, Sella, a beautiful woman. I'm afraid Francesca didn't approve of the match. I had hoped, over time, to win her over. But unfortunately, Sella was murdered, and Francesca had to place blame somewhere. It fell squarely on my shoulders. I'll admit I was surprised that you two had met, let alone gotten engaged. Francesca and her sister didn't exactly run in our circle." There was no faulting anything he said, or even his tone of voice, but he still managed to reduce her to the jealous younger sister who refused approval of her older sister's relationship for petty reasons. He also had subtly pointed out that Francesca and Sella weren't members of the elite upper echelon, and she didn't have his money or education. She didn't belong. That did make her smile. She belonged to Stefano. With Stefano. She felt the others moving closer, taking her back. She belonged to the Ferraro family, and no one fucked with a Ferraro. She lifted her chin. "There is some truth in there. My sister and I certainly never have run in your circle, Barry. As for blaming you, I blame the man who murdered my sister so viciously, and I always will." Stefano's fingers bit down again. He waved toward the great room. "Come, sit down and tell us what you're doing in town." Barry followed Stefano and Francesca into the spacious room and, after greeting the other Ferraros, took the armchair closest to Emanuele. Of course he would choose the one female Ferraro. Barry believed himself to be irresistible to women. He would flirt with Emanuele and try to get an ally in the enemy's camp. Francesca wondered if that was what Valentino Saldi was doing, and if that was what made Emanuele so angry with him whenever they met. No one wanted to be used. Stefano directed her to the long sofa. He sat close to her, keeping her tightly against him, her hand pressed to his thigh. Rico sat on the other side of her, almost as close as Stefano. She could feel his body heat and the wave of menace pouring off him. It was tangible enough that Stefano sent him a quelling glance. Secretly, Francesca wanted to hug Rico. He didn't like Barry's subtle attack on her. "What brings you to town?" Rico asked, sounding every bit as pleasant as Stefano. He gave Barry a shark's smile, all white teeth and politeness. "There's a company in town I was looking into," Barry admitted. "It might be worth my time to either turn it around or sell it off, piece by piece. I heard about the engagement and saw some of the really nasty articles written about Francesca. I thought I might speak on her behalf, so none of you would jump to the wrong conclusions about her. After all, she could have been my little sister." It took every ounce of discipline she had not to launch herself at Barry. Her fingers curled into claws. nails digging into Stefano's thigh. He didn't wince, but he did smooth caresses over the back of her hand. The nerve of Barry Anthon to act like he would or ever could speak on her behalf. Vittorio laughed softly. "No one has to speak on Francesca's behalf, Barry. We're all in love with her. How could anyone help be anything but in love with her? The things the paparazzi dug up are all in the past. It's just enough to feed the frenzy and to be interesting, but not enough to be a huge scandal, although we've never shied away from that." The siblings all laughed. Francesca managed a faint smile. Stefano grounded her with his absolute confidence. The family helped with their unconditional support. "That's good, then. Great," Barry said. "Such a relief. Francesca is a great girl. I had hoped we'd become good friends since we shared the love of her sister." He lifted his eyebrow at Francesca. "Perhaps one day. Have you set a date for the wedding, Stefano?" Clearly he didn't believe for a moment that Stefano was really marrying her. It was there in the subtle sneer. Emmanuelle clapped her hands together. "I've been seeing to all the details. Francesca feels a little railroaded, I'm sure, but my mother and I are following Stefano's orders to the letter. He wants to marry his lady immediately, and since we're all in total agreement, we can't put the wedding together soon enough." "Do you feel railroaded, Francesca?" Stefano asked, his eyes meeting hers, voice soft, low, intimate. He brought her fingertips up to his mouth and nibbled, looking for all the world as if he might devour her right there in front of everyone. She shook her head, allowing Barry to see the truth, that she was absolutely mesmerized by Stefano, completely in love with him. Barry would never have that kind of devotion and love from anyone, because he couldn't feel it himself. He could never sustain his interest long enough for a woman to find herself completely and utterly in love. He needed power over and then the destruction of his pretty toys long before true devotion ever happened. "Will you be in Chicago long, Barry?" Taviano asked. "Enough that I rented an estate for the month. I'd like to close this deal." He winked at Emmanuelle. "Plenty of time to hit the clubs and maybe have a dinner or two with your sister." His voice held complete confidence. "Barry, you're such a flatterer." Emmanuelle batted her eyelashes at him. "And so brave with all my brothers sitting around you like a bunch of hawks. The last man who tried to take me out ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks. He had 37 stitches in his head, and no one was altogether certain if he would ever be able to function properly, if you know what I mean." Barry's smile slipped. Her voice was very bright, almost as if she was teasing him, but she sounded serious enough. Francesca looked up at Stefano. He grinned, as if the memory was a happy one. Rico cracked his knuckles. Giovanni sighed. "We're not taking the blame for that one, Emmanuelle." He shook his head at Barry. "She did that one all on her own." "Seriously?" Barry looked Emmanuelle up and down. She was small, almost slight. She had a good figure, but she was much smaller than her brothers. "I can't see that happening." "It's true," Emmanuelle said with a casual shrug. "He attacked you or something?" "He did that, he'd be dead," Stefano said. "Then what?" Barry insisted. Emmanuelle rolled her eyes. "I was PMSing, okay? No big deal. I told him to back off a couple of times, and he wouldn't. He should have listened. I warned him twice." Barry looked around at all her brothers, and then he laughed nervously. "Good one, Emmanuelle. I almost believed you." "Where are you staying, Barry?" Giovanni asked. "The Marsden estate. It's very private. I brought my own security with me. I've had a few threats lately. Someone's been after my design for a new racing engine." "That's right," Stefano said. "Your company has been in the developing stages for a few years now for a new engine. Is it finally finished? Are you ready to debut it on the track?" "Not quite yet, but we're close." "You stole Martin Neste away from aeronautics, didn't you? That was quite a coup. As a designer, he's the top in the business." Rico stated. "You got lucky, especially if he manages to design you something new. We've been working on our own for a while now." Vittorio nodded. "We'd give anything to be able to lure Martin away from you. Although you, Taviano, and Emme have done a good job for us," Stefano pointed out to his brother. "Our last cars have kicked ass." Barry shifted forward, his brows coming together. "You three designed your engine?" "Mostly Taviano," Rico said. "He's our ace in the hole." Francesca watched Barry's face closely. His facial expression had frozen, his eyes going killer cold. She shivered and wanted to protest, to do anything to draw attention away from Taviano. Didn't they all realize they were painting a target in the middle of Taviano's forehead? Barry didn't like to be bested, and the Ferraros were winning races. Rico was an excellent driver. He'd won race after race, and more than once he'd left Barry's car in the dust. Giovanni glanced at his watch and excused himself, heading for the elevator after brushing a kiss on first Emanuel's forehead and then on Francesca's. His siblings gave him a brief wave. Barry didn't even seem to notice. He was frowning at Stefano. "I had no idea Taviano liked to design and build engines," Barry said. Stefano shrugged. "He doesn't like the spotlight much." "It isn't just me," Taviano objected modestly. "Vittorio and Emme fixed a few problems for me. Rico managed to add more power when we thought we were already at max, so it's a group effort." Francesca allowed the talk of the racetrack and cars to flow around her. Stefano and Rico stayed in charge of the conversation, expertly slipping in a question every now and then and keeping Barry from addressing Francesca. Their siblings followed their lead, providing interesting conversation and asking questions that followed most naturally. None of them seemed as if they were conducting an interrogation, but Francesca was certain they were learning all sorts of things Barry didn't have a clue they were getting out of their casual conversation. Taviano served the drinks that Vittorio made, and they kept Barry's flowing, while they only appeared to be keeping up with him. Francesca nursed the one drink Stefano had insisted she take. She was afraid that if she got a little tipsy, she'd tell Barry just what she thought of him, and then she'd go after him with teeth and nails. Barry liked his alcohol, and Vittorio was being generous in mixing his favorite gin and tonic. Within an hour and a half, he was slurring his words and getting a little belligerent toward Stefano and especially her. He kept getting in little digs. Suddenly, he went silent for a few minutes while the talk between the brothers and Emanuel swirled around him, and then he jabbed a finger toward Francesca. "What?" She couldn't keep the belligerence out of her voice. "How'd you like being locked up in the mental hospital?" he challenged with a sneer. "Did they put you in a straitjacket? I would have given anything to see that. Beautiful little perfect Francesca, all wrapped up like a gift. I heard some of those orderlies love to fuck the patients when they're all tied up like that. That happened to you? Did one of them sneak into your room at night? Maybe you enjoyed it." Stefano hit him at the same time Rico did, hard. The sounds were so loud Francesca cried out. She hadn't seen Stefano or Rico move, but they were across the small space and both simultaneously punched Barry on either side of his face. She swore there was an audible crack, and then Barry was screaming and throwing wild punches. Emanuel stood up calmly and held out her hand to Francesca. "Let's go in the other room while the boys are playing." She pulled Francesca out of her seat while Francesca stared with horrified eyes at the two brothers beating Barry to a bloody pulp. "You have to stop them, Emanuel." "Why in the world would I do that?" She kept tugging determinedly on Francesca's hand until they were in the kitchen. "Drunk or not, that moron is responsible for what he says. Taunting you like that is totally unacceptable, and doing it in front of my brothers is like waving a red cape at a bull. Seriously stupid. He deserves everything he's going to get. I don't want to have to visit my husband in jail, or any of his brothers. I don't give a damn what Barry says. He took away my sister. Saying crap to me is nothing. Stefano is only going to make him angry. Really, really angry. Barry Anthon is all about being superior, and pride is everything to him. He'll retaliate." She broke off, her hand to her mouth. "Oh, my God! They're beating the crap out of him, poking sticks at a rattlesnake to stir him up." Emmanuel grinned at her. "They never do that sort of thing without a really good reason. In this case, they had two very good reasons. Aside from the fact that it's going to make them all feel happy, beating up a monster like that. Barry won't go to the cops, because he'll want to retaliate, and he won't want a record of this." She glanced at her watch. "Giovanni should be back any time with a full report on Barry's rented estate. We'll have the layout and maybe even an idea of his plans." "Giovanni went to the place where Barry's staying? Did you think we were getting him to talk about where he was staying because we were interested?" She slid onto one of the tall chairs at the counter and leaned her head into her hand. "Let's talk weddings. That's so much more interesting than Barry Anthon." Chapter 21. Stefano stood between his brothers, searching out the best shadows that would lead him to his chosen destination, the Bronx. He had a very bad feeling about this particular job. Something inside him kept urging him to move faster, to get it done. A shadow rider couldn't afford to make one mistake. He was the protector of his family, the entire family in every city or town around the world. He was their key to survival. Each move was planned carefully and meticulously. They never cut corners and they never hurried. They never made anything personal. If anything happened to a member of their family, they called in cousins, investigators and riders from another city. That way, there was never any blowback or suspicion. Still, if he weren't so disciplined, if it wasn't so ingrained in him to check and recheck every single fact before entering the tube for the ride to the final destination, he would have given in to the urgency pushing at him so hard. "I'm not feeling good about this one," he confessed to his brothers. He stood just behind Giovanni and Taviano as they blocked him from the possibility of prying eyes as well as any cameras the paparazzi might have on them. Below them, their New York cousins had arrived, music blaring, ready to take Stefano's two younger brothers to several clubs, where the members of Salvatore's family would be gathered publicly, so there was no way, come morning, anyone would suspect them of having anything at all to do with any deaths in the city. No one would ever be able to connect the New York family. Even in the event the social worker who had originally gone to the Ferraro greeters in New York and had laid out the problem of the 17-year-old girl changed her mind and went to the police. The chances of that happening were slim, but still, the Ferraros paid attention to every possibility and planned for it. "I can get sick or drink too much and have to go to my hotel room or back to Salvatore's," Taviano offered, frowning straight ahead. They didn't make amateur mistakes like looking over their shoulder while talking to their brother. "I'll meet you there and back you up. The gang her uncles belong to is one of the bloodiest in New York." There was worry in his voice, and Stefano couldn't blame him. Not once had he ever admitted to the feeling of urgency and that something might be wrong, because it had never happened before. He hesitated, wondering if he should have his brother come along. The feeling in his gut was very, very strong. He never once ignored his built-in warning system. Still, the high-profile visibility of his family members partying with local family members was what kept their family safe from suspicion. "We stick to the plan," Stefano said after a moment's pause. "I'll contact you the minute I'm clear and back on the plane." "We'll be waiting," Taviano murmured. "Have you chosen your ride?" "It's a go. I'll be slipping out right behind you. Franco will take care of the plane so we're ready to get back home as soon as possible. I don't like leaving Francesca with Anthon in town." Giovanni smirked at his cousins as they hurried toward the plane, waving their arms and shouting to hurry up. "Anthon bit off more than he could chew. He's not going anywhere for a few days. Rico, Vittorio, and Emanuele will make certain she's safe," Taviano added. Stefano knew that, but they weren't going to be in bed with her when the nightmares came. He didn't like her being alone. He also didn't like being away from her, whether Anthon was in town or not. He wasn't about to admit that to his brothers. He'd never hear the end of it. "Let's get this done," he said, signaling his brothers to descend the stairs to the tarmac below. He'd chosen his shadow. It was one that was wrenchingly fast. He would begin the ride into the city, heading toward the Bronx as quickly as possible. His gut feelings had always proven to be true, and he wasn't about to ignore this one. He had a sense of urgency that told him something wasn't right and he needed to move. He stayed close behind Giovanni until his shadow connected with the one he needed. The stripes in their suits, so thin as to be barely discernible, helped to camouflage the brothers as they stepped off the plane onto the stairs. The specially made suits blended with every shadow so that the Ferraro riders disappeared, making them indistinct. Stefano stepped into the mouth of the tube and allowed it to absorb him. The pull was tremendous, that terrible pulling and twisting as his body was literally wrenched into the shadow. Then he was moving, sliding fast, thinking of Francesca. He didn't want this for her. She was capable. Her shadow proved that, but he didn't want her to be a rider. He wanted her to be safe. He wanted a life for her. Most of all, he wanted her to make a home for him and his children. New York City flew by. He didn't try to see the events happening around him as he moved from shadow to shadow. He couldn't save the world. That wasn't his job. He could only help a select few, only when asked, only when they were certain. He was certain about this girl, and on some level, Francesca had recognized that the situation was dire. She didn't flinch when he kissed her goodbye and left her, knowing Barry Anthon was in town. His mother had been born a Ferraro, a shadow rider. She was trained from the time she was 2, just as he had been, just as his children would be. She hadn't found the man she could love, and her marriage had been arranged. Her partner had been a rider as well, from Sicily, but he'd never been trained. The moment he found out about his wife's legacy, he thought riding the shadows was glamorous, a powerful skill he was determined to acquire. Philip took the Ferraro name, caring nothing for the strict code they were taught. He had no intention of building a home with Eloisa. He married her thinking to acquire power and money. Eventually, he came to understand what the family was about, but that didn't make him want to stay home with his children, or participate in their lives or training in any way. The shadows allowed him to keep his affairs discreet, although Eloisa knew what he did. Their marriage deteriorated even more after their youngest son, Ettore, died while riding a shadow. Philip spent less and less time at home, and Eloisa wrapped herself up in charity events and stayed away from everyone but her sisters and brothers. Stefano couldn't understand why her children never interested her. She always demanded a report the instant they returned from a job. She made certain she was involved in every aspect of the family business, and she and Philip had taken over the job of greeters after her parents died. Neither Eloisa nor Philip wanted a divorce. In their world, once 2 shadows were connected and totally interwoven, breaking those shadows apart was a frightening prospect. The riders would lose all ability to ride the shadows, and the departing non-Ferraro partner would lose all memory of the family and what they did. It was imperative that Stefano have Francesca's full commitment. If she left him after finding out what they did, if they were already connected, their shadows tightly interwoven, she wouldn't suffer because she wouldn't remember loving him. But he would. He would never ride again, something he was born to do, and he wouldn't forget her and the love he had for her. He wouldn't forget what it was like to ride inside a portal. Interwoven shadows couldn't just be ripped apart without consequences, once they were joined together. Stefano was born a rider. It was a hard life, but it was who he was, what he was. He couldn't imagine living a half-life, remembering but without the ability. He knew the few riders who had lost their partners that way had suicided or disappeared, unable to stay around the family. Stefano changed tubes again, this time in the Bronx, finding the one that would get him closest to the home of Diego, Alejo, and Cruz Gomez. the uncles of Nicoletta. Nicoletta's mother and father were both from Sicily. Nicoletta's father died when she was 2, and her mother remarried when she was 4. Her husband, Desi Gomez, adopted Nicoletta. When she was 15, her parents were killed in a car accident and she was sent to live with her 3 uncles. Her life had turned into a nightmare. Diego, Alejo, and Cruz were all members of a very violent gang. The gang was notorious among law enforcement for running drugs, prostitution, and human trafficking. They fought turf wars continuously, always looking to expand and to swallow other gangs. A young, innocent girl from a completely different way of life had no business being thrown to the wolves. The sad part was, he knew he was already probably too late to really save her. Nicoletta had been living a nightmare for 2 years. That would take its toll, and there was no going back from those kinds of scars. The investigator's report had been long, listing the numerous beatings, the suspected rapes and abuse the girl had received at the hands of her 3 step-uncles. How was she supposed to recover from that? The tube brought him nearly to the very side of the house, where a narrow strip of weeds separated the Gomez home from the one next door. The houses all along the street were run down, paint faded and chipped. The front steps were sagging. There were bars on all the windows and bullet holes in the siding. The front porch had old, worn furniture covered in sheets and blankets on it. A couch, 2 chairs, a lawn chair. Stefano took a careful look around, up and down the streets. The overhead street lamps had long since been shot out. No cop was going to be patrolling the street. Debris swirled in the gutters and rushed down the street in little eddies. Several men were gathered on various porches, talking, drinking, and in one case, shooting up with a needle. He could hear them talking, and one of them said the name Nicoletta. He chose a shadow that would bring him close to the group of men he knew were members of the same gang the Gomez brothers were in. He recognized the big man sitting on the stairs, his hand wrapped around the neck of a bottle of whiskey, his eyes on the Gomez house. "They'd better fucking bring her out soon, or I'm going in after her," he snarled, wiping at his mouth with the back of his hand. "I told Diego to turn her over to me, or the 3 of them are dead men." The man was Benito Valdez. He was all muscle and scars from the years he'd spent in and out of prison. A great brute of a man. He scared most people just by looking their way. Even in prison he'd remained the leader of the notorious gang, running it from his prison cell. No one crossed Benito Valdez and remained alive. He had 4 brothers who were just as brutal as he was. It didn't surprise Stefano that Nicoletta had caught Benito's eye. Even at 17, she was beautiful. Every single picture clearly showed her physical beauty, the full, lush curves of a woman rather than of a girl. Every report had included the word beautiful in front of girl. Evidently, Benito had waited long enough, or he was worried the Gomez brothers would eventually kill her. There was no doubt that Benito wanted the girl for himself. It was no wonder he had a feeling of urgency. Stefano rode the tube back to the Gomez house and studied the layout in front of him. He couldn't rush, no matter the growing sense of apprehension. He slipped out of the tube into the shadowy depths between the 2 houses and used the burner phone. In position. His gut churned. Anxiety burned through his nerve endings, the sense of urgency increasing. For the first time, he had to take some deep breaths to restore his normal calm. The wait seemed as if minutes ticked by slowly, while in reality it was no more than a few seconds. "You have a go." He snapped the phone shut, knowing he would have entered the house to check on the girl even if the answer had gone the other way. There was no payment on this one. A favor in return, but no payment. The social worker had no money, but she was willing to provide information when needed to the family. Stefano knew the New York family probably would never need to collect, but it didn't matter. The problem had been brought to them, and they had taken it on, investigated, and sent for riders out of Chicago. The family charged their criminal clients enough to compensate for all those they didn't ask monetary pay from. Stefano looked the shadows over and found one that ran up the front steps, beneath the door and into the house. There were lights on, but not a lot, not overheads, which meant there would be shadows inside the house. Movement caught his eye, and he whirled to face the threat. Taviano stood just inside the shadows beside him. "What the hell are you doing here?" Stefano didn't know whether to be relieved or angry. No one went against his decisions, yet there was his younger brother. "I had the same bad feeling, Stefano," Taviano said. "It's getting worse, and there's no ignoring it. Don't worry, I covered my tracks. I'll tell you about it back on the plane when we have this done." Stefano nodded. He wasn't about to waste time arguing. He found he was grateful for Taviano's presence. If his younger brother had the same bad feeling, something was definitely off. Stefano had already chosen his tube, and he stepped into the shadow, allowing it to carry him inside. Taviano rode the shadow next to the one he was riding. The moment they were in, he knew they might be too late. He heard voices, 3 men, very distinct, taunting, amused, cats playing with a mouse. "Put it down, Nick. You wave that thing at me, I'll cut your throat with it." Low, furious. Didn't mean what he said, but capable of great violence. Stefano was certain that was the one called Diego. He had a reputation for enjoying his kills. "Stay away from me!" A sob. Nicoletta sounded young and very scared. "I told you, bitch! You don't cooperate with Benito, he'll sell you. You'll end up living the rest of your life flat on your back, chained to a bed, fucked by every man sent up to you. Better Benito than that. You choose." That voice rang with honesty, with authority. He was the leader of the 3. That one had to be Cruz. Cruz knew if he didn't turn over the girl to the leader, he was a dead man. "Nicoletta, put the knife down." The third voice, probably Alejo, said. Coaxing, amused that she thought she could defy them. A worried undertone that Benito was already going to be angry because they hadn't brought Nicoletta to him immediately. "I can't do this anymore." The desperation in the girl's voice caught at him. Stefano took the shadow right through the house directly to the room where all 4 Gomezes were grouped. Taviano rode his shadow completely across the room. Both shadows instantly connected to the shadows playing throughout the room. The men felt the jolt of connection. Small feeler tubes ran from Nicoletta's shadow to merge with theirs. They could feel every emotion, her terror, her determination. Nicoletta pressed herself against the window. Her clothes were torn, her face was swollen and bruised. Blood trickled down her cheek from a cut over her eye, and more dripped from her cut lip. There were bruises on both arms, fingerprints around her neck. She'd been beaten repeatedly, but she had fought back. He could see defensive wounds on her arms and hands. Even her knuckles were bruised. She had fought them hard. "Nicoletta!" Cruz stepped closer. He was worried, his eyes on the knife. "You can't fuck around with Benito. Put the knife down and just come with us. Alejo packed some of your favorite clothes. In a few days, Benito will let you come get the rest of your things. Put the knife down." She made a single sound. Despair, horror, desperation. Stefano knew it was too late to stop her. He wasn't close enough to her. She lifted the knife, turned it toward her own body, ready to plunge it into her chest. Stefano's breath hitched. He read the determination on her face. The 3 men must have seen it as well. Alejo reached toward her imploringly, as if he could stop her that way. Cruz, the leader, leapt for her. Diego remained absolutely still, a look of horrified fascination on his face. If she died, all 3 of the brothers knew Benito would kill them. Taviano got to her first. His shadow had taken him behind her, and he emerged, catching her wrist from behind, fingers ruthlessly finding pressure points so that she had no choice but to drop the knife. She cried out and struggled, fighting desperately as Taviano subdued her, trying not to hurt her. He was completely exposed, out of the shadow, and all 3 of the brothers saw him clearly. Stefano burst from the tube behind Diego, catching his head between both hands and wrenching hard, in the most basic kill move he'd been taught since he was a child. He dropped the body on the floor and entered the tube to slide up behind Alejo. He killed him in the same manner, quick, without mercy, completely impersonal, although he had to work to keep himself under control. Cruz heard the bodies fall. It had only taken seconds to kill both men, while Cruz's attention was centered on Nicoletta and Taviano. He whipped out a gun and pointed it at Nicoletta's head, even as he looked frantically around the room. He'd caught flashes of the intruder, but only that, a shadowy figure that moved too fast to see. "I'll fucking kill her!" he snarled, meaning it. Taviano shoved Nicoletta behind him, using his body as a shield. She let out a soft little cry, a protest maybe, a shocked gasp that anyone would stand up to her uncles and deliberately put their body in front of a gun for her. "Who the hell are you? How'd you get in here?" Cruz demanded, the gun rock-steady. His eyes kept darting to the two bodies on the floor. Neither moved. Neither made a sound. They looked dead, but no one else appeared to be in the room. He'd watched Taviano struggling to keep Nicoletta from killing herself. They'd both been right in front of him, so who had killed his brothers? Stefano came up behind him, emerged from the tube and locked onto his head. The moment his hands fastened on Cruz's skull, the man pulled the trigger. But Taviano had already dove for the floor, taking Nicoletta with him, covering her body with his own. Cruz tried to fight back, to turn the gun on the opponent he couldn't see, but Stefano had been practicing the move since he was 2 years old. It was as easy for him as breathing. He snapped the man's neck and dropped the body. "Justice is served," he murmured. Silence fell, broken only by Nicoletta's ragged breathing. Taviano rolled off of her and stood up, reaching down for her. She cringed away from him, lifting her hands defensively. He caught her wrists in a gentle grip and pulled her to her feet. Her horrified gaze went to the bodies on the floor. "Don't look at them," he ordered softly. "Look only at me." Her eyes jumped to his face. She stood, her body trembling, breathing labored, her gaze caught and held by his. The light from an overhead bulb, dim now from age, threw out shadows. He could see hers, a dark shape on the wall and floor, tubes running from it to connect with every shadow in the room, including theirs. His heart slammed hard in his chest. He could feel her every emotion. Fear was uppermost, but there was relief, not commendation. Mostly she was confused, disoriented, in shock, very, very painful. "She's a rider," Taviano whispered aloud. She was a rider, a woman capable of riding shadows, of bearing children who could ride shadows. "It changes everything," Stefano said. The plan had been to leave without her ever seeing him. She would call the social worker and the family's responsibility in the matter would be over. "We can't leave her behind." Taviano's voice was firm, absolute. Stefano frowned at him. "Damn it! What the hell are we going to do with her? She has to come with us. We have to make certain they can never find her." Nicoletta began to inch toward the door, back flat against the wall. She made herself as small as possible, as if by pressing against the wall they wouldn't be able to see her. Had they not been riders, they might not have. The move on her part was instinctive. She'd become part of the shadows. Taviano stepped in front of her, blocking her path. "We'll get you out of here, Angeletto," he said softly, talking as if she was a wild animal, trapped in a corner and about to bolt. And maybe she was. "Benito and his crew are close by. Just give us a minute and we'll have you safe." She shook her head, but she halted, clearly terrified. There was no leaving her. Staring at her, Stefano pulled out the burner phone and punched a number. "She's one of us. Hurt. We're bringing her home. L&A will take her in. Make the arrangements tonight." He made it an order, no room for arguments. "Doc, counselor, they'll need money for her needs. Arrange that as well. I'll take responsibility for her." Nicoletta shook her head, her tongue touching her swollen lip to ease the ache. Not for me. I've got to go before the others come. She took a step back, away from Taviano as Stefano put his phone away. We're not going to hurt you, Taviano said softly. We were sent to get you away from them. He indicated the bodies. She drew in air and shook her head. They belong to a gang. They'll never stop looking for either of you, or me. They won't find any of us, Stefano assured her. No one could be brought into the tube unless they were a rider. Nicoletta didn't need to know how to ride, not if one of them was carrying her. But she couldn't be aware. She wasn't a Ferraro. No one had claimed her. He was doing something completely unprecedented, but it didn't matter. She had to be saved. Somewhere in the back of his head, he had known. Unless they got her all the way out, her uncle's gang members would track her down and kill her. To save her life, this was the only way. He signaled to Taviano and moved to check the window. He'd known they were in trouble all along. Benito was making his move. He flung the whiskey bottle against the side of the house and stood up, staring at the Gomez house, the others standing immediately to join him. "They're coming, Tav," he announced. "I know you don't know me," Taviano said softly, stepping close to Nicoletta. "But I also know you're capable of feeling the truth when you hear it. If you stay here, even contacting your social worker to relocate you, you're going to die. If she helps you to try to disappear, she and her family are going to die. That's a fact. You know it, and I know it. You have one chance, and in taking that chance, you'll be giving your social worker a chance at life as well. She contacted us to help you. This is me helping you." Tears ran down Nicoletta's face, but Stefano was fairly certain she wasn't aware of the fact that she was weeping. She just kept shaking her head. Still, she didn't take her eyes off of Taviano. "We can't take you with us without your consent, but if you want to live, say the word and we'll get you out of here. They'll never find you or us. You'll have a new life with a wonderful couple who will treat you like a princess. My family will watch over you and protect you for the rest of your life. But you have to choose now, right this minute. I can hear your uncle's friends coming up the front steps to the porch." Her face visibly paled. She jammed her fist into her mouth, her gaze darting from the bodies to his face, and then to Stefano's. She nodded. Barely. The movement almost imperceptible. Taviano moved fast, not waiting for her to have second thoughts. She had to be terrified. Stefano had just killed 3 people in front of her. They were total strangers. Still, they had to look like a better bet than her uncle's friends. He had the syringe all of the riders carried in the event they had to cope with an innocent civilian to get them out of their way. He had the needle in her neck in seconds, his arm around her waist to keep her from falling as the drug hit her system. Her fingers clutched at his suit jacket, terror on her face, but the drug was fast-acting. A good thing, as loud voices and pounding on the front door announced they'd run out of time. "Okay, Angeletto, let's get you the hell out of here." Stefano took her from his younger brother, lifting her slight body, cradling her tightly against his chest, wincing a little as he looked into her bruised, swollen face. "I'll take her, Stefano." Stefano shook his head. It wasn't that easy riding with another person, one unknowing. He wasn't taking a chance with Taviano or the girl. The one and only other time he'd ridden a shadow with another rider in his arms, it had been his brother Ettore, already lost to them. So far gone there was no bringing him back. His chest tightened. He couldn't go there. He held a young girl, a child, really. She was important to all Ferraros, and she'd been hideously violated. That alone went against everything he believed in. He was taking her home to the best parents he knew, the most loving, the ones that needed a daughter when they'd lost so much. They would give her the understanding and compassion she needed to overcome what monsters had done to her. "Let's get the fuck out of here, Tav," he snapped. Stefano held Nicoletta tighter. He wasn't losing her. Not to the shadows, not to the gang members breaking through the front door, and not to the shame and despair she felt. He stepped into the portal and let it take them both. He flew past the men rushing through the house toward the bedroom and out the open front door. He'd chosen a larger tube, one that connected with the shadows in the streets, and he rode it as far as it would take him, blocks away from the Gomez house and the angry mob gathering there. He felt Taviano moving in the shadowy tubes parallel to him. They jumped easily from one portal to the next, heading back toward the airport and the safety of the private jet waiting. Franco had the door open, lights spilling on the stairs so that they had shadows to ride all the way to the interior of the plane. The moment they emerged from the shadows, Franco closed the door and turned toward them. "Emmanuel called and told me to be prepared. She's alerted Giovanni. He'll return as soon as possible. He has to play his role out, though, just to be safe." Franco pulled the medical kit out and handed it to Taviano. "I have the bedroom ready." On the private jet, there was a small room they kept for the family members who needed to sleep. The seats were comfortable and laid all the way back to provide more space if necessary, but the room had a double bed inside of it. It was kept made and ready for their late-night escapades. Stefano carried Nicoletta into the room and laid her on the bed. "She'll wake soon. We have to clean her up before that happens. She's not going to want a bunch of strange men touching her after her ordeal." "I'll do it." Taviano made it a statement. "Franco, I'll need warm water, washcloths and towels. Did Emme leave any clothes on the plane? If not, I have a couple of flannels in my go-bag. Bring me one of them." "Tav," Stefano said, "you don't want to invest too much in her. We're turning her over to Lucia and Amo. Our family will watch over her, and we'll provide for her. But we can't stay involved with her. You know that. It's too dangerous. Especially you. She knows our faces. She saw me come out of the shadow and kill her uncles. She could burn us, bury us. If she goes to the cops." "She won't," Taviano said. "You're afraid for me, not you." He took the bowl of water Franco handed him, dipped a cloth in it, and sank down on the bed beside Nicoletta. "You connected with her. She's too afraid of Benito Valdez to ever do something as foolish as going to the police. She can take the name Fausti and be Amo's niece come to live with them. We can give her a new identity. She's not going to turn on us." Stefano watched Taviano dip the cloth into the water and gently dab at the blood on Nicoletta's face. His youngest brother wasn't nearly as easygoing as he liked to appear to the world. In spite of trying to bring his brothers and sister a little joy in their childhood, all of them bore the scars of absentee parents, as well as whatever vicious handling had taken place during training overseas. Their father was gone most of their lives, doing whatever he chose to do, while their mother became a brutal trainer, snapping orders, demanding perfection, and snarling coldly at them when they weren't perfect. Each of them had been sent away for a year at a time to train elsewhere in the world. Rico had come back scarred, tough and cold as ice. He lived on the edge all the time, and Stefano regarded him as a ticking time bomb. Vittorio was a peacemaker, but something burned bright and savage under all that cool. Giovanni was the most volatile. One moment he was rational, and the next his temper burned out of control. Taviano appeared to be gentle, kind. He had a sense of humor, but he wasn't any of those things as a rule. Stefano had tried to find out what had happened to each of them in those years they'd spent with other trainers, but none of his siblings would answer him. He'd managed to keep Emmanuel home by insisting on training her himself. When his mother insisted she go abroad, he went with her. He stayed glued to her. It was too late to stop whatever was happening to his brothers in their training, but not what might happen to her. Stefano had been too strong, too ruthless, even as a teenager, to put up with any of the trainers putting their hands on him. He'd earned the reputation of being dangerous before he was 15. His brothers were every bit as dangerous as he was now, but it had taken those years away to shape them into the killers hiding behind their handsome faces. "She belongs to us," Stefano said. "We'll look after her, Tav." It was a concession to his brother, and they both knew Taviano would have defied Stefano's authority and just done what he thought was right. "I wouldn't have put her with Lucia and Amo if I hadn't meant to put her under our direct protection." "I know that," Taviano said. "I'm going to get rid of her clothes, and I would appreciate both of you leaving the room. You want me to do that? I have Francesca, and I'm not in the least bit looking at her like a woman, Stefano said. She's a child that needs help. I know what she is. Just go. Stefano shook his head but didn't protest. He needed to hear Francesca's voice, but he couldn't call her. He'd gotten rid of the burner phone. They never kept them once they reached the airport. There was no talking to her, not even from Franco's phone. He needed her tonight. The things done to that child. She was a beautiful girl who would forever bear the scars of 3 sick, very brutal men. Had they not gotten there in time, she would be in the hands of Benito Valdez. The social worker who had contacted them thought she owed them, but in fact, Stefano knew it was the other way around. They would be forever in her debt. Nicoletta was a shadow rider just as Francesca was. She was invaluable to his family. That included the various extended family they had. It seemed to take forever for Giovanni to get back to their private jet. By that time the girl had awakened, and she was very scared. He'd tried to go into the cabin to help Taviano with her, but that only agitated her more. He couldn't blame her. The gang her uncles had run with had prostitution rings, and it was rumored they were involved in human trafficking. She clearly thought she was being transported to some foreign country where she'd never be heard from again. Taviano was patient with her, his voice low and gentle as he continually reassured her. He clearly was afraid to leave her alone, afraid of what she might do to herself. "We'll need a doctor waiting," he told Stefano. "Already done. Emme has already talked to Lucia and Amo and explained things. They're willing for her to live with them, and they'll share their last name. Emme said Vittorio is working on the papers tonight. We'll have a new identity for her and a background no one will be able to shake within a few days. Benito Valdez will never find her." "He'll keep looking," Taviano said, looking down at Nicoletta. She was exotic-looking, with thick, luxurious hair and very large, heavily lashed eyes and a generous mouth. She would haunt Valdez. He'd seen her, watched her blossom into a woman. He'd acquired a taste for her, and he would keep looking. "Let him look. She'll be safe, Tav. No one will find her in our neighborhood, especially not Benito Valdez." That small exchange seemed to comfort Nicoletta. Stefano couldn't imagine what she was going through. They were perfect strangers to her. She'd seen them emerge from the shadows and kill her uncles. They'd been fast and just as brutal as the gang they'd taken her from, no matter how elegantly they were dressed. She had no idea what they were going to do with her. "You'll be all right," Stefano assured her from the doorway when her gaze jumped to his face. She looked pale and defeated, so bruised it hurt to look at her. "You're never going to have a normal life, not with what you've gone through, but you'll know love. Lucia and Amo are 2 of the best people we know. I know you're afraid, but we'll see you through this, and we'll watch over you. That I can promise you." Chapter 22. Stefano stepped off the elevator into his apartment, exhausted, nearly 48 hours without sleep. It had taken time to get Nicoletta settled. The doctor had examined her thoroughly and then sedated her. She would be all right physically given a month or so of resting and healing, but he admitted the emotional scars weren't going to be so easy to rectify. He'd done the best he could for the young teen. She was safe in Lucia and Amo's home. Not quite as scared, but definitely apprehensive. He was certain she'd give them a chance rather than try to run. Vittorio was keeping an eye on her while Taviano and Giovanni slept. Stefano wished he'd called Francesca to make certain she would be home. He needed her, really needed her when he'd never needed anyone. There was something incredibly soothing about her. She felt like home. He inhaled her scent, and everything in him settled. He hadn't known his belly was in knots or that the relief could make him weak. He hadn't consciously worried that she might have left him, but he was asking a lot of her. She had learned things about his life, their life. She'd overheard his mother say ugly things, and Barry Anthon was in town. She'd seen him become violent, and then he'd left her to go out of town. She came out of the kitchen, her gaze moving over his face in a slow, careful perusal. Then it drifted lower, taking him in, looking for injuries. She stepped close. "Honey?" Just that. One word. Her hands slid up his chest and around his neck so that she linked her fingers together at his nape. "Thank you. She's safe. Nicoletta. Emme said you got her out." She thanked him for doing his job. She looked at him with stars in her eyes and a soft, killer smile that was going to be the fucking end of him. She looked at him as if he could solve the world's problems in a few hours, fight the bad guys, and still be home in time for dinner. He liked that look a lot. He framed her face with both hands and brought his mouth down on hers. She tasted like love, like sex, like perfection. Once he started kissing her, he couldn't stop. He found himself devouring her, exchanging breath, telling her without words that 48 hours without her was too damn long. For the first time in his life that he could remember, he allowed himself to sink into someone else's strength. Seeing a 17-year-old girl beaten and abused physically, sexually, and emotionally had torn him up far more than he wanted to admit to himself. He'd held himself aloof, keeping under control, using his rigid discipline to keep from seeing the look in her eyes when she'd turned the knife on herself. Had Taviano not been there, she would be dead. His eyes burned, and he couldn't breathe because of the raw lump blocking his throat. He lifted his head, looking down at her into her eyes. He saw only love there. "It was bad?" she whispered, pressing closer. "It was bad," he agreed. "I don't fucking understand. I'll never understand how anyone could do that to a child. Any child. Any woman." He touched his forehead to hers. "I'm wiped, Dolce Cuore. Absolutely wiped." "Go take a shower," she whispered. "I'll fix something light, and then you can go to bed. You need to sleep." Fussing over him, taking care of him, Stefano enfolded her in his arms, keeping her close to his heart, burying his face in the luxury of her thick, silky hair. He just held her, needing to feel her soft body imprinted on his. Francesca didn't pull away or try to hurry him. She held him, tight, breathing him in the way he was breathing her in. "I missed you, Stefano," she said softly, the murmur nearly lost against his suit jacket. "I couldn't sleep at night without you." "I worried about you," he admitted, one hand sliding up the curve of her spine to bury his fingers in her wealth of hair. "I knew you wouldn't be able to sleep, or if you did manage to sleep, you'd have nightmares. I'm sorry I couldn't call you." He'd never thought much about that mandate until he'd wanted to reach out to his woman. "No." She tipped her head back to look up at him. "Emme explained how important it was that everyone think you were here with me." She went up on her toes and pressed kisses along the line of his jaw. "Your safety is the most important thing. I'm just so grateful that you do what you do so that girl is safe." His heart clenched hard in his chest. "Amore mio. This is the first time in my entire career I've done something like this. Mostly what I do is eliminate someone like Barry Anthon, someone untouchable by the law, or I recover an elderly woman's purse with her last few dollars in it. I'm not a hero. Don't think I am," he warned. She laughed softly and pulled out of his arms. "You're my hero, Stefano, and you always will be. Go shower. We can talk when you're lying in bed and drifting off." "When did you get so bossy?" He wanted to hold her forever, take her into the shower with him, which would lead to interesting things. His cock jerked at the thought. She dodged his outstretched hand. "Someone has to take care of you." She reached out and trailed her fingertips over the growing bulge in his trousers. "I'm a full-service kind of woman. Go shower, honey, and let me take care of you." Her eyes met his. "I need to. You always take care of me. It's my turn." He fucking loved that. He watched her go into the kitchen before turning to the master bedroom. He'd wanted a home his entire life. He hadn't known love or laughter until he'd visited his aunts and uncles and realized his cousins had something important and valuable in their lives that his siblings and he didn't. Until he'd gone home with Cencio and been introduced to his mother and father. Lucia and Amo were loving and warm all the time. Stefano wanted that for his brothers and sister. He wanted that for himself. Francesca. He murmured her name aloud as he stepped under the soothing hot water. It poured over him and pounded into his aching muscles. He didn't know what he'd ever done to deserve her, but he had her, and that was all that mattered to him. He took his time because the water felt good, washing his sins away along with his exhaustion. He dressed in loose-fitting drawstring silk pants and a tight, ribbed wife-beater before padding barefoot into the kitchen. Francesca was humming softly to herself, her back to him, long hair flowing almost to her waist as she mixed the pasta. His shadow connected with hers, and she looked up instantly with a smile. "Hey, honey, feel better?" He nodded and kept going straight to her. "You brought in groceries." She had made pasta with grilled tiger shrimp and fresh Parmesan cheese. A salad sat on the smaller dining table in between the dishes already set out. There was an open bottle of red wine on the table along with 2 wine glasses. "I had to get groceries if I was going to be cooking for us. I really enjoy cooking, Stefano." She flashed a smile. "It gives me a chance to show off." He swept her hair off her neck and over one shoulder so he could bend down and kiss her neck, sending a little shiver down her spine. "I like the idea of you cooking for us. Feels like home." He took the bowl of pasta from her and carried it over to the table. "What have you been up to while I've been gone, other than grocery shopping?" He narrowed his eyes. "And you took Emilio and Enzo, of course." "Actually, Emanuele and Enrica went with me," she corrected, sliding into the chair across from his. "Enrica is all business when we're out somewhere, but so funny when we're alone. I really like her." He nodded as he served both of them pasta. Emilio, Enzo, and Enrica were always getting into trouble when they were teenagers. Enrica used to sneak out her window to go on a date, because if her brothers or cousins knew, she always had a noisy escort with her. Francesca laughed. "I can't imagine how awful you all were. You boys seem to have the girls outnumbered." "Thankfully. We like to keep an eye on our women, and we can't do that if there's too many of them." "Such a chauvinist. Emmanuel was helping me learn what you all do for those in the neighborhood." His head jerked up, the smile fading. He was going to strangle his sister with his bare hands. "What the fuck does that mean?" She winced. "Seriously, Stefano, you're going to have to clean up your language before we have children. We just answered some of the calls and checked on people. There's a flu going around, and it hit some of the elderly hard. We went to their homes and brought them medicine, or whatever else they needed. Don't tell me you don't do that, because Emme gave you away. My big macho badass takes soup to Agnese Moretti, the schoolteacher, and the homeless woman, Dina, as well as Mr. Lozzi and Teresa Vital. I sat with each of them and heard all about my man and what a saint he is." She grinned at him. "Actually, Agnese didn't mention the word saint. That was Signora Vitale. I believe Agnese said there was hope for you yet." He couldn't help himself. He leaned back in his chair and laughed. That was exactly what his old schoolteacher would say about him. And she'd say it in her prissy schoolmarm voice that told everyone they'd better not contradict her because she was always right. Dio! But he was happy to be home. "That woman. Is she very ill?" He couldn't help the concern. He had a special place in his heart for Agnese. Most of the neighborhood did, especially those she'd taught with such gruff compassion. "Not as sick as Signora Vitale. I had Enrica call a doctor just to be safe. She's in her 80s, and the flu can be difficult on the elderly. The doc said with a little care she should be fine. Her grandson is staying with her. He promised to heat up the soup and feed her every 2 hours, even if she takes just a couple of bites. Stefano shook his head. So you met Bruno. Was he disrespectful? Did you get the impression he'd actually take care of his grandmother? Francesca nodded. Absolutely. Your talk with him must have helped, because he really listened to the doctor and seemed genuinely concerned. I have no doubt that he loves her. There was never a doubt about that, only that he was a selfish brat. She gave him every damn thing he ever wanted, even when she couldn't afford it and had to sacrifice. He never seemed to notice. I just pointed that out to him. That and explained the consequences of dealing drugs in our neighborhood, or anywhere else for that matter. I also promised him that if he went to prison on a drug sale charge, I could still reach him there. Could you do that? I'm a shadow rider, Bambina. Of course I could get to him in prison. He took a second helping of pasta. This is good, Francesca, really good. So explain to me all about riding shadows, what that means, why you can't say anything until we're married. Clearly we're going to be married. He put down his fork and studied her face. She wasn't looking to bolt. She was unafraid and very accepting. She already had an idea of what he did, and she not only accepted it, she made it clear she stood behind him all the way. He either trusted her or he didn't. He had asked her to trust him blindly, and she'd done so. You have to be certain, Bella. There's no going back from this. There would be consequences. I think I got that, Stefano. She put her fork down as well. Are you finished? If you want, we can lie down and you can tell me. He had the beginnings of a headache, mostly from being tired. He was usually good at 48 hours without sleep, but anything beyond that could start taking its toll on his body, especially if he'd been shadow riding. Thanks, Dolce Cuore. The bed sounds great. I'll just get these dishes done. It won't take me long. Leave them. The service will do them. She smiled and shook her head. Stefano knew she wasn't comfortable with his money or anyone waiting on her. The elevator pinged, his only warning. He snagged the gun taped beneath the table and was on his feet. Were you expecting anyone? She shook her head, fear creeping into her eyes. He hated that. Hated that she would ever need to feel afraid of anything. She was his. His woman had a lot to contend with, but fear shouldn't be one of them. Get behind the counter and stay there until I tell you it's safe. Francesca didn't argue with him. She nodded, her face pale, her eyes haunted. Anger churned in his gut as he stepped out from behind the table and moved with the shadows through the dining room toward the entrance. If Barry Anthon or any of his men had managed to penetrate his security, he'd be shocked. The hotel was a fortress. Getting up to his penthouse without detection was nearly impossible unless you were family and had the codes to the elevators. His breath hissed out of his lungs, and his anger boiled to the surface. He stepped into the great room, locking his gun on his target, uncaring that his mother gasped and took a step back. "What the fuck?" he demanded. "You don't even have the common courtesy to call first?" He raised his voice. "It's Eloisa, Francesca." He didn't tell her to join him because he could see his mother's agitation. She'd worked herself up to one of her self-righteous lectures and was fully prepared to be cutting, rude, and ugly, just as she'd been about his future wife. Francesca didn't need to hear any more. "How dare you, Stefano!" Eloisa snapped. "I understand now why you and Taviano skipped the briefing altogether. You endangered all of us, the entire family, with your recklessness. And now you're hiding up here in your little love nest, afraid to face me because you know what you did was careless and stupid. How dare you!" Francesca's voice came from behind them. She walked right up behind Stefano and slipped her arm around his waist. "Stefano is not reckless, and you know it. He isn't hiding up here afraid to face you, and I think you know that, too." "Stay out of this!" Eloisa snapped. "You have no right to interfere in family matters. You don't have a clue what we're talking about." "Be very careful how you speak to my woman, Eloisa," Stefano warned, his voice dripping ice, but his heart had turned over at the show of absolute support from Francesca. Even his siblings didn't interfere when Eloisa was raging at him for some infraction. He'd always been the head of the family for his brothers and sister. He fought their battles with Eloisa, not the other way around. It felt good to have someone stand with him, even though he didn't need it. He had been arguing with his volatile mother from the time he could talk. "We're to be married, in spite of your objections, in a couple of weeks. She'll be my wife, and with me, the head of the familia." "Perhaps it would be best to start again," Francesca suggested. "Would you care to sit down, Eloisa? I'm Francesca Capello. We haven't been formally introduced." Eloisa stood for a moment, obviously struggling with her temper, but to Stefano's surprise she nodded her head. "It's nice to meet you, Francesca. Please excuse my rudeness the other day. I had no idea you were in the house and would overhear the things I said to my son, things I believed at the time. Since then, I have read the numerous reports gathered on Barry Anthon, and I know I was mistaken. I should have done what we always do and gathered the facts first." Stefano opened his mouth to agree with her, but Francesca dug her fingers into his side hard, and he refrained from blasting his mother in the way he normally would have. He glanced down at his woman. He fucking loved thinking of her that way. She was magnificent. Her head up, her arm around his waist, her eyes clear. There was no fear now, only a confident woman standing beside her man. Yeah, he loved that. Francesca gestured toward the armchair across from the couch. "Thank you for that, Eloisa. I appreciate it. Emmanuel tells me you've been helping with some of the wedding details. It's all happening so fast I'm a little overwhelmed, so I'm thankful for any help at all." Eloisa took the chair across from them. Stefano tucked Francesca close to him, his thigh pressed against hers. He'd missed her, really missed her. It was strange to think of a woman night and day, to worry about her and look forward to being with her, to inhale the scent of her and know you were home, to crave her body like an addiction and need the sound of her laughter and the sight of her smile. He'd never had that before, and now it seemed as natural to him as breathing. "We really do have to discuss this mess, Francesca," Eloisa said. "I don't want to distress you, but Stefano did something that wasn't protocol in our business, and it could have gotten someone killed. I can't let it go by without saying something. If you're talking about Nicoletta, I'm fully aware of the situation," Francesca said. "By all means talk to Stefano about it, but get all the facts before you get upset. He had a good reason for doing what he did." Eloisa's face flushed with anger. Her eyes went hard. Stefano had seen that look a million times. He could have told Francesca that Eloisa wasn't reasonable when she was emotional. Her temper was legendary in the family. Even her siblings trod lightly when she was upset. "First of all, Stefano, Francesca shouldn't be burdened with the knowledge of our work until after the wedding." She bit out each word, her teeth snapping together as if she might take a bite out of him if she wasn't so controlled. "Eloisa, you don't get to tell me how to handle my personal business, not when it comes to my woman." Stefano kept his voice as mild as possible. His family could get loud in their disagreements, but with his mother, it went from bad to worse very quickly. Eloisa's breath hissed out in a long stream of disapproval. "When it comes to you being careless about family business, Stefano, someone has to, and there's no one but me. Everyone else is afraid of you." She leaned toward him, narrowing her eyes, her fingers stabbing toward him. "I'm not. You had no right to bring that girl to our neighborhood. She should have been left there. And Taviano had no business being there. His job was to be seen, to be photographed. Both of you left the familia vulnerable." Stefano shrugged. "Fortunately, Eloisa, I'm the head of the familia, and I make the rules, not you. It was my call. Taviano was there when he was needed, thanks to him acting on his instincts, which is what we're trained to do. I don't know why you're upset when we all did our jobs." Eloisa leaned even closer, her eyes alive with anger. Because deviating from protocol, something that has been in existence for 100 years for good reason, at the last minute will get you killed. It will get your brother killed. You're both more important than this girl, whether she's a confirmed rider or not." There was a shocked silence. Stefano counted his heartbeats, trying to control his temper. "Why would that be, Eloisa? Why would you think Taviano and I are more important than a 17-year-old girl? One being brutalized, raped, and beaten nearly every fucking day since she was 15. If that isn't reason enough for you, this girl can provide children, riders, for our family. She could be a much-loved wife to one of your sons. How is she not just as important, if not more so?" Eloisa's face turned red. She blinked rapidly, repeatedly, as if she had something in her eyes. Her fists clenched. "Because," she hissed, both fists clenched tight, "she is not my son. She is not Taviano. She is not you. I don't care if you and your brothers and Emmanuel hate me as long as you're alive. As long as I know I did everything I could to make you the best riders out there. I sacrificed my entire life, my happiness, everything, in order for you and the others to live, to be prepared for a life you were born into. I wouldn't have chosen it for you, but I had no choice, just as you have no choice. I won't see you dead, Stefano. Not another one of my children before me. I won't." Francesca's fingers bit into his thigh in warning. His gaze flicked to her face. He could see she was desperately trying to tell him to be cautious, to hear what his mother was saying, the underlying message, to hear the desperation and fury in her. He'd seen that a time or two in other mothers, protective tigresses when it came to defending their children. He'd just never seen it in his mother. She'd always been as cold as ice. She'd overseen every aspect of their training in the United States, even when they went to other families to train. She'd made frequent surprise visits to ensure they were working as hard as she deemed necessary. She couldn't go abroad with them, but she kept in touch, was just as demanding. His father had never shown any interest in their training. He had never really shown any interest in them at all. "Why don't you divorce him, Eloisa? You're retired. It won't matter whether or not you can ride a shadow. It won't matter to him if he doesn't remember any of us." He spoke as gently as possible. "He's never been anything but hurtful to you." Eloisa held up her hand. It was shaking, but she kept it there, a barrier between them. "If I can't ride a shadow, I can't get to one of you when you might need help. I don't care what Philip does. It isn't like I'm going to find the love of my life at this late date, but I can continue to make certain my children are as safe as I can make them." Stefano regarded his mother, wondering at her strange reaction. She sounded caring. "Did you want to have children, Eloisa?" There was silence. Francesca's fingers dug deeper into his muscle. He stroked the back of her hand with his thumb, needing to touch her. Grateful she was close to him, leaning into him, staying by his side in spite of the way Eloisa had spoken of her earlier. She kept his temper under control and allowed him to listen to his mother's voice, judging it for honesty. He would never have asked his mother such a question, would never have gotten far enough in a conversation with her to even consider finding out more about her. Eloisa was a very controlled, disciplined person, much like he was. She was also extremely private. She kept all emotions, other than anger, locked down. Now she just looked vulnerable. He almost wished he hadn't asked. Eloisa never appeared vulnerable or fragile. She looked almost as if she might shatter. Twice she licked her lips, and her gaze shifted away from his, but not before he thought he caught the sheen of tears. She shook her head twice. "I wanted a husband and children just like most women, but that wasn't my reality. My reality was to give them a legacy they had no choice but to fulfill. I had gone through the training." A bitter smile twisted her mouth, one difficult to witness. Francesca's palm stroked his thigh soothingly, as if she could feel his reaction, and at the same time keep him grounded and balanced. "I know you think tua nonna e il nonno were loving, wonderful people, but they adhered to the old ways. They were taskmasters, far worse than I could ever be. The masters we were sent to were brutal, and I know you think the training was too hard on your brothers and sister, but that was what was drilled into us. That training was everything." She shook her head, a little shudder going through her body. "Some of the trainers were cruel, but a necessary evil." "Is that what you think?" Stefano snapped, visions of Ettore rising up, sharp and murderous in his mind. His gut knotted, and it was only Francesca's restraining hand that prevented him from leaping up and pacing with restless energy to keep from shouting insults at his mother. "You knew the trainers were cruel, and yet you sent my brothers to them anyway. You sent me, but that didn't turn out so well for the family, did it? Stefano, you can't ignore the fact that training is necessary. Without it, none of you could do what you do. It's difficult, yes, but all the other riders have gone through it." "It's necessary, Eloisa, but it doesn't have to be at the hands of brutal trainers. Cruelty has no place in what we do, so those of us who ride shouldn't be subjected to vicious trainers just for the sake of inflicting pain for their pleasure." Eloisa gasped. Her hand crept defensively up her throat. "Is that what you think? That I sent all of you to them so they could be cruel to you? You are our parent. It was your job to protect us." Stefano made it an accusation. Francesca pressed closer to him, under his shoulder, her body warm and soft and giving, comforting him when he hadn't known that was what he needed most. The memories of his childhood were close, too close. Of his sister screaming night after night with night terrors. Of his brothers returning from other countries cold and hardened, with hell in their eyes. Of carrying Ettore's body through the shadows. Rage moved in him, and he tightened his arm around Francesca to help keep it at bay. "I follow tradition, Stefano, just like every other parent of a rider. I sent all of you to the best trainers around the world. I went, and every other rider goes. When you were away from me here in the States, I went to ensure there was no cruelty, but I couldn't go to Europe with all of you." Eloisa's voice was low, choked, strangled. "You knew what would happen, Eloisa, or you wouldn't have gone to the trainers here in the States." "It's tradition!" Eloisa all but shouted it, but there were tears in her voice. "Years ago, the women were nothing, Eloisa. They had no rights. They couldn't own property. They were property. That changed because it wasn't right. Children were beaten regularly by parents. That changed because it wasn't right. Just because something is tradition, handed down from one generation to the next, doesn't make it right. Don't you think I know that? Don't you think I learned that when Enrico came back from Japan and he was so changed? There's death in his eyes. There's emptiness when before there was such life. All of them came back changed, even you. And you're so strong, Stefano." Her voice broke. "All of them are strong, Eloisa. Every single one of them. Dumb Philip. We can take care of one another in the shadows. Let yourself live. Let yourself enjoy your children instead of making yourself crazy, trying to protect us when we no longer need it." Eloisa took a deep breath to steady herself. "I'll think about it. I can see you're tired, Stefano, so I'll go now and let you get some sleep." She shook her head and stood, raising a hand to keep either of them from giving her sympathy of any kind. Stefano stood as well, taking Francesca with him, locking her tightly to his side. She immediately pressed her palm to his abdomen so that her warmth burned right through his thin shirt and into his skin. It went deeper still, so that her heat spread through his body, making him very aware of how lucky he was to have her, to have found her. His mother was a shell. She presented a cold, calculating woman with little emotion to the rest of the world, and even he had believed it. Instead, she was a woman with dreams of being loved, She had been forced into a loveless marriage with a man who cared only for the power of shadow riding, of the ability it gave him to carry on his affairs. She had sacrificed the love of her children in order to carry on the traditions her parents had forced on her. Stefano looked down at Francesca as the elevator doors slid closed. "Our children will know love, dolce cuore. If I become too harsh in their training, I need your word that you'll stop me." She smiled up at him. "I would hit you over the head and knock sense into you if you dared to be too harsh with our children." She was smiling at him, but there was truth in her eyes, honesty in her voice, and steel in her spine. He had no doubts that she meant what she said. "Let's go to bed," he said, turning her toward the bedroom. He wanted to lie down and just hold her. That was a surprise. Eloisa has never talked about her feelings. Not once. She's never showed emotion, not even when Ettore died. His death was too close, far too close. He felt as if the walls were pressing in on him. What she said about Rico, the training, what was that? He stripped, tossing his clothes aside and then stretching out on top of the sheets, hands behind his head as he watched her take her clothes off. When she reached for one of the many sexy camisoles he had bought her, he shook his head. "Not tonight, Francesca. I don't want anything between us. Not even something that gives me great pleasure in taking off. Just come to bed." She was beautiful, more than beautiful. Her body was lush and inviting, just the way she was. "You give all of us hope. Did you know that? Do you have any idea how important you are to my brothers and sister? Not because you're going to give me babies, but because you represent something beautiful and amazing. None of us believed we'd ever have the chance to love someone, or that we'd be loved." Francesca stretched out beside him, her body turned toward his, one arm slung around his waist, her head on his shoulder, one leg thrown over his thighs. She did that a lot, he realized, turned her body toward him. She never protested when he locked her to his side, or at night when he draped himself all over her. She just snuggled closer to him. "You need to explain all this to me, Stefano," she urged. Her fingers moved over his chest, tracing his heavy muscles. "I need to know. I want to understand." He shifted just enough that he could wrap an arm around her. The lights were off, but he could see her easily through the bank of uncovered windows that were one wall of his room. Up so many floors, there was no one to see in, yet he could look down on the city with all the lights. He loved his city. He loved his neighborhood. More than anything, he loved his family. "I've told you some of it. We go back hundreds of years. The Ferraro family always had riders born into it. Men and women, capable of connecting with shadows and entering them, like a tube, an expressway. When we're inside the shadow, no one can see us. In the old days, our ancestors took on the task of protecting family and friends, and then, eventually, others in our neighborhood." She nodded and turned her head just slightly to press a kiss into his chest. He'd told her this before, but he needed to start somewhere comfortable. She was patient with him, but then he knew she would be, just like she would be patient with their children. When the Ferraros refused to join the Saldi family, or revealed to them just how they were able to protect so many, the head of the Saldi family issued orders to wipe them out, every man, woman, and child. Only the riders escaped. A few cousins off on a holiday. Those remaining alive went into hiding. Because the shadow riders were able to get away, the family began to rebuild in secret. Her finger traced his ribs. "I know where you get your tenacity." He captured her hands and brought her fingertips to his mouth, his teeth scraping seductively along the pads. They spent years building an empire. Branches of riders were established in major cities throughout the world. Every rider had to be familiar with languages and geography, so they're sent to each city to train while teens. The other family members began legitimate businesses, solid ones that would bring prosperity to the family. Banks, hotels, casinos, nightclubs. Each business was carefully built up before another was added. All of them are capable of handling any money a Shadow Rider would get for his services that aren't so legit, she murmured, like the rescue of a 17-year-old girl. No money for that job. Some jobs are bartered for favors, others small things. Taking on work that involves executing someone, he deliberately used the expression to see her reaction, requires a great deal of money unless, as in the case of a brutalized child, the petitioner can't afford it, isn't a criminal, and the need is justified. That's why you have such a process. The greeters, and then the investigators. Yes. He bit down again on her finger, wanting to kiss her, warmth spreading through him because she didn't even flinch when he used the word executing. We have to be certain before we take a job. There can be no mistakes. Both sides are investigated, the petitioner as well as the target and the incident itself. We protect the family at all costs. We make certain our riders don't take down anyone who can draw attention to us in our own city. We don't do our own personal work. Nothing close to us. We use the paparazzi for alibis. Because we play so publicly, few people ever consider that we would do anything that they can't see. And you're careful. She made it a statement. And we're careful, he confirmed. He was silent a moment before continuing, his fingers delving into the silk of her hair. It's difficult to find others outside the family with the ability to ride the shadows. There just aren't that many. Men have a little longer to find someone they truly want than a woman, because in the end, we serve the family, and that means producing riders. Riders keep us safe. If the Saldis or anyone else ever try to wipe us out again, retaliation would be swift and brutal. They know that. They don't know how we do it, but they know we can get to them. He had to make her understand. The riders are important to the family, Francesca. Our training the children. It is necessary for us to continue. It's difficult, but very rewarding, but— He trailed off. Tell me. He could because it was Francesca, his woman. She seemed to understand everything he needed or wanted. I will train our children, and they'll go to other trusted trainers. But, Francesca, if this life isn't for them, I don't want them not to have a choice. I don't want arranged, loveless marriages for them. I'll teach you to shadow ride because I want you safe. But I never want you to do the work or see the violence. I don't want it touching you. I need you to understand that. It isn't because I don't want to share power with you. It's because— She rolled over, sprawling over his body, her hands framing his face. You don't have to explain. I know you want me home, to balance out the training. There's nothing wrong with that. I want to come home to clean, to something wonderful and warm, to love. I want that for my children. I need that. I know you do, she murmured, and pressed a kiss into his throat. You have to know there are consequences to being with me, Francesca. I wasn't exaggerating when I warned you what kind of man I am. I expect to lead. I expect you to follow. I'll give you everything I can. I want you happy, but I need you safe. That's something in me I can't change. There will be a lot of demands. That you let me know where you are every minute. That has nothing to do with trust, and everything to do with my issue to know you're safe. I know that about you, Stefano. He took a breath. He had to let her know everything. He had to know if she could live with the real consequences of being married to a shadow rider. That's nowhere near the worst. He took a breath, framed her face to look into her eyes. Truth is, Francesca, once we're married and our shadows are completely merged, if things didn't work out and we divorced, the shadows would tear apart, and there isn't any repairing them. I would lose my ability to ride the shadows. That's what my mother was talking about tonight. You would lose all memory of me, our life, and even our children together. You wouldn't remember anything to do with shadow riding. You wouldn't suffer, because you'd have no memory of it, but you would lose your children. That's why it's important to know for certain, before we're married, that this life is for you. He felt her sudden stillness, the swift inhale. She started to roll off of him, her first retreat. He didn't allow it, his arms locking her to him. Don't, Bambina, don't leave me. Just listen. Hear the truth in my voice. I love you with everything in me. There will never be a time that I won't. I'm incapable of cheating on you. I'm too loyal, and I know you have that in you as well. We'll work things out. I know I'm difficult, but I swear, with every breath in my body, Francesca, I'll work at our marriage. It's a huge price, Stefano, if something goes wrong. I know that. I know what you're risking. It seems I have less to lose, but it isn't so. I would be half a man without you, and I wouldn't know who I was without the ability to ride. Marry me. Be my wife. Be my partner. Take the risk with me. I need you in a way I've never needed anything or anyone. He was giving himself up to her. He'd never felt more vulnerable, never felt more terrified. Every fucking word I said to you is the truth. She brushed her mouth across his, looked into his eyes, searching for something. She must have found it, because she nodded. It was slow in coming, but in the end, she did nod her acceptance. Yes. The answer is still yes. Stefano woke Francesca 3 hours after he fell asleep, and he made love to her. Gently as possible for him. He made certain she was gasping and ready before he took her, driving her up again and again, giving her 3 orgasms before he emptied himself in her. He fell back asleep to the sound of her taking a bath. The woman loved the fucking bathtub. Chapter 23. Stefano woke with the dawn creeping into the bedroom, an urgent need clawing at his belly. His cock was hard and thick, desperate to be inside Francesca's warm, wet channel. Francesca's long hair moved in a sensual slide over his thighs and belly, so much silk, building a wild urgency as her mouth moved between his legs. Up his thighs, spreading kisses and little bites right up to his aching balls. She licked his sack and his cock jerked hard. Her fingers found him, rolling and caressing his tight balls even as her tongue slowly bathed them in warmth. She made little moaning sounds that added to the dark fantasy. Dolce cuore. It was all he could manage when she licked up his shaft. Greedy, hungry. He reached down to bunch silk into his fist. Her mouth slid over the wide, flared head of his cock, and she engulfed him, completely, taking him deep, unexpectedly. The inside of her mouth was wet and slick, hotter than hell. Fucking paradise, he groaned. Tugged at her hair to raise her head. He wanted to see her eyes. He loved holding her gaze while she went down on him. Gotta look at me, Bambina. I have to see your eyes. He loved how she was ravenous for him in the same way he always felt insatiable for her. How her eyes conveyed her excitement and her love of what she was doing. He needed that almost as much as he needed her mouth on him. Her hair, moving over his thighs and belly, made him ultra-sensitive so that every nerve ending in his body leapt to life. Fire danced over his skin, adding to the sensations her mouth and hands created. He waited for the impact, holding his breath. When it came, when she lifted her lashes and her eyes met his heart contracted and his chest and deep inside, where no one could see, she shattered him. That look, so full of love, so full of lust, for him, The man, not the name, not the money, not for any other reason, just for him. His fists tightened in her hair. He wanted to jerk her up to him, but she chose that moment to take him in her mouth. Watching him watch her, she parted her lips and slowly, inch by inch, took him deep. It was the hottest thing he'd ever seen. She kept her gaze on his, letting the hunger burn in her eyes as she hollowed her cheeks and sucked hard, her tongue lashing him with strokes that felt like white lightning. Her mouth felt like a fist of scorching velvet wrapped around his cock. Hot, tight, wet, perfect. He knew what paradise was, right there in his woman's mouth. She slid her mouth up his shaft and then engulfed him again in a tight, wet hold that rocked him. Fuck! It burst out of him, crude, but still. He couldn't think with his blood thundering in his ears and roaring through his shaft. Her hands were doing wicked, sinful things to his balls, while her mouth did them to his cock. He gripped her hair harder and began to tug. "You gotta stop, Bella. Right the fuck now." Because if she didn't, he was going to pour everything he had in him right down her throat, and he didn't want this to end. Francesca showed no signs of stopping. Her mouth tightened even more, the suction stronger than ever, sending heat waves storming through him. Desire tightened his thigh muscles, drew up his balls, and danced in his belly. He held her head in place with her hair, his fists on either side of her head, guiding her now, his hips thrusting into that hot, wet tunnel. Stefano stared down into her eyes, sinking there, letting her take him, the fire consuming him. He thrust deep and held himself there, locked in that paradise, her mouth closing around him like a vice. He didn't pull back until he saw the first hint of panic in her eyes. He let her take a breath, and he thrust again and couldn't believe when her tongue lashed him with the lightning streaks. She suckled hard and once again took him deep, all the while her gaze clinging to his. His breath caught in his throat. Not only was she giving him fucking paradise, but she looked at him with adoration, as if he was the only man in her world. He held himself there a beat or two longer, watching her take it, seeing the trust in her eyes. With a crude oath, he withdrew, transferred his hold to under her arms, and yanked her up. "Get on your knees. Face the headboard," he commanded. Already he was up on his knees, his cock in his fist, using rough strokes to keep that fire hot and burning. It wasn't that difficult when she rolled onto her belly and crawled up the bed toward the headboard. She looked the epitome of sensuous, her beautiful ass in the air for him, her head bending toward the mattress. "Reach behind you with your hands." She did so, turning her head to peek at him through the mass of hair tumbling on the sheets. He caught up his belt and used it to secure her hands behind her back. "I love the way you look right now. That's not too tight?" "No." Excitement or trepidation made her voice tremble. He wasn't certain which, but she pushed back her hips in invitation. He waited a few moments, jacking his cock while he watched her in silence, allowing anticipation to build. He loved that his woman gave him this, gave him everything he asked for and more. Her breathing turned ragged, and he slid his palm up the inside of her thighs, and then opened her wider with his knees. She shivered. He reached between her legs and found her wet and hot. He knew she would be. She'd enjoyed going down on him, lusted after him. She gave a low moan when his palm swiped over her slick entrance, but she didn't move. She just waited, giving herself to him. He slapped her ass hard, a sharp sting, and then rubbed the red spot soothingly. He bent and pressed a kiss right in the middle of his palm print. His tongue found her entrance, and he licked up all the way, a long stroke of heat searing her. Francesca cried out, and he repeated the entire sequence on her left cheek. He spent time there, building the heat in her, using his hands, his tongue, varying the rhythm and strength, making certain to soothe her and keep her honey spilling into his mouth, onto his tongue, down her thighs so he could lick them clean. She sobbed his name over and over, her breath hitching on every moan or cry he elicited from her. He took his time, enjoying building that heat in her body. His cock pulsed and throbbed with every single smack and caress to her beautiful, rounded ass. He couldn't resist taking a bite out of her, his teeth finding the center of his palm print on her right cheek, and then stroking over his mark with his tongue. She exploded, screaming his name, her entire body shuddering. He drove into her, using her hips like handles, dragging her back into him so he could slam deep and hard. Feeling the vice-like grip of her body as she clamped down on him, stroking and strangling him with her inner muscles as she convulsed around his cock. He didn't make love to her as he often did. He fucked her, hard, deep, rough. He reached down and caught her hair, dragging her head up and back while he jackhammered into her, pistoning hard. All the while, fire streaked through him, raced up his spine, and boiled like a fury in his balls. It was exquisite, fucking perfection. Her body responded to his rough treatment with another strong quake, rippling with shocks, gripping and teasing his cock as he drove into her over and over. He dragged her up farther, using her hair, so he could see her breasts swaying through each hard jolt of her body. He wished he had two cocks, so he could be in her mouth at the same time as he fucked her sweet, scorching hot tunnel. He didn't let up for a minute, a kind of sexual fury riding him hard. He drove into her again and again, nearly lifting her up off her knees with each stroke. "You want more?" She nodded. "Harder? Rougher?" She nodded again, cried out when he complied. "You're going to give it to me again, Francesca." He made it a command. "Come for me right now." She did the moment he told her to, her body already his, exploding around him, clamping down hard so the friction was nearly unbearable. He rode through it, his teeth clenched, the fire building and building until he thought it was impossible to get any hotter. "Again," he demanded, not stopping, not letting up, driving as deep as possible, as fast and hard as possible. "I can't," she gasped. "You will." He made it a demand once again, knowing she'd comply. "Now." He felt his balls tighten to the point of pain. The fire rushed down his spine to his hips and buttocks, up his toes and calves, into his thighs. The two fires came together, crowning in his cock as her body suddenly gripped him hard. Her sheath was scorching hot, burning him with a fiery, strangling clasp. She screamed as her body milked his, and her orgasm tore through her and his through him in a vicious, brutal climax that rocked both of them. His seed jetted deep, filling her, pouring into her, triggering more aftershocks nearly as brutal as the original orgasm. He loosened his hold in her hair, locked his arm around her waist, and both of them collapsed onto the mattress. He breathed deeply, trying to recover, floating in a kind of bliss, his heart pumping wildly and his cock still jerking deep inside of her. "Give me a minute," he managed to rasp out. "I'll get your hands free." He couldn't move for the longest time, a fine sheen of sweat covering his body and dampening his hair. He felt great, better than great. After a few minutes, he slipped from her body, the sensation sending another heat wave coursing through his veins. "You still with me, Bella?" He pressed a kiss into her back. She hadn't moved, hadn't made a sound, not since that ragged scream that tore through her along with the fury of her orgasm. She nodded her head, but didn't speak. He gathered her hair and twisted it, getting it off her back so he could sweep his palm down the curve of her spine and over her buttocks. He liked seeing his marks there. He pressed kisses all along her spine, down to the small of her back and then over both cheeks of her bottom. Undoing the belt buckle, he freed her wrists and rubbed at them gently, inspecting them for marks before rolling onto his back, taking her with him. Francesca lay up against his side, curled into him, one hand on his belly, fingers splayed wide. I don't think I can move. Me either, he admitted. I'm glad you're home. I noticed. You can wake me up any time, he added. You've really never done the tying the hands with any other woman? Nope. I wouldn't share my fantasies with any woman who wasn't mine. They don't belong to another woman, only you. She turned even more toward him. Her breast slid along his rib cage, sending a curl of heat spiraling through him. And if you never found the right woman? Then my fantasies would go to the grave with me. I'm glad you found me. I like everything you do to me. Tonight, he stated, I'm going to fuck you with a vibrator while you suck me off. If I don't, I'll be waking up every night with that particular fantasy. I'll use handcuffs this time, ones that are padded so there are no bruises. When I was fucking you, all I could think about for a few minutes there was how I wished I had 2 dicks instead of just one. I don't think I could handle 2. As for your intentions for tonight, I don't have any objections, she said, licking along his rib cage. Not that I mind you waking up every night with a fantasy. I'm more than happy to oblige you in all things, and I don't mind the handcuffs. But don't think I'm not well aware my ass is bruised, so don't sound so self-righteous. He laughed and flicked her nipple with his tongue. I want my mark on you, not some object's mark. His hand found her bottom, and he caressed her with his palm. Are you sore? A little. Good. There was a wealth of satisfaction in his voice he didn't try to hide. I want you thinking of me every time you sit down today. I think you're imprinted so deep inside me, Stefano. I'm going to feel you there for weeks. He used his arm to sweep her in closer to him so he could lean over her and look into her eyes. You tell me if I ever get too rough, or if our play gets too much for you. I will. You weren't too rough. I loved it. My body loved it. Couldn't you tell? That was why I kept going. But you stop me if you don't like anything I'm doing to you. I will. I promise. She pressed a kiss to his throat. I need a shower. So do you. And food. This time I might even order us up something. I'll carry you if you can't walk, he offered. We're going to shower together? Yes. I'm a conservationist. Conserving water is high on my priority list. I'll just bet it is. If you shower with me, we'll never get to breakfast, she pointed out. You will. You started something earlier that I want you to finish. She laughed, her eyes sparkling. I'm all for that. Carry me. He was all for it, too. She took him right back to paradise with the hot water pouring down on him, her eyes clinging to his as he took her mouth. He thought himself well sated after riding her so ferociously, but the moment she began to suckle him, he was lost again. Hard and thick and needy again. This time, she finished what she'd started. They ordered up breakfast and ate it in the room Stefano liked to call his sunroom. It was all glass on one side, the sliding doors opening onto a balcony that was wide and long. The walls jutted outward on both sides to help with wind, and there was a small table and 2 comfortable chairs where they took their food and ate. He had sex on the brain because he'd decided he'd have her out on the balcony and inside the sunroom, pressed up against the glass. She sipped at her coffee and teased him about being an exhibitionist. He just sent her a grin and began to run through his morning reports while she opened the tablet he'd bought for her and read the local news. He liked sitting beside her, reading together, sipping coffee and being locked away from the rest of the world. He reached out and caught her hand, bringing her knuckles to his mouth. I can't wait for our wedding. His phone chimed before she could respond. He knew by the ringtone that it was Lucia or Amo. He could feel Francesca's eyes on him as he talked on the phone, reassuring Lucia he would come. It was what he did, not what he wanted. When he snapped the phone closed, she let out a little sigh and shook her head. I was hoping you could stay home today, Stefano. I feel like we haven't been able to talk or spend time together, and this wedding—" She trailed off, and his heart jumped. "I want to stay home with you, Bambina," Stefano said, "more than anything. I'd like a day for us as well, just the two of us." He stood up and pulled her to her feet, leaving the dishes for the maids. She would have to get used to that. If he wasn't mistaken, she'd probably gather them up the moment he was gone. She smiled at him, that smile that always took his breath, the one he'd always wait for. "Me too, but I can tell from your tone it isn't going to be today." He shook his head, walking them into the great room. "No, unfortunately. Lucia called and needs me to get over there. Nicoletta is having a difficult time believing we aren't some human trafficking ring, or worse, that Lucia and Amo are the real thing. Wonderful, good people, and she's going to get them killed by staying with them." "Oh, no. I know what that feels like. It's the worst feeling ever. Of course you have to go." She licked at her lower lip for a moment and then lifted her chin. "I could go with you. I want to meet her. Don't you think feeling as if she had a friend would help settle her?" He detested disappointing her. And was she getting cold feet? Was that what this was about? He sank into the wide armchair and beckoned her with his finger. "Come here, Dolce Cuore." She hesitated, just for a second, but it was there. He was very good at seeing every detail. He'd been trained from the time he was 2. All those years of having to describe everything he saw in rooms or outside. All those years of looking at people and having to describe them and every emotion that crossed their face. There was no way he would ever miss hesitation on his woman's part. He pulled her onto his lap and locked his arms around her. "Relax, Francesca. You're upset about something, and you need to tell me." "I'm not upset. I'm really not." It was a denial, but her eyes didn't meet his. She did settle into him, relaxing enough that he slid one hand up her back to the nape of her neck. He loved holding her like this, close, feeling her body melting into his as if they shared one skin. "Tell me, Francesca." That was a command, and if she didn't comply, he wasn't going to be responsible for any words slipping out of his mouth she didn't like. He had been making an effort for her, although, he had to admit, he didn't always succeed. "I'm just nervous, that's all. We haven't known each other for very long, and this life you lead is very overwhelming." He sighed. He knew once she thought about it, the idea of living outside the law was going to get to her. "Being a shadow rider is a responsibility. I can't—" He broke off when she shook her head. "It's not that, Stefano. It's the money." She made the confession in a little rush. "All that money, living in a hotel, having bodyguards, the clothes. I don't know how to act the way you and Emme act. I'm not sophisticated, and I can't handle the paparazzi on every street corner waiting to snap pictures of me. It makes me sick to my stomach to think I'm going to embarrass you or your family." "Fucking Eloisa." He burst out with it, fury moving through him. "You overheard the shit she was throwing at me, and it got to you." So much for his resolve to not use foul language, but really, what the fuck? Why the hell would his own mother undermine his woman's confidence? He wanted to strangle Eloisa. "Stefano, really?" That was her little prim and proper schoolmarm voice, and he fucking loved it. He thought it best to keep that knowledge to himself. "Not really, Bella. You know damn well she put that shit in your head. You could never embarrass my family or me. I'm marrying you because, for me, you're as perfect as a woman could possibly get. I don't give a flying fuck if the rest of the world doesn't see you the way I do, and neither does my family. You don't seem to get this, Francesca, but you're nearly as important to my siblings as you are to me." She raised her face and pressed it into his throat. "See? Right there is why it's important to spend time with you. You have a way of making me feel beautiful and confident. Let me take care of this thing with Nicoletta. I want you to become her friend. Hell, amore mio, you're more her age than mine. But not right now. She's overwhelmed and needs to settle with just Lucia and Amo for now. I've called Taviano. He stayed with her on the jet. I think she's feeling shame for all that happened to her. Apparently, Benito Valdez actually raped her on more than one occasion. He was very brutal, and he made certain she knew he would have her permanently. His obsession with her was worse than we first thought. She's terrified he'll find her, and that Lucia and Amo will be hurt or killed. I've got a counselor and a doctor who will be looking in on her daily. That poor girl. Thank God you and Taviano got her out of there. You understand why we're limiting the people she's around for now. She's overwhelmed. I promise, the next two we'll introduce to her will be you and Emme. Just a few new people at a time. Francesca sighed and nodded her agreement. That makes perfect sense, Stefano. Actually, it's best anyway. I would have been going for the wrong reasons. I do want to meet her and hopefully become friends with her, but I really wanted to go to be with you. I'm sorry, Francesca. He was disappointing her, and that was the last thing he wanted. No, don't be. I'll be staying in today, so come back as soon as you can. Take Emilio and Enzo with you. They've been doing women things for the last few days, and they're pouting. I'll be safe here in the penthouse. He threw back his head and laughed. She could do that so easily. Make him smile. Make him laugh. His arms tightened around her, and he nuzzled her neck. The idea of Emilio in a dress shop or shopping for china is hysterical. I should have asked you and Emme to take pictures or a video of his face. Her laughter joined his. The expression on his face was priceless. In all honesty, Emme and I worked really hard to come up with a dozen places the boys would have to go with us, just so we could see that look on their faces. Enzo was just as bad, if not worse. They looked like a couple of bulls going to their doom. I can imagine the places Emme decided to make them accompany you. We hit every single sexy lingerie store close to us. Emilio and Enzo did a lot of groaning. They were quite the hit in a couple of stores. At one of them, two women insisted on coming out of the dressing room in their sexy get-ups and asking the boys their opinions. I swear we didn't pay them to do that, but Emilio and Enzo think we did. Emme probably did behind your back. It's something she would do. She was always getting the two of them. She likes to get back at all of us for being what she calls overprotective. Francesca laughed at him, her arms circling his neck. Stefano, you know full well all of you are overprotective of Emme. You probably made her teenage years a nightmare. Ha! She made our lives a nightmare when she was a teen. She's a rider, Bambina. That means she could get out of her room whenever the mood struck her. On top of that, she's a little on the wild side. Her eyebrows shot up. Emmanuelle is wild? I don't think so. You don't see her picture splashed in every magazine with two women hanging on her arm. That's Rico and your brothers. If she had two men hanging on her arm? Stefano couldn't keep the menace or the grim out of his voice. They'd find those same men in the morgue the next day. That is so not fair, she declared. You really are chauvinistic. That's right, he said without apology. Keep that in mind when we have a daughter. You might want to warn her. She rolled her eyes at him. I'm sure she'll figure it out very quickly. With you for a father and her 4 uncles as well as cousins everywhere, she'll most likely know it by the time she's 3. You certain you aren't going anywhere today? No fittings for your wedding dress? No looking at cakes or flowers? No. Francesca was decisive about it, so much so that he had a hard time not laughing. She wasn't thrilled with all that making wedding plans entailed, especially on the scale Eloisa and Emmanuelle were making them. There was no point in fighting his mother and sister for control of the wedding, not even for his woman. Emmanuelle said she'd drop by and check on Teresa Vitale today, see if she needs more soup or anything at all in the way of medicine. I think she's on the mend, but even with her grandson watching over her, we decided not to take chances. With Emme taking care of that, I don't have a thing to do but veg out. All right, Dolce Cuore. I won't be gone too long. I'll take Emilio and Enzo with me, and We'll drop by the office to collect everything I need on the way back so I can work from here for a couple of days." "I'd love that," she agreed instantly. Stefano changed to his three-piece suit, standard wear when outside his home. It was a drawback at times being a rider and always wearing the suit, as classy as it was. Wearing it meant he could disappear at any time into the shadows, but it also meant he was overdressed on occasion. "Walk me to the elevator, Francesca." Francesca reached up to straighten his tie, leaning her body into his. "Don't be long, but make certain Nicoletta feels safe, Stefano. You did that for me. Even when I was a little afraid of you, you managed to make me feel safe." He kissed her thoroughly. "I'm really sorry I have to go," he repeated. "It's for a good cause." She wrapped her arm around him as they walked together toward the elevator. "Are Emilio and Enzo waiting for you downstairs?" "Yes, I texted them. I'll be safe. Don't worry." Francesca took a deep breath and nodded, watching as the elevator doors closed and she was alone again. She really didn't want him to go. She'd felt strange the last couple of days without him. The wedding preparations had become extravagant as far as she was concerned. Neither Eloisa nor Emmanuel seemed to know how to put the brakes on when it came to the wedding, not even when she objected to things. She had envisioned a very small wedding, with just his family. She didn't have any family of her own, but suddenly there were tons of aunts and uncles who had to be invited, as well as cousins. First cousins, second cousins, and then there were the people in the neighborhood. She had wanted to talk to Stefano about it, but he was so exhausted when he'd first gotten home, and then they were all over each other. Now he was gone again. She sighed again and found her way back to the sunroom to collect the dishes off of the balcony. She liked the penthouse, but living in a hotel wasn't really her idea of a home. She'd seen his office. It was inside the family home. His family home was extremely intimidating. It was a huge estate, even by Chicago's elite standards. Just the front door was intimidating. It was thick and wide and painted a violent red. It should have been ugly, but instead it managed to be elegant, just like the Ferraro family. She stood for a long time staring out over the city. The family as a whole had many respected businesses. Each business was legitimate and made them millions, some more than millions. Still, the one small branch of the family, the Shadow Riders, wasn't at all legitimate. In fact, their activities would be considered criminal. Within the family they were almost revered. Outside the family many people, just as she had, assumed they were part of a crime family. She was one of them, or she would be in a couple of short weeks. Her phone went off. A musical melody that told her Emmanuel was calling. She sighed, considering not answering. She didn't want one more discussion of flowers or cake. Still, she liked Stefano's sister a lot, and truthfully, it was nice to have someone be excited about the wedding and seeing to all the details. "Hey, girl, what's up?" she greeted. "I'm on my way to see Signora Vitale. Then I'm heading to the family home. I've been summoned by Eloisa." Her voice changed from annoyance to speculation. She sounded upset. She never sounds that way. "In any case, I had planned to come see you today to discuss music, but Stefano called and said you needed the day off." Francesca realized there was a question in there. "Yes, I'm sorry. I do. I'm just going to rest and read and try not to think too much about everything happening so fast. Bridal jitters. They say it happens to everyone." Emmanuel laughed as she hung up. Maybe she was right, and the restless feeling that just wouldn't leave her alone was just that, cold feet. After all, committing a lifetime to a man like Stefano was a little daunting. She would always have to work to stand up to him. That crazy protective side of him would be difficult. He'd want to build a fortress around her and their children. She was well aware that she would have to temper that quality in him for all their sakes. Francesca took a deep breath and let it out, sweeping her hair back from her face. She'd dressed in a pair of vintage blue jeans. They were soft and molded to her body nicely, but were very comfortable. They weren't from a thrift store, and she didn't want to know what Stefano had paid for them. It seemed like her clothes multiplied on a daily basis. She never saw him put things in her drawers or hang them in her closet, but she was fairly certain Stefano had someone shopping for her. Still, she ran her hand down her thigh. The jeans were perfect. She wore a T-shirt, equally as soft, that was more fitted than she would have chosen for herself. Her underwear was the best part of the shopaholic who seemed to never quit. The lingerie was absolutely beautiful, and she loved the way it made her feel sexy, even in a pair of jeans and a tee. She made herself a cup of tea, flooded the house with soft music, and sank into one of the luxurious, overstuffed chairs to read. She lost herself in a book for a long time, grateful for the chance to just be still. It was the phone that brought her back from the grand adventure she was on, along with the characters in the book. This time it was the Vitale home. Bruno, Teresa's grandson, told her that Emme had just left and Teresa had taken a fall. She was in the bathroom and refusing to come out. He'd heard her fall, but she'd locked him out and was asking for Francesca. His grandmother was crying and upset, and nothing he said or did would make her budge. Francesca assured him she would come immediately. Francesca immediately texted Enrica to let her know that she would be needed after all, and to meet her downstairs. Then she called Stefano and told him what had happened. She was very proud of the fact that she remembered already to have her bodyguard in place so her man wouldn't lose his mind. She promised she'd text him the minute she got to the Vitales, and let him know what was going on. Enrica was waiting at the elevator and escorted her out to the car. "I don't like driving and watching over you. We should have a two-man team on you," she said as she slipped behind the driver's seat. "I could drive," Francesca offered. She hadn't driven in a very long time, and traffic in Chicago was intimidating. Enrica sent her a look, and Francesca grinned at her as her bodyguard started the car. "We could have walked. The house isn't that far." "There's a big storm coming." Enrica indicated the sky. "It's supposed to be bad. Thunder and lightning. Pouring rain. I don't want to get caught in that, but more, I don't want my cousin to kill me, which he would if I let you walk around with only one bodyguard. Believe me, Francesca, he wouldn't like that." Francesca rolled her eyes. "He has a serious problem and needs help. I think for his birthday, I'm getting him a counselor." Enrica laughed. "You're good for him. He didn't smile much before he found you. Now he's more relaxed and he laughs a lot. I love that for him. I love that he has you. We're hoping the others will find someone to love them." Francesca thought it was a very odd way of putting it. "Why do you all guard them so carefully? They're so well trained." "So are we," Enrica said. "Don't you understand how important they are? Not just to our family, but to the world? Things have changed so much, and the laws allow criminals to slip through the cracks all the time. The gangs keep getting more violent and claiming more territory. The cartels are recruiting our young kids and using them to assassinate anyone in their way. The riders can slip in and out of anywhere without being detected. No one knows how they get in or who they are. They can get to anyone at any time. That's important. It's important to someone whose family has been wiped out by the cartel, and just as important to someone like Signora Vitale. We revere the riders." "Every life is important, Enrica, including yours. I'm uncomfortable with having bodyguards. I'm not a rider, you know, and I never will be." Enrica pulled the car into the Vitale's driveway. "You're not a rider, but you're going to marry one. You complete his life and can give him children. They sacrifice all choices when they're born. Their lives aren't like ours. I have a choice in what I do. I can marry whomever I please. If they don't find the one they can love, they're forced, through duty, to be with someone they don't. They don't have normal childhoods. Stefano and the others had crap childhoods. So bad. You can't imagine." She slid out of the car and went around to the passenger door before Francesca could answer. Francesca knew enough to stay in the car until Enrica decided to open the door. She waited, contemplating the idea of having children and making certain their lives were happy and filled with love. She was beginning to realize she had no real knowledge of what Stefano and his siblings had gone through, but she knew Stefano was absolutely determined that his children wouldn't suffer the same fate. She loved him all the more for that, and for the fact that he trusted her to make his life and their children's lives wonderful. She knew he was counting on her. They hurried up to the front door, Enrica one step behind her gaze on the rooftops, the garage, the street itself. Francesca couldn't imagine what it would be like to be a bodyguard, responsible for the safety of another human being. Bruno opened the door, and he looked terrible. He was pale and sweating. There was a bruise by his eye, and his lip was swollen and cut. He stepped aside to let them in. "What happened to you this time, Bruno?" Francesca asked. "Where's Teresa?" Bruno closed the door and turned to face them. "I'm sorry, Francesca. Really sorry. I tried to refuse, and they beat the shit out of me. Put a gun to my grandmother's head, and Emmanuel told me to cooperate with them." Enrica spun around, her hand going to the gun tucked beneath her shoulder in a holster, but it was too late. A man stepped out of the coat closet behind her and struck her over the head with the butt of his gun. She dropped to the floor like a deadweight. Francesca rushed to her, but the man caught her arm in a tight grip. "Mr. Anton requests your presence at a very special event, Francesca," he greeted. She recognized him immediately, and her heart began to pound. She knew she went pale because the blood drained out of her face. "Harold McFarland, it appears Barry can't even come to Chicago without bringing his entire entourage. Where's Teresa?" "The old lady? Don't worry about her. You should be worried about yourself and your new friends." He spat on the floor. "I'm going to enjoy burning down that bullshit deli you worked in. Your boss seemed to think you're some kind of saint, and the old lady thinks the same. They haven't seen the havoc you create yet." He laughed. "I'm going to enjoy showing them just what you're famous for." He put a hand to her back and shoved her toward the bedroom. Another man, one she recognized from Barry's crew, Arnold Sumi, thrust Bruno in front of him. As he passed Enrica's crumpled body, he kicked her hard in the ribs. Harold laughed. "You're such a prick, Arnold. Get Jimmy to tie the bitch up." Francesca had seen the blood coating Enrica's dark, sleek hair and had been worried they'd hit her too hard and killed her, but they wouldn't tie her up if she was dead. "There isn't any need to hurt anyone, Harold. I'll go with you." "Damn right you'll go with me," Harold said. "You don't have any choice, not with a gun to Grandma's head. And then there's your friend. I've had a difficult time keeping the boys off of that one. You don't see bitches like that every day. We're bringing her along. She's going to be the main entertainment for us while you entertain the boss." Francesca turned her head to see Emmanuel slumped over in a chair, hands tied behind her back and blood trickling down her face from a laceration on her temple. There was a bruise on the side of her face, and her dark gray shirt was torn beneath her pinstriped jacket, revealing the swell of her breasts. On the floor, groaning, was another of Barry's crew, Mark Johnson. He had pushed himself up into a sitting position and was holding his face. Blood poured from his nose and both eyes were swollen. Clearly he'd been the one to tear open Emmanuel's blouse, and she'd headbutted him. "Are you hurt?" Francesca asked Teresa. The elderly woman was crying and clutching rosary beads. The blanket was pulled up nearly to her neck. She shook her head. "Bruno!" She trailed off with a little sob. Francesca turned to Harold. "What are you going to do with them?" "Lucky for them, the boss wants a message delivered to your boyfriend. You and the other bitch are coming with us." Francesca glanced at Emmanuel. Her nod was almost imperceptible, but there was no mistaking the wink she gave Francesca. She appeared nearly out of it to their captors, but clearly she wasn't as bad off as she was making herself out to be, and that made some of the knots in Francesca's stomach loosen just a little. Chapter 24. The wind slammed into the cars as they made their way toward the estate Barry Anthon had rented. Emmanuel was in the car behind Francesca, and that made Francesca very uneasy. She knew Stefano's sister could take care of herself far better than she could in the situation, but Barry wouldn't want Francesca killed, not until he had Sella's cell phone safely in his hands. But Emme was vulnerable. Stefano and his brothers had humiliated Barry in front of Francesca and Emanuele. He wasn't a man who would forgive such an insult. He believed himself to be superior to everyone else. He felt entitled to take anything and everything he wanted. Barry would retaliate against the Ferraro family, and what better way than to humiliate Emme? His men were animals, monsters. They destroyed lives at Barry's whim and enjoyed themselves immensely while doing so. Francesca had no doubt that those men were tormenting Emme in the car, especially Mark. He would want retribution for Emanuele defending herself. As the cars drove through the heavily guarded gates under the archway, Francesca spotted at least 10 more guards roaming around the property. Those were the ones she could see. Her heart sank. 4 guards at the gate and 10 more roaming just the grounds in the front. How many more were there? Even if Stefano brought his brothers with him, the chances of all of them being able to slip through that many guards unscathed seemed nearly impossible. They drove right up to the front door. Harold's finger bit deep into Francesca's arm as he yanked her out of the car. As she stumbled out, the dark clouds above their heads opened up and slammed them with rain. It poured down in long silvery streaks, falling from the sky to hit the ground in great splashes. Harold swore and dragged her up the 2 steps to the wide porch with its marble columns and overhead roof. Just those few steps out in the open had them soaked from the downpour. Francesca looked back toward the other car. Emanuele was pulled out of the car and shoved hard against the hood, Mark behind her. Her hands were zip-tied in front of her, and clearly he thought she was helpless. He reached around and caught her breast, squeezing hard through the open jacket, humping her from behind while the others watched and laughed. Harold paused to watch as well, grinning and rubbing his crotch. "I get a turn at that," he announced to Francesca. "And if Barry doesn't kill you first, I'll be taking my turn with you too." Emanuele kicked up hard between Mark's legs, driving the heel of her boot into his balls, and then slamming her head backward to smash his nose again. He screamed, a high-pitched shriek that had his friends howling with glee as he dropped straight to the ground. Arnold, the man who had driven the car Francesca had been in, bent over Mark to try to help him to his feet. Mark shoved at his hand and continued to writhe on the ground. Jimmy stepped over him and grabbed Emanuele's arm. "Come on, Wildcat! Let's get you out of here before he can move. He'll shoot you, and we've got plans." If anything, the rain came down harder, making it difficult to see through the silvery bands. The wind howled an ominous warning, sending the sheets of rain straight at the house. It blew so hard the windows rattled, and the porch itself was instantly drenched in the downpour. Harold cursed more and thrust the door open, nearly running through it and dragging Francesca with him. "I hate this fucking place," he snarled. He hadn't taken the time to wipe the soles of his boots, and he nearly slipped on the marble tiles. He had to let go of Francesca in order to keep from falling. She stopped where she was, just inside the door, holding it open so she could keep her eye on Emme. Jimmy was hurrying her up the steps, head down to keep the rain from his glasses. Francesca didn't have her hands free, but she stuck out her foot and tripped Jimmy as he hurried inside. Stepping close to Emme, she looked her over carefully for signs of abuse. Stefano would lose his mind if he could see his sister. Emme was very small, and the men had clearly slammed her around. One eye was showing signs of swelling shut, and there were 2 more cuts on her face. One on her right cheekbone, where someone had hit her with a fist, and the other on her chin. "I'm okay," Emanuele assured. "Just getting to know them." She flashed a wan smile. Her bound hands were up by her breasts, and her jacket was once more in place, covering her tattered shirt and what lay beneath it. "He'll come, Francesca. That's what I'm afraid of, because Stefano would walk into a lion's den for the people he loved, or the ones that needed his protection. or justice. They were taken through the great room, and it was enormous. All marble floors and hanging crystal chandeliers. The furniture was velvet, and a gleaming grand piano sat at an angle, dominating one side of the room. A man played, the music swelling through the house, a haunting melody that seemed obscene as a backdrop for what Barry and his men had planned. The piano player looked up and winked as they were shoved past him. His leering grin revealed two metal teeth shaped like fangs. Francesca recognized him as one of Barry's immediate crew that had destroyed her apartment when she lived in California. Everyone called him Fang for obvious reasons. They moved through a wide hallway with wainscoting and arched doorways opening into other various rooms. Two men played pool, and both straightened from where they were bent over the table and smirked at the women, all the while rubbing their crotches grotesquely, deliberately showing both Francesca and Emmanuel what was in store for them. She knew them from San Francisco when they'd helped destroy her apartments. Denny and Cy were brothers and notoriously nasty. Francesca glanced at Stefano's sister. She appeared completely calm, and she made no move to wipe away the blood on her face or mouth. She kept her head up, but her gaze took in every detail of the house and the men in it as they passed. Francesca followed her lead, although her heart pounded like mad. Barry had a crew of 10 men that he kept close to him. She'd recognized 7 of them so far. That meant the other 3 had to be close. If so, that was 10 men used to killing for Barry. There had been too many guards to count outside, and she assumed they were local muscle Barry had hired. Barry's right-hand man, Del Travers, stepped out of a room as they passed. He was dressed in his suit and tie. Francesca knew he was a lawyer, and he'd gone to school with Barry. He stared at Francesca without expression. That was one of the things she always detested about him. He was cold like a fish. She always wondered whether or not, under that perfect suit, he had scales. Harold shoved her hard in the back, making her aware as she stumbled forward that she'd stopped for a moment to stare at Dell. A slow burn of anger began to rise in her. She was tired of Barry taking her life apart piece by piece. She didn't want them touching Emmanuel. They were sick, perverted men, and they had no business being close to a woman like Emma. She hated that they'd put their filthy hands on her, that they'd slapped and punched her. Barry Anthon had surrounded himself with men just like him. He walked over people, a monster, charming those he wanted to manipulate and hurting those he thought he could, and he did it for fun. Emmanuel bumped her slightly, and she glanced at Stefano's sister. Emme shook her head, as if reading her thoughts of open rebellion. "Don't provoke them," she whispered. Francesca clamped her mouth shut and continued down the hall into a large room where Barry sat at a bar, waiting for them. The last 2 of Barry's crew were with him, all 10 men. Stefano would have to face them all if he came for his sister and her, and he would come. Larry Fort was behind the bar. He was one of the worst. He'd laughed when he'd shoved her to the floor and torn the sink out of the wall so water sprayed throughout her apartment. Then he'd smashed the toilet and systematically shattered everything she owned. His partner, George Hansen, stood to the back of the room, his gaze immediately going to Emmanuel. He glanced at Francesca and then at his boss. Barry sat in a high-backed chair, much like a throne, a glass of bourbon in his hands. He looked terrible, his face swollen and distorted, so that his usual good looks were impossible to see. He had stitches in 3 places, on his cheekbone, above his eye, and along his jaw, all on the right side of his face. His lips were grotesque, triple their normal size. Both eyes were black, and his nose had tape over it where it had been broken. He stood up slowly, every movement stiff. "Put them in those chairs." He indicated 2 straight-backed wooden chairs. One was set in front of his throne, and the other was toward the end of the room, back in the shadows. The room was well lit with bright overhead chandeliers, just like in the great room. The floors were the same marble, but this room was quite a bit smaller in size. The lights flickered several times as the storm raged outside. The rain beat continuously at the window, and the wind shrieked in fury. Harold dragged Francesca over to the chair, pushing her nearly up against Barry, who stood very close, on purpose, she was certain, staring at her through the slits of his eyes. Yellowish goo clung to the corners of his eyes, and, up close, he looked even more ghastly than he had from across the room. Harold shoved her hard, and she fell back into the chair. It nearly went over backward, and neither man lifted a hand to keep her upright. She was just lucky that the chair didn't go all the way over. "Welcome to my home away from home, Francesca," Barry said. He placed his hands on the arms of the chair, bending down to peer at her closely. "It's a far cry from what you're used to. That pissant Stefano doesn't know how to live with all the money he's got. You shouldn't have crossed me, and neither should your bitch of a sister. I would have had more fun with her, showed her the good life before I turned her over to my boys. They're patient. Aren't you, boys?" He lifted his head to look at the men in the room. 6 of them. The 4 that had brought them from Teresa Vitale's home, and the other 2 waiting with Barry. His other men were still scattered throughout the house. Francesca kept counting, hoping for better numbers, but anyway she looked at it, Stefano was going to be in trouble because he wouldn't bring his cousins to this fight, just his brothers. She knew that instinctively. She didn't look away from Barry or react to his vile statement. She didn't doubt for a moment that Sella would have been turned over to his men after Barry was done with her. She was certain he'd done that very same thing to countless other women. They feared him too much to ever testify against him in court. "I would have taken you in front of her baby sister, so sacred. Yet you gave yourself to the highest bidder at the first opportunity. I should have offered you money. You're a slut just like all the rest of them, aren't you? You'd do anything for money." She lifted her chin. "You know better than that, don't you, Barry? You know Stefano will come for me because he loves me. That's what you're counting on. The fact that he loves me. And he loves Emme. You don't have that. And there's a part of you that hates everyone because you don't. You're not capable of real love, Barry. You're just not. You'll never know what Stefano has. I love him unconditionally, with everything I am, and I'd do anything for him. What woman will ever give that to you? You pay these men to be loyal. They aren't loyal out of love. You trick women and then you throw them away because you can't feel anything, ever. I'm sorry for you." As she talked, his face reddened, the stains spreading across the swollen bruises. "I'm not the one sitting in a chair, tied up like a fucking turkey. Dessert for the men after they kill Stefano Ferraro." "He's hard to kill," she said softly. "That's what you're worried about, isn't it? You have 10 men inside this house, maybe more. You have another dozen outside. What does that say to your crew and me? You're terrified of Stefano." She leaned closer to him, her gaze steady on his. "And you should be. He's going to find his sister and you the center of attention. That should distract him just a little if he has such love for you both." He sneered at the word love. She didn't answer him, just watched him and prayed Emmanuelle wouldn't draw attention to herself. If she did, Barry would do something terrible. She felt the hatred pouring off of him every time he made a reference to Stefano. More, he was just a little insane. There was something very scary in his eyes. Thunder roared outside, close, shaking the house, rattling the windows. The lights flickered again and went out, the room going dark. Barry swore. "What the hell?" "The generator will kick in, boss," George assured. "Give it a minute." There was a short silence. Francesca could hear Barry's labored breathing. He was much more afraid of Stefano than he wanted anyone to believe. When the lights flickered back on, dim and yellow, casting shadows all over the room, she could see sweat beaded on Barry's face. "I want you 2 guarding the door," Barry instructed, waving his hand at Mark and Jimmy. "I've got a score to settle with that little bitch," Mark said, indicating Emmanuelle with a chin lift. "Yeah, boss. His balls are swollen," Harold said gleefully. "She dropped him twice. Smashed his face, with her hands tied. Little thing like that, and he's not man enough to handle her. Arnold took up the taunt. Shut the fuck up, Mark raged. I'll show you I can handle her. Get out and guard the door. Do it now before I put a bullet in your head. I said you'd have your chance at her, all of you, and I meant it. Her fucking brother will come. He'll want to look like the brave hero for his fiancée. I want you waiting for him. Kill him on sight. As he issued the order, Barry kept his gaze fixed on Francesca's face. She didn't blink, didn't look away. Inside, her heart stuttered dangerously, but she didn't give any visible sign that she was in any way worried. She wasn't about to give him that kind of satisfaction. You're so sure he'll save you, Barry said bitterly. Maybe it will be too late and he'll come in here and find your throat cut. He stepped close to her and shoved a knife against her throat, the blade biting in. She didn't pull back. Like this hasn't been done 1,000,000 times to me already, Barry. You need new material. Francesca forced boredom into her voice. She even gave a slight yawn. My first week or two here in Chicago, I had this happen to me twice. You want new material? Barry snarled. He pulled the blade away from her throat, his yellow slits for eyes reddening along with his face. You want to see new material? He repeated, his voice swinging out of control. High-pitched, insane even. He gripped the knife in his fist and brought it down hard into her thigh. She screamed as the blade tore through the outside of her thigh and came out the other side. The pain burned through her, leaving her breathless, raw, her heart pounding hard enough to hear. Her blood roared in her ears. She'd heard of men being tortured, stoically not making a sound, and she couldn't imagine how they did it. She couldn't catch her breath, or take her eyes from the knife handle sticking out of her thigh. Barry pulled the knife free and wiped the blood on her jeans, grinning at her. That new enough for you, bitch? Do you want more? I can show you more. Hatred burned in his eyes, maniacal glee. He got off on her fear, her pain. She saw the truth in his eyes. He needed to see those things. She'd been too calm and hadn't given him his fix, or the respect he felt he deserved. Mesmerized by the look on his grotesquely swollen face and the red-yellow of his eyes, Francesca watched him touch the tip of the blade to her left shoulder. He placed one hand on the hilt of the knife, ready to drive it through her flesh there. All the while he smiled at her. George laughed. Harold cleared his throat. No one else made a sound, just waiting. All of them watching as mesmerized as she was, while Barry drew out the torment by forcing her to wait. Why is it that when a man doesn't like something a woman does, something he would do himself, he calls her a bitch? Emmanuelle asked, her voice as calm as ever. I've always wondered about that. Is it because you're such a little bitch, Barry? Always whining to Mommy when things don't go your way? I saw you at the racetrack when your car didn't win, and you threw that little fit. That was bitch behavior. Did anyone call you a bitch then? Because I thought you were a total bitch. You moan and groan and complain, but act like a mean girl in high school. Petty and cruel, just because you're one of the popular kids. But you really were only popular because Mommy and Daddy had money. Francesca risked a look around the room, her breath hitching in her throat. Emmanuelle was playing with fire. Barry would kill her for that. A blow to his pride would be worse to him than a physical beating. The men were all smirking, not daring to look at their boss, but obviously enjoying the fact that Emmanuelle had taunted Barry. Barry turned his head slowly toward the shadows where Emme sat in the chair, her hands bound in front of her. He reminded Francesca of a snake with his red slits for eyes and his cold expression. She moistened her lips, terrified for Emmanuelle. Barry stepped back away from Francesca, never taking his eyes from Emme. Francesca timed her moment, waiting until Barry was within 5 feet of Emmanuelle. Actually, Emme, she said, he isn't a bitch. He's a pussy. You're really just a pussy, aren't you, Barry? You always have to have your big bad men around, because you can't get it up yourself, so you need them to take care of a woman while you can only watch." She had never said that word in her life. Not once. But she'd had to think of something to get his attention off Aimée. Her leg burned, and blood stained her favorite pair of blue jeans. But she'd all but forgotten about the stab wound in her fear for Stefano's sister. Barry would kill her for certain. Barry made a sound in his throat. A snarl, like a dog might snarl at something or someone provoking it. He spun around, moving back toward Francesca. Lightning zigzagged across the sky, lighting the room for a second, throwing their shadows across the floor and up along the walls. The dull yellow lights flickered. All attention was on Barry. No one could look away, hypnotized by the crazed expression on his face. 2 lines of shiny saliva hung in strings from either side of his mouth. He looked almost as if he was foaming at the mouth, like a rabid animal. "You're dead! That sanctimonious son of a bitch is going to find his sister and his fiancée dead, and then I'm going to kill him!" He rushed toward Francesca. "You can't kill Stefano, you moron!" Emmanuel taunted. "I'm tied up, and you can't kill me! How do you think someone as inept as you could possibly best my brother?" Barry spun around, this time only feet from Francesca. She could smell the sweat pouring from his body, feel the heat of his anger. She looked toward the shadows where Aimée sat, as did everyone in the room. In the dim lighting, Francesca could no longer see anything but the chair legs. The rest of the chair and even Emmanuel's legs had disappeared into the shadows. Barry took 3 steps toward the other side of the room, desperately seeking to find Stefano's sister. Francesca felt hands on her upper arms. Emmanuel helped her up, forcing her to step forward right into the mouth of one of the shadows. There was a terrible wrenching sensation at her body, as if she was flying apart, and then Aimée went still, arms around her. "Don't move," Emmanuel said very softly in her ear. "They can't see you. Don't make a sound and don't move." Francesca nodded, clinging to her, afraid she'd fall, knowing Emmanuel had taken her inside a portal. Her leg throbbed and burned. It felt like rubber, but she was determined to stay upright. The zip ties were gone from Aimé's hands, although Francesca's were still on, binding her wrists together, so she had to curl her fingers into Emmanuel's jacket. Barry rushed over to the chair where his men had shoved Emmanuel Ferraro. The zip ties lay on the floor, and she was no longer there. "Boss!" Harold said, caution in his voice. Barry spun around, and to his horror, Francesca was gone as well. "Where are they?" he demanded, gripping the hilt of the knife, holding it in front of him as if he could defend himself against an unseen attacker. "Where the hell are they?" His men shook their heads. "We'll find them!" he screamed. "Find them right fucking now! If you don't bring them back here in 5 minutes, I swear I'll cut your heads off!" Harold, Arnold, and George rushed toward the door. Larry remained leaning his weight against the bar, grinning like a maniac, not obeying a direct order. That was fine with Barry. He needed a target to take out his wrath on. "I'll carve my fucking name in your throat," he promised, and stalked across the room. The urge to kill was strong. No one humiliated him and lived to tell about it. He was going to carve those women into little pieces, but first, every one of his men was going to do them as many ways as possible, and he'd film it all and make Stefano Ferraro watch the film before he died. The Ferraros had always acted so high and mighty. Everyone was afraid of them. Well, everyone feared the wrong man. He reached the bar and stepped around it, coming up on Larry's left side. The man hadn't moved a muscle, hadn't looked at him, when he'd been staring so intently just moments earlier. Larry was too still. A chill went down Barry's spine, and he stepped back. He could see that Larry's head was at a peculiar angle, as if his neck was broken. Barry backed away from the bar. The man was definitely dead. But how? No one had come into the room. No one had been close to Larry. He'd heard rumors about the Ferraro family. Stupid, ridiculous, impossible rumors. about how they could make things happen to people without ever leaving their homes, that their enemies just died or disappeared. It was nonsense. They weren't part of any crime family. He'd had his connections checked several times, just to be certain he wasn't stepping on toes when he'd gone after a couple of drivers on the track. He'd been assured they weren't in organized crime, although the rumors persisted. Lightning lit up the room, and almost simultaneously, thunder boomed, shaking the house again. It was a huge, well-built house, and shouldn't be shaking. The rain lashed at it, and the wind shrieked and howled. Shadows lengthened and grew, throwing out strange-looking tubes from every direction. The tubes looked like arms reaching for him. Out of the shadow a knife appeared, the tip biting deep into his forearm. He screamed. Eloisa Ferraro was suddenly there. "You shouldn't have stabbed her, Barry," she said, and then she was gone again, as if she'd never been, as if she was a ghost, a fucking phantom. With an oath, he turned and ran toward the door, toward the safety of his men. Yanking the door open, he tripped over something heavy lying on the floor. He went down hard, very hard. His body rolled, and with a sob of frustration, he pushed himself to his hands and knees, looking quickly around to see where his crew was, to see if any of them had witnessed this further humiliation. Mark sat on the floor across the doorway, his body tied in a web of intricate knots, his head drawn back at an impossible angle. It looked as if he'd struggled, and the ropes around his neck had tightened until he'd strangled. The knots formed a strange, elaborate harness. Several feet from him, suspended from the ceiling by his wrists, was Jimmy. The knots formed what appeared to be long sleeves that went up his arms to his shoulders and formed a circle around his throat. Staring up in horror, Barry could see where Jimmy had held himself as long as possible, but then his strength gave out and he'd hung himself. Barry swore and crawled backward, scrambling fast. He'd heard of such knots, but he'd always associated them with erotic bondage. He'd gone to a demonstration once, but it was an art he didn't have the patience to learn. During the demonstration, he'd heard a bit of history and knew the knots had originally been used to restrain prisoners and sometimes torture them. He hadn't listened too closely because he was only interested in watching the naked woman get tied up. A shadow moved on the floor where the body swung, and once again those strange feelers reached toward him like arms. A knife plunged into his thigh, a fist around the hilt. It emerged from the shadows just as the one before it. Then Rico was there, shaking his head. "Shouldn't have touched her with a knife, Barry. You're not going to be in one piece by the end of this." Then he was gone. Gone. Disappeared. The knife was still in his leg, blood bubbling around the blade. Barry was afraid to pull it out, but it was grotesque there. He was losing his mind. There was no other explanation. Still, he was bleeding from 2 knife wounds, but shadows didn't come alive. That couldn't happen. Not in real life. Was he hallucinating? "George! Arnold!" He called out for the 2 men who had been with him the longest, other than Dell. Dell was a great lawyer, and he loved to indulge himself with women, but he wasn't as good at kicking ass as George and Arnold. No one answered him. Other than the howling wind and the sound of the piano, he couldn't hear a sound coming from any room. No one was coming to help him. He had to jerk the knife out of his leg on his own. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped his fingers firmly around the hilt and yanked hard. For a moment the world spun and was edged in black. The pain was excruciating, worse than when the blade had gone in. Barry dropped the knife and ripped his shirt to wrap the wound up. It hurt like hell, but there were no signs of arterial bleeding. The stupid son of a bitch couldn't even find an artery. How stupid were the Ferraro brothers, anyway? Bringing a knife to a gunfight? He tossed Rico's knife away and then his own to pull his gun from its holster under his arm. He'd all but forgotten it. He didn't generally do any of the strong-arm stuff. Those were his men's jobs. But he could if he had to. This was a case of if he wanted the job done right, he'd have to do it himself. Dell. Dell was close, in the next room. His lawyer didn't want any part of what was going to happen to Stefano. He didn't like getting his hands dirty. He claimed he was the law and he needed deniability, but he was a fucking coward. He liked to participate with the women. In fact, he was one of the worst, beating the crap out of them while he fucked them before going home to his wife and children. He especially liked young girls, teens. More than once Barry's men had had to clean up his messes, but he was a damn good lawyer, so Barry kept him around. This time, the bastard would use a gun. Barry pushed himself to move. He was shaking, and that just pissed him off more. The door to Dell's room was open, and he stepped inside. Dell had draped himself on the bed, hands behind his head, staring up at the ceiling. The rain slammed against the window so hard the window rattled. Shadows played along the walls and across the bed. "Get up, you lazy fuck!" Barry snapped, impatient with the way Dell always chose to stay out of the muck with the rest of them. "He can't, Barry," Emmanuel's soft voice said in his ear. She was right behind him, close. He could feel her breath against his neck. "He's dead. So sorry. His neck broke when he tried to rape me." Before he could turn, before he could make a move, a hot blade sank into his side, low, between his ribs. Fire flashed through him. His breath left his body in a concentrated rush, or he would have screamed the house down. "You shouldn't have stabbed Francesca, Barry. It was very stupid of you." The knife retreated, and he spun, one hand clamped to the wound, the other clutching the gun. He whirled, cursing, tears leaking out of his swollen eyes. There was no one there, nothing but shadow. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the wall, trying to think. The stab wound in his leg was the worst. Rico had really nailed him. Eloisa barely scratched him. Emme's knife hurt, but really, how bad was it? He could still breathe. He had the gun. Fuck the damn Ferraro family. He just needed to rally his men. Denny and Cy were in the pool room, lazy bastards. They were always clowning around, oblivious to what was happening around them. He'd shake them up. He paid them damn good money to do what he said. He hurried down the hall, dragging his leg, cursing every jarring step. He slammed his fist on the pool-room door, and it sprang open. Denny was on the floor. He had marks across his face, as if he'd been caned. His pool stick was still clutched like a weapon in his hand. Cy was on the table, the same marks on him, his pool stick broken. Barry's heart began to pound. Hard. He tasted terror for the first time in his life. The wind rose and drove the rain at the bank of windows. Outside, the trees swayed macabrely. The shadows danced through the window onto the walls and floors, even across Denny's face as if laughing at him. "Shouldn't have stuck that knife in her, you fuck," Giovanni said, and slammed a knife into Barry's good leg. Up high, in his thigh. Almost an identical wound to the one his brother Rico had made. Barry screamed. He couldn't stop screaming as he fired the gun repeatedly at Giovanni. But Giovanni had vanished as if he'd never been, as if he wasn't human, a phantom, a ghost. Barry wiped his eyes with his gun hand and slumped against the wall. He had to get out of there. He could hire someone to kill Stefano and his entire family, wipe them out. He would get satisfaction from that. He didn't need to see it done, just so long as it was done. He wrapped the wound on his leg and headed for the kitchen, intending to go out the back way. There was a car waiting outside. There was always a car. He'd sent Arnold and Harold out to hunt the women down. If he was lucky, they were still alive and they could get out with him. He stopped just outside the kitchen. There was no door, only an archway. The room seemed quiet. So quiet he could hear the piano. Fang still played. He was still alive. The music sounded better than it ever had, but bizarre, as if the drama unfolding in the house was nothing more than a theater play that he was stuck in the middle of. Arnold sat at the kitchen bar, a sandwich in front of him. There was a whole ham cut into thin slices on the bar beside the plate with the sandwich. Harold was against the wall behind the bar. Barry stepped inside and hurried to them. "Get up! We've got to get out of here. The Ferraro brothers are every—" He trailed off. Arnold was pinned to the chair by a series of knives, his eyes wide open and staring in horror. Harold was held to the wall by knives going from his belly to his chest. Barry staggered back, reaching for the archway to hold his trembling body up. He looked wildly around. There was no one, only silence. The shadows played across the back door as if daring him to enter them. He shook his head, sobbing. No way was he going out that door, not with the shadows moving across it. "I like knives, Barry. Learned to cook in Europe when I was training there," Taviano said, his voice close to Barry's neck. "And to use knives for all kinds of purposes." Barry brought up the gun and Taviano slapped it away. Easily. So easily. Barry closed his eyes, knowing what was coming, trying to steel himself. "I gave them a little demonstration, but they weren't impressed. Or at least they didn't say so. You know you shouldn't have stabbed her. She's ours. Dumb, Barry. But then you always were a dumb prick." The knife went in on the other side, in the same spot where Emmanuel had stuck him. He knew there was no sense in looking for Taviano. He'd disappeared, just as all the other Ferraros had disappeared, like ghosts. Barry stayed very still, leaning against the archway, sobbing. He had no idea how long he stayed there, blood running down his clothes, his mind uncomprehending. This couldn't really be happening to him. He always won. He was always in control. Now he was staggering through this mausoleum, bleeding from multiple stab wounds, his men dead inside. The sound of the piano penetrated through the lashing rain and shrieking wind. Lightning still lit up the sky, as if the storm stayed crouched over the estate he'd rented. Fucking Ferraro family. Think they owned Chicago. He pushed off the wall and stumbled down the hall toward the great room and the sound of the piano. Fang was still playing, seemingly unaware of the deaths taking place around him. More, the concerto he played was intricate, difficult, something Barry wouldn't have thought in Fang's repertoire. Barry had gone to several concerts with his mother and heard the greatest pianists in the world play. Fang wasn't one of them, yet his playing now was superb. The beautiful music sounded so incongruous as a backdrop for the ugliness happening inside the house. Barry burst into the great room, and the first thing he saw was George. The man was lying beside the piano bench, his neck at an odd angle, his eyes open and staring in horror. Fang was face down, just on the other side of the piano. The man playing was Vittorio Ferraro. He turned suddenly, one hand lifting from the keys. In one movement, he picked up the small throwing knife, turned and flung it at Barry. All the while his other hand still played. Then his second hand joined, even before the knife sank into Barry's shoulder. "Shouldn't have stabbed her, Anthon," Vittorio said, and dismissed him, keeping his back to him as he played the concerto. Dismissed him, as if he were of no consequence. It was humiliating. If he'd still had his gun, he'd have killed the son of a bitch. The knife barely hurt, not with the wounds in his thighs throbbing and burning. Not one knife had touched a vital spot. Not one. Barry looked around him, his heart pounding hard. He felt hands on either side of his head, almost gentle. "You're dead, Barry. Justice is served." Stefano broke Barry Anthon's neck. He stepped back, dropping the body to the floor. "Did you call Sal? He'll need to really clean this place." "It's done. Get your woman and let's go home." Stefano nodded and went back to get Francesca. He stepped into the portal where she was waiting for him with Emme. Emme had wrapped up the wound in Francesca's thigh, but Stefano lifted her into his arms. "Put your arms around my neck and your face into my shoulder, Bambina. Keep your eyes closed. I don't want you to see any of this." "Okay," she agreed softly. "It's over, Francesca. He's dead. He'll never hurt another woman." "Thank you, Stefano. All of you. Let's go home." Stefano stepped into the next shadow and took his woman home. Epilogue. Stefano stood at the altar, his heart pounding. He had never really believed this day would come. He glanced at his brothers and saw the same look on their faces that he knew was on his own. Disbelief, awe, raw hope. They were shadow riders, men and women with responsibilities that didn't allow them to choose what they wanted. Finding someone who could love them, someone willing to share their lives, was rare and nearly impossible to believe could be true. But there she was, Francesca, his woman, walking toward him, looking like a vision, too beautiful and ethereal to be real, dressed in white lace, her gown clinging to her figure, showing her curves and that ridiculously small waist he liked to put his hands on. Her hair was down, just as he'd requested, when his mother and sister were insistent on her putting it up. She'd done that for him, argued and won just to please him. Her veil was intricate lace surrounding her face. She was on Pietro's arm. Emilio and Enzo had vied for the privilege of walking her down the aisle to him, but Pietro had asked, and in the end they decided that she needed family of sorts. Joanna stood up for her, Enrica and Emme as well. Enrica's concussion hadn't kept her out of the wedding party. Stefano couldn't see them, only Francesca, only his woman, walking toward him, giving not only him, but his brothers and sister the promise of a future. The church was overflowing. Family, cousins from New York and San Francisco. The branch in Los Angeles had drawn the short straw and had to stay away. The entire neighborhood, everyone in their village, had been invited, and most came. He'd even spotted Dina, wearing Francesca's coat, seated at the back of the church. Nicoletta made her first public appearance with Lucia and Amo sitting between them, looking pale and a little frightened, but she was there. Still, Stefano could only really see his woman. He took the steps down to her, took her hand from Pietro and tugged until she was beside him, right where she was meant to be. They turned together and faced the priest, his heart swelling with joy as he said his vows to love and cherish her. He would, for all time. The End. This is Jim Frangione. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Shadow Rider by Christine Feehan. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.